what happens when a modern TV producer is reincarnated as a fantasy princess? She imports a brutal reality television survival show to find the realm's top warriors. Let's introduce the ultimate dream of every warrior in the Shinoida Empire, joining the elite knight order, Les Equus. To claim this legendary honor, knights must survive a public tournament. It's called Cardamon, a grand arena where swords clash and horses ride under blinding glory. For commoners with a sword, it's a once-in-a-lifetime ticket out of poverty, even if they have to put their lives on the line. Noble heirs also want to prove to their families that they can dream big, because nothing says validating my dreams quite like striking down rivals on national television. Even mysterious prodigies claim Kraman is their absolute destiny. The competition tests everything from archery to close combat wrestling and high-speed jousting. Out of over 100 hopeful combatants, only a tiny fraction can rise to the top. Just 5 will make the cut, and the one who gets to choose them is the blonde Princess Edith herself. Talk about having the ultimate power trip. Princess Edith points directly at the screen, declaring her absolute desire to scout only the best. Clutching a modern microphone under blinding stage spotlights, she urges citizens to vote for their favorites. Meanwhile, her sweat-drenched father, Emperor Carlos Lafayette, is having a massive panic attack. Carlos slams the table in sheer disbelief, screaming if his daughter has completely lost her mind. To be fair, she is presenting a fantasy TV program with a whiteboard. Edith's colorful board promises that a public voting show will crown the best knight while keeping things fun. The poor emperor is losing his mind over this bizarre concept of democratic voting. He reminds her that making knights fight to the death was the signature terror tactic of the previous tyrant, King Beauvoir. Carlos recalls how he and Edith overthrew that monster together through a bloody rebellion. Look at young Edith throwing bombs with aviator goggles. Now that is a rebel princess. Princess Edith Lafayette is celebrated as a genius alchemist who supplied the rebellion with deadly magical devices. Her high-tech alchemical bombs easily shattered the tyrant's defenses in blinding bursts. Even the defeated tyrant trembled, screaming that she was a terrifying demon in human disguise. Lifting her goggles, Edith thinks calling her a demon is a bit harsh. I mean, she just optimized the firepower, guys. The truth is, her incredible alchemy skills come from memories of her past life. In her past life, she was Yoo-jin, a brilliant but severely overworked TV producer in South Korea. Her senior colleague happily stole her brilliant survival show concept over a phone call. The greedy boss insisted on plastering his name all over the project. Classic corporate villain behavior, stealing all the credit. He throws her a pathetic bone, promising to list her as an assistant producer before hanging up. Yoo-jin could only watch the news in bitter silence as her boss won the Best Producer award. Distracted by her misery, Yoo-jin is suddenly blinded by oncoming truck headlights in the snow. And that is how she got isekai'd straight into this romance fantasy world as a princess. Thank you, Truck Coon, for another successful reincarnation. She woke up as a baby princess. Thoroughly annoyed by her situation, her father wept over her, promising to love her with all his life after her mother passed away. But instead of a cozy childcare story, the kingdom was immediately threatened by the tyrant Beauvoir. Realizing she was a cutthroat survival story, Edith cried. Talk about going from one stressful gig straight into another. Using her modern knowledge, she crafted magic bullet pistols, trackers, and robot defenders to survive. Eventually, the rebel forces captured the tyrant King Beauvoir and brought him to justice. With a swift, heavy slash, the tyrant's head was taken. Carlos wept tears of relief, declaring that the era of bloodshed was finally over. Let's hope he's a better ruler than the last guy. The knights celebrated, believing the horrific gladiatorial games would be forgotten forever. The infamous knight bloodbath was a twisted competition where warriors fought until only one survived. The survivor was granted the hollow privilege of serving as the tyrant's personal guard. But most winners chose suicide rather than becoming the tyrant's lapdog. That's insanely dark. Only one mysterious knight ever accepted the tyrant's offer. After endless bloodshed, Carlos eventually led his coup and slew the tyrant, but things didn't go smoothly. The greedy nobles quickly complained about the lack of luxury and wealth under the new regime. They boycotted the councils, leaving Carlos's royal authority completely shattered. Look at him face-palming. Ruling a kingdom is way harder than starting a coup. Even the commoners whispered that the new emperor was incompetent and stupid. kid. Back in the present, Carlos protests, terrified that Edith wants to bring back the monstrous bloodbath. Edith sweetly clarifies that she wants a fair, civilized tournament instead. She suggests honoring the ancient traditions of the first emperor's legendary knights. Her father's face here is priceless. He's slowly realizing she's a marketing genius. With a clever smile, she proposes the ultimate public tournament, Cartamen, a historic revival honoring the original 5 legendary equus who built the empire alongside the founding ruler. Our story picks up with the historical lore of the tournament. In the old days, a grand competition was traditionally held whenever a new emperor ascended the throne, specifically designed to select 5 elite knights to honor the founding heroes. This prestigious event was known as Cartamen. This spectacular trial isn't just a simple duel to find the knight with the greatest raw physical power. It represents a massive political showcase designed to select 5 exceptional youths who embody the very spirit and ideals of the empire. These chosen 5 literally represent the new emperor's modern coronation decree, instantly capturing the absolute admiration of the public. Every single move they make becomes the absolute talk of the town. In Edith's colorful imagination, these elite warriors are basically the medieval equivalent of highly polished idol superstars. Emperor Carlos Lafayette can only sweat in pure disbelief at his daughter's bizarre mental picture. Seriously, she is trying to turn the country's defense force into a boy band survival show. But Carlos quickly raises a practical concern, reminding her that holding a proper Cartamen traditionally requires all the high-ranking nobility to gather in one place, which is impossible since they currently refuse to even answer his official royal summons. With an extremely smug and confident expression, Princess Edith simply wiggles her finger, declaring that they don't need those stubborn nobles anyway. She proudly announces that they will bypass the corrupt nobility completely and let the common citizens vote to choose their heroes. This plan is modeled exactly after the legendary idol survival program she used to produce in her past life as Eugen. She explains to her bewildered father that if they allow the public to personally vote for the legendary equus members, the citizens will naturally form a deep emotional connection with the new royal family. Honestly, using modern audience engagement strategy to stabilize a post-revolutionary government is a top-tier big-brain move. Edith leans in close with her shining emerald eyes, asking her father if he isn't incredibly curious to see what an ideal empire chosen entirely by its own people would actually look like. Emperor Carlos sits in silent contemplation, deeply stroking his chin as he slowly realizes his daughter might actually be a marketing mastermind. Soon, official royal decrees are posted all over the city squares, announcing the voluntary return of Cartamen. Skeptical citizens crowd around the boards, whispering in utter shock about the sudden revival of a tournament that vanished 20 years ago. Many of the commoners are instantly filled with bitter anger, muttering that the royal family must think they are absolute fools. They assume this is just another sick trap to gather innocent fighters and slaughter them for noble entertainment. However, others point out that the rules of Cartamen are completely different from the previous tyrant's bloody gladiator games. A man eagerly tells his friends that a distant relative of his grandfather was once an equus who received vast lands and duke-level treatment before the tyrant's reign ruined everything. The conversation turns dark as they recall how every honorable warrior under the old tyrant was either brutally murdered in the arena or driven to take their own lives out of sheer despair. The gossiping citizens note that only one mysterious, cold-blooded knight ever survived that horrific era, and they pray that the terrifying monster won't show his face at this new event. Listening to their hushed whispers from the shadows, a mysterious, incredibly handsome young man with deep crimson eyes and pale hair stands quietly under a dark cloak. Oh, look! The brooding red-eyed dark prince has officially entered the chat. Back in the royal palace, a stressed administrator delivers some highly disappointing news to the princess, explaining that every single high-tier knight she originally scouted has flat-out refused to participate. Edith sighs heavily at her desk, realizing that the potential contestants simply don't trust the crown yet. Because of the previous tyrant's gladiator games, the kingdom is facing a severe shortage of elite fighting talent. She looks down at the pile of applications, seeing massive red rejection stamps plastered over all the most promising warrior profiles. Rising from her chair with absolute fiery determination, the princess decides that if the premium talent won't come to her, she will simply have to go out and personally recruit them herself. Her search leads her directly to the grand fortress-like coastal territory of Pius, where the roaring ocean waves crash violently against massive stone cliffs. Inside the luxurious castle, a long-haired, highly arrogant nobleman named Thierry Bourne chuckles mockingly at his desk. He holds Edith's official invitation letter, laughing that the princess must be getting incredibly desperate after his rejection. He casually tosses the royal parchment onto the floor like trash, scoffing that a public-voted competition is nothing more than pathetic child's play. Standing on his scenic balcony, the smug lord instructs his aide to tell the princess that he is currently busy performing a highly graphic execution, making it impossible for him to receive her. Thierry smiles maliciously, declaring that they need to put these arrogant new royals back in their proper place. Down below, we see the thick ropes of a torture wheel tightening around a prisoner's bound wrists. Suddenly, the muscular prisoner grunts, flexing his veins to completely snap the thick execution ropes with his sheer physical power. The arrogant lord mutters that his revolutionary efforts were never properly rewarded by the crown. Deafening crash echoes through the courtyard as the heavy wooden torture device is shattered into splinters. Thierry's smug face instantly twists into complete shock as he turns to see what happened. Standing proudly amidst the wreckage is an absolute specimen of a man with dark blue hair, a heavily scarred, incredibly ripped shirtless torso, and broken chains still hanging from his arms. His glowing golden eyes flash with pure, dangerous malice as he looks up through his messy hair. With a single effortless sweep of his arm, the towering prisoner sends several armed guards flying through the air like right ragdolls. The arrogant Lord Thierry watches in complete horror from his high balcony as the escaping prisoner easily decimates his entire security force. The muscular beast of a man sprints across the stone courtyard with blinding speed, leaving a trail of terrified guards in his wake. With a powerful leap, he launches his massive body completely over the high castle balcony railing to escape into the outer grounds. Up on the balcony, Lord Thierry screams at the top of his lungs, furiously calling his guards complete idiots for letting a single bound captive escape. Seeing the smug noble absolutely lose his mind is so incredibly satisfying. Meanwhile, down in the castle garden, Princess Edith is peacefully walking through the stone corridors when she hears the sudden, distant commotion. She looks down at her recruitment papers, noting that Lord Thierry Bourne has an absolute F rank in personality, despite his high combat stats, which is why she wanted to meet him first. Edith reasons that even if a contestant has a terrible attitude, a good reality show producer can easily use them as a villain to generate massive audience drama and high ratings. Suddenly, she hears a loud whistling noise from above, looking up just in time to see a massive, shirtless, muscular man falling directly toward her. Before she can even take a step back, the runaway prisoner crashes directly on top of her with a massive thud. The paper documents scatter everywhere into the wind as the incredibly heavy, shirtless warrior ends up lying directly on top of the poor princess. The massive warrior groans in slight pain, slowly lifting his upper body as his muscles ripple under the bright sunlight. As he pushes himself up, his face ends up mere inches away from Edith's. The two stare directly into each other's eyes as a highly romantic, sparkly shoujo atmosphere suddenly fills the air. Edith's jaw literally drops as she takes in his gorgeous golden eyes and incredibly rugged, handsome face. In her mind, she screams that this mysterious criminal's physical appearance is a certified absolute S rank. Their romantic eye contact is abruptly shattered as the guards scream in the background, declaring that the dangerous death row convict has escaped. The handsome warrior immediately springs back onto his feet, his tense posture showing he is ready to fight his way through the approaching army. But before he can take a single step, a dark, menacing aura flares up behind him as a hooded figure draws a gleaming blade, commanding him to freeze. The dark-haired warrior clicks his tongue in irritation, spinning around instantly to face the hooded swordsman. He raises the heavy wooden frame still attached to his arm, using it to block a lightning-fast downward slash from the hooded knight's blade. The wood squeaks under the immense pressure as the two powerful fighters lock eyes, testing each other's raw physical limits in a tense deadlock. Edith watches the spectacular display of power with absolute starry-eyed excitement. She is completely amazed that this shirtless prisoner can hold his ground against her elite personal escort with his bare body. She doesn't see a dangerous convict. She sees the ultimate star of her new show. Just as the giant beast of a man prepares to clash with the hooded royal escort, a desperate voice suddenly screams out from across the courtyard. A corrupt guard steps forward, holding a sharp sword directly against a trembling child's throat as the poor kid is crying. He shamelessly yells that if the escapee doesn't surrender immediately, he will murder this kid, mockingly asking if he really wants to see the boy he just saved die. The prisoner's face twists in sheer raw agony, his teeth grinding together so hard they might shatter. Angry tears of pure frustration swell in his eyes as he shouts back, demanding to know if this disgusting, cowardly hostage-taking is what they call the honorable law of Pius, after already sentencing him to death just for saving people from pirates. Wow, the hypocrisy of these local guards is absolutely off the charts today. The arrogant guard merely sneers, shouting back that a lowly, slave-born mercenary has no right to speak, declaring that disobeying the Lord's direct decree means instant death. A sudden, dark flashback reveals a black pirate flag waving high in the wind over a brilliant blue sky, showing the time when our handsome hero was originally hired by the Lord of Pius to eradicate the local seafaring bandits. While processing the captured pirate ship, the young mercenary quickly realized that the helpless hostages wouldn't actually be liberated. Instead, the corrupt lord was simply planning to turn them into personal castle slaves. Defying his direct orders, he secretly chose to cut their binds and set them free, not out of some grand heroic sense of justice, but for a deeply personal, tragic reason. Watching a tearful mother tightly hold her crying child reminded him of the painful childhood he had tried so hard to forget. Years ago, a kind grandfather had held his young self, warmly thanking him for rescuing them from bandits and promising to repay the favor, when suddenly, a brutal sword slash tore through the silence. Oh no! My tragic backstory radar is off the charts right now! Blood splattered violently across the young boy's face as he screamed out for his grandfather in absolute agonizing terror. Cruel imperial soldiers laughed mockingly over the fresh corpse, sneering that they never intended to save them, but were simply stealing the refugees to sell them into slavery for a heavy profit. Crying, the young boy wept on the cold floor as the monstrous guards remarked that his youthful body would fetch a premium price at the slave market, heating up a branding iron until it glowed a terrifying bright orange. The burning, searing iron was pressed directly into his flesh as a frustratingly painful scream echoed through the dark dungeon. Back in the present, the innocent child hostage is shaking with fear as the cold steel of the guard's blade presses closer to his throat. Recognizing that same horrific trauma in the little boy, the prisoner lets out a heavy, defeated breath, closing his eyes in sheer resignation. Slowly and quietly, the shirtless titan drops his improvised shield, walking backward to surrender himself as the princess's white-haired protector watches in silent surprise. The guards immediately tackle the muscular hero to the ground, pulling the thick ropes tight around his wrists as Lord Thierry steps out to laugh mockingly at his capture. Look at this smug lord acting like he personally defeated him when he literally had to threaten a toddler to win. Completely losing his mind, Terry points a finger and screams at his guards to break the prisoner's limbs and hurl his body into the ocean. Out of absolutely nowhere, Princess Edith pops up right behind Theory's shoulder with a sparkling, innocent expression, casually asking if they plan to hold a proper trial before the execution, sending the terrified lord jumping backward in complete shock. With a cheeky smile, she cheerily greets him, teasingly noting that since he claimed to be far too busy to meet her, she decided to bring her royal self directly to him. Edith playfully taps her chin, suggesting that if there wasn't a formal trial, they will definitely need to launch an official imperial investigation, while Thierry sweat drops and frantically stammers that the mercenary colluded with pirates. Princess Edith looks down at the captive with a sweet, questioning face, asking if there is any evidence, which prompts the prisoner to shout out that they are completely framing him. Our princess's chibi facial expressions in the background are absolute gold. Thierry furiously barks back that his word is the absolute law in Pius, and the execution will proceed, leaving the princess to hum in deep, playful contemplation. Sparkling with an angelic rose-filled background, Edith clasps her hands and brightly announces that she will simply issue a royal pardon for the handsome convict. She reminds the sweating noble that the royal family's power of pardon is absolute and valid across every single corner of the empire, leaving him utterly speechless. Desperate to keep his local secrets hidden, Thierry immediately folds, stammering that he will gladly participate in her stupid tournament as long as she stops interfering in his territory. But Edith merely tilts her head cutely, letting out a soft hum and chirping that she doesn't actually need him anymore. She flashes a radiant, highly mischievous smile, whispering that now that she has found a certified S-rank raw diamond, there is absolutely no reason to waste her time on a cheap C-rank stone. Prisoner stands tall and free, watching the mysterious royal with a highly bewildered, intense gaze. Rubbing his wrists, he looks at her directly and asks why on earth she chose to pardon a complete stranger. Edith proudly folds her arms, teasing him by asking if a proper "thank you for saving me" shouldn't usually come first. Classic K-drama female lead behavior. We love to see it. The rugged warrior stares at her in dead silence, trying to decipher her true intentions. Without a single hint of playfulness, he requests that she get straight to the point and outline the exact conditions of his sudden freedom. Edith's eyes sparkle with excitement as she notes he's surprisingly sharp, while the prisoner mutters that a favor without a catch has never once existed in his difficult life. The camera zooms in on her confident smirk as he demands to know what she expects to gain from rescuing him. Spreading her arms wide against a gorgeous backdrop of roses, Edith proudly commands him to enter the cardamom and fight his way to becoming one of the final survivors. She leans in with a big, bright grin, confirming that his participation is the one and only price of his imperial pardon. The handsome Titan lets out a slow, tired sigh, thinking to himself that if the royal family is truly so desperate for contestants that they are recruiting a former slave, he might actually have a shot at surviving. Realizing he has no other choice anyway, he nods slowly and accepts her deal, but warns her that there is one crucial catch. He grips his sleeve, declaring with absolute pride that he refuses to hide the ugly slave brand marked onto his body. Instead of being horrified, Princess Edith's eyes literally transform into sparkling diamond stars as she squeals for him to do exactly that, screaming in her mind that a raw, tragic backstory is the ultimate goldmine for generating viewer engagement. She's already editing his dramatic pre-show interview in her head. She cheerily extends her hand to introduce herself, while the hero stands frozen, completely flabbergasted that she isn't worried about the royal family's reputation. He silently stares down at her delicate, pale hand, his golden eyes wide with complete disbelief. He reminds her once again that he is a lowly former slave, asking if she is seriously trying to shake his hand, but Edith simply smiles and asks for his name. Finding her incredibly bizarre, the giant slowly reaches out his calloused hand and clasps hers. She gives his hand a firm, enthusiastic squeeze, her face lighting up with a massive, heartwarming smile. He looks down at her petite frame, his cold heart melting just a tiny bit as he takes in her warm, welcoming energy. Clenching her fist with a notepad in hand, Edith silently celebrates that the god of entertainment is clearly on her side today. Standing in the shadow, her white-haired royal escort watches the interaction, skeptically asking if she honestly believes a former slave can truly rise to become one of the legendary equus. Handing out her hand, Princess Edith calmly reasons with her white-haired escort that she only set this survival tournament condition because she genuinely believes the giant warrior has a real chance of winning. I mean, would she really go through all this trouble just to send her brand new favorite toy to a quick grave? Absolutely not. Puzzled by her chaotic logic, Dmitri pulls down his hood, his crimson eyes glowing with complete skepticism. He sighs deeply, admitting that he simply cannot comprehend what on earth Her Highness is plotting, especially since she is even recommending that a controversial figure like him participate in the brutal tournament. Hearing his immediate rejection, Edith instantly transforms into a tiny, adorable chibi, her eyes welling up with tears as she lets out a dramatic pout-pout. Dimitri's sweat drops at her sudden guilt trip, awkwardly stammering that rejecting a high-casualty deathmatch is literally the most normal reaction anyone could have. Dmitri looks away with a soft, melancholic gaze, explaining that his presence in her tournament wouldn't bring glory, but would instead become a massive, shameful nuisance to her royal reputation. Oh, great. Another highly handsome manhwa male lead with a tragic self-sacrificing guilt complex. Who could have ever seen that coming? A dark, bloody flashback reveals Dimitri's dark past as Dmitri Cassel, one of the legendary survivors of the brutal bloodbath hosted by the former tyrant. To stay alive, he was forced to kneel and accept becoming the ruthless tyrant's personal knight, leaving his reputation completely shattered. Because of that dark contract, the citizens branded him as a bloodthirsty demon who happily trampled on corpses for wealth and glory. But with a loud slam of her hand, Princess Edith violently interrupts the narrative, screaming that this entire public perception is an absolute, complete misunderstanding. She passionately argues that Dmitri never once enjoyed a single drop of luxury and was actually a terribly poor, hard-working knight who only did what he had to do to survive. Above all else, she reminds him that during the Grand Revolution, it was Dmitri himself who secretly opened the palace gates to let the rebels inside. Dmitri closes his eyes, his voice dripping with painful resignation as he explains that the public doesn't care about the truth. They only see a traitor who quickly clung to the winning side like a bat. In their eyes, he is nothing more than a spineless worm who possesses absolutely zero honor or loyalty. Refusing to let him drown in his own self-hatred, Edith lunges forward and grabs his sleeve tightly, shouting out that she doesn't think that way at all. Our princess is really putting her entire heart into saving this beautiful, tragic boy from his own inner demons. She reminds him that his secret heroic deeds are the exact reason she fought so hard to spare him from execution after the revolution succeeded, and why she begged for him to become her personal escort. She explains that she always hoped he would enter the cardamom, knowing his S-rank skills and flawless appearance are way too good to waste. Clenching her tiny fists, Edith looks up at him with wide, pleading green eyes, while Dmitri stands completely frozen under her intense gaze. The visual contrast between this tiny, sparkling princess and her giant, brooding knight is just too perfect. The artist has truly given the fans exactly what they want. She flashes him a bright, cheerful smile, telling him that she'll leave the door wide open, so if he ever changes his mind about entering the tournament, he can tell her anytime. Dmitri stares down at her in complete silence, utterly bewildered by her relentless, bubbly warmth. After a long pause, he quietly asks what kind of logical benefit she could possibly gain from having someone with such a terrible public image enter her highly anticipated competition. Edith tilts her head, her vibrant green eyes sparkling like brilliant emeralds, as she raises an eyebrow and mockingly asks if he's seriously asking that because he genuinely doesn't know his own worth. In her mind, she opens up a highly detailed, sparkling visual stat sheet of Dmitri, rating his combat skills as absolute top tier, and praising his unbelievably beautiful, tragedy-filled appearance. She fangirls over his pale skin, jewel-like crimson eyes, sharp nose bridge, and cold silver hair, labeling his looks as a certified SSSS rank masterpiece. Clenching her fists in a victory pose, Chibi Edith mentally screams that recruiting him is an absolute jackpot. She laughs in her mind, thinking that if she was still a television PD in her past life, the viewer board would literally explode from ratings if she cast him. She's literally trying to run an empire like a modern reality show. Pulling his dark hood back over his silver hair, Dmitri sighs and changes the subject, asking where they are heading next since he knows she has a long list of candidates who originally refused her invitation. Edith's face lights up with sheer, unadulterated excitement as she rummages through her leather bag, chirping that this next candidate is someone who absolutely must participate in her show, no matter what it takes. Pulled from her bag, she proudly presents a mysterious paper, claiming that this next warrior is a legendary figure who completely outclasses the corrupt Lord of Pious, and without him, the entire night tournament would lose all its color. The camera zooms in on the elegant paper, revealing the name of their highly prestigious next target, Duke David Berthier. Ooh, a duke! We are moving straight up to the high society elites now, guys. Things are getting fancy. A brilliant, glowing portrait introduces Duke David Berthier, a man hailed across the entire empire as the absolute knight among knights, standing tall as he gently polishes his pristine holy sword. Camera zooms directly in on his intense, piercing sapphire blue eye, shimmering with a cold, unyielding light of absolute focus. An ornate blue frame declares David to be the physical incarnation of chivalry, a flawless nobleman who values absolute honor, dignity, and justice above all else. Surrounded by beautiful blue roses, the legendary Duke is described as the absolute main pillar of the empire, the singular figure upon whom the entire survival of the upcoming tournament depends. Suddenly, a bittersweet flashback reveals a tall, blonde young man smiling back, gently telling a young David not to worry, promising that his older brother will easily win the tyrant's bloody brawl for their family. Kind older brother places a gentle hand on young David's head, petting his soft hair as he warmly whispers that no matter what horrific things happen from this day forward, none of it is David's fault. With a radiant, comforting smile, the brother turns back one last time, his eyes filled with absolute warmth as he repeats those gentle words, trying to protect his little brother's innocence. Suddenly, the sweet memory twists into a horrific nightmare as blood splatters violently across the screen. A dark silhouette of his brother is surrounded by terrifying splatters of crimson as a desperate voice screams out the word brother in absolute agony. In the present day, Duke David's eyes snap open in sheer, raw terror, his pupils dilated as he is violently ripped from the horrific nightmare that continues to haunt his soul. Gasping for breath, the sweat-drenched Duke clutches his chest tightly as he leans heavily against his sword. Wow, the psychological trauma in this empire is seriously off the charts. Every single handsome guy has a tragic backstory that could fill an entire library. Trying to calm his racing heart, David wipes the sweat from his face when he suddenly hears the distant sound of angry murmuring echoing up from the courtyard below. Peering through his huge office window, the Duke spots Princess Edith and Dmitri arguing with a pompous, richly dressed noble who is dramatically waving his hands around in the center of the courtyard. Down below, the arrogant Lord of Nias is shouting to the crowd, mockingly claiming that His Grace, the Duke of Berthier, has already personally declared his absolute refusal to join their stupid tournament. The camera pans down to a heavy leather boot stepping forward with a firm thud as the noble continues to brag that the Duke promised to personally cut down anyone who dared to bother him with that ridiculous cardamom ever again. A powerful, booming voice suddenly demands to know what all the commotion is about as Duke David himself walks out into the courtyard in his full, magnificent royal attire, sending the guards into a panicked frenzy. The handsome Duke narrows his cold blue eyes, dryly reminding everyone that he distinctly remembers promising to slice the person in charge of this tournament in half if they ever dared to show their face in his territory again. Against a sudden, beautifully glowing background of yellow marigolds, a sweet, angelic voice playfully calls out, asking if he is seriously planning to cut her down too. Princess Edith slowly pulls back her pink hood, flashing him a massive, heart-stoppingly radiant smile as sparkling lights dance around her gorgeous face. Honestly, the way she uses her absolute cuteness as a literal shield against cold-blooded killers is top-tier strategy. Duke David flinches in complete shock, his eyes widening to the size of saucers as a massive sweat drop forms on his temple, completely paralyzed by her sudden, dazzling appearance. Moments later, the group is escorted inside to a breathtakingly lavish parlor where David and Edith sit across from each other on plush velvet couches to discuss official business. David takes a slow, elegant breath, admitting that while he expected some persistent imperial pests, he never once anticipated that Her Imperial Highness would personally travel all this way just to meet him. Edith gracefully holds up her delicate teacup, looking at him with absolute determination as she declares that she absolutely needs the legendary Duke David Berthier to participate in the cartamen she is planning. Before the Duke can even reply, the obnoxious Lord of Nias rudely interrupts, jumping up to yell that His Grace has absolutely zero intention of participating in her dangerous circus. Dude, read the room. Nobody asked for your input. The noble furiously rants about how many honorable knights have already been sacrificed because of the previous tyrant's horrific bloodbaths, squealing that the Duke himself nearly died in those battles, so suggesting he enter another fight is an insult to his dignity. He shamelessly tries to speak for the Duke, claiming that David shares the exact same anti-imperial views as the House of Nobles, declaring that until the new emperor promises them fair treatment, the Duke will never stand with the imperial family. With a sharp clink, Duke David slams his porcelain cup down onto the saucer, coldly cutting the noble off and declaring that his words are a massive, unacceptable leap of logic. David glares at him with terrifying ice-cold eyes, warning the sweating lord that just because he has no personal interest in the new emperor, he should never make the fatal mistake of assuming they are on the same side. He exposes the corrupt faction, asking the trembling noble if he honestly thinks David is blind to the fact that the revolutionary lords are simply exploiting the innocent citizens under the guise of being heroes, while actively plotting a civil war. The Lord of Nias flinches in sheer horror, his face turning completely pale as sweat pours down his cheeks under the weight of the Duke's crushing aura. Trembling with fear, the corrupt lord frantically waves his hands to stammer out that this is all a massive, terrible misunderstanding, while David continues to glare at him with absolute, unyielding disgust. Sitting elegantly on his plush sofa, Duke David looks across the table with cold, piercing intensity. He notes that since Her Highness has traveled all this way, he wants to ask her one direct question. David leans forward slightly, demanding to know why she is suddenly reviving the cardamom, an imperial tradition that has been completely suspended for over 20 years. Edith clenches her fist with a bright, shining background behind her, cheerily declaring that her goal is to restore the lost traditions of the Empire. Sweating profusely, Chibi Edith shrinks down as she sweats and asks if that explanation was way too cliché. David just stares at her in dead silence. Honestly, her self-awareness of her own generic protagonist excuses is absolutely brilliant. David grips his sword pommel tightly, squeeze, questioning if there is really a valid reason to bring back such a bloody tournament at this point in time. Edith's expression softens as she turns her head, a quiet, contemplative sadness washing over her vibrant eyes. Looking back up, Edith takes a slow breath and calmly explains that the Empire desperately needs unity. David repeats the word unity with deep skepticism. A beautiful glowing memory panel reveals that before the tyrant Beauvoir's reign, the Imperial family used magical tools to share news in real time and reflect the citizens' opinions. Wait, they literally had magical smartphones and internet forums in the fantasy era? That's wild! Edith points her finger up with a bright, sparkling smile, declaring that she intends to bring those golden days back through her new cardamom tournament. David is left completely bewildered, asking how that's even possible. Edith explains that by installing massive broadcasting towers across the nation, people can watch the battles unfold live and vote to decide the winners. David looks down somberly, recalling how the tyrant completely destroyed those towers because he hated the citizens gathering in squares to share opinions. Edith sits back proudly, stating she will rebuild them all, while David points out that the tyrant permanently banned all broadcast magic so they could never be reconstructed. Man, tyrants really do love their media censorship, don't they? Throwing her hands up in excitement, Edith reveals her secret weapon, a newly developed alchemical viewing device that bypasses magic altogether, letting everyone watch in real time. David's eyes widen, gasp as a massive sweat drop runs down his face, completely blown away that she created a continental range device all by herself. Edith smiles warmly, reiterating that through this alchemical network, the people will finally be able to freely voice their thoughts. The scene shifts to a lively tavern where people laugh and bond over the tournament. She's literally creating a massive fantasy sports league to keep people from fighting. That is pure genius. Against a glowing floral backdrop, Edith expresses her hope that this open communication will make the citizens realize the era of fear and violence is finally over. David's eyes narrow as he gazes at his sword hilt, quietly whispers that he has exactly one condition before he agrees. Edith's eyes sparkle with absolute joy, gasp, as she clenches her fist, thrilled that he didn't instantly reject her proposal. With a sharp slide, David draws his gorgeous holy sword from its scabbard. Shring! Ooh, the legendary holy blade is finally out. Things are about to get real. David steps forward toward Dmitri, reminding everyone that his brother was dragged into the tyrant's bloody brawls in his place when they were children. He raises the gleaming blade high, tilt, explaining that although his brother was the final victor of that horrific tournament, a bloody reflection on the steel reveals young David crying, sobbing as his brother took his own life with that very sword rather than become the tyrant's loyal dog. Swinging the blade around with a fierce whoosh, David points the tip directly at the hooded Dimitri's throat. Oh my God, the tension in this room is literally suffocating. Dimitri's hood falls back as he stands completely still. Gasp as he stares blankly at the lethal blade resting inches from his neck. David declares that if Edith lets him slice the head off the cowardly knight who knelt before the tyrant, he will gladly join her tournament. Dmitri looks down in somber silence as the cold steel presses against his throat, fully prepared to take the blame for his dark past. Edith steps in front of Dmitri, panicked as she pleads with the Duke to calm down and let her explain the truth about Dmitri Cassel. David refuses to back down, stating that if she intends to protect this traitorous knight, he will have absolutely nothing to do with her cardamom. Talk about an ultimatum. He's literally making her choose between her main fighters. Edith closes her eyes, quietly muttering that if that's the case, there's absolutely nothing she can do. David flinches in surprise, gasp, as Edith walks right past his drawn sword to stand directly beside Dmitri. Placing her hand over her chest, Edith firmly declares that she has absolutely no intention of sacrificing her own knight just to get what she wants. Yes! Go off, queen. Protect your brooding giant. David stares in disbelief, asking if she realizes that losing his participation will be completely fatal to the success of her cardamom tournament. Edith calmly replies that she will bear that consequence herself. Edith turns on her heel with a swift swish-swish, bidding him farewell as she prepares to leave the estate. David's eyes soften as he watches her go, muttering as he realizes she is truly different from any noble he has ever met. He stares down at his sheathed blade, lost in deep thought as he contemplates her shocking display of loyalty. Look at that internal conflict. The legendary chivalrous Duke is definitely starting to fall for her charms. David suddenly steps forward, clatter-clatter, as he sheaths his weapon, halting her in her tracks. With absolute resolve, the Duke loudly announces that he will participate in the cardamom she is creating. Edith's jaw literally drops in complete shock. David bows his head deeply, bow, admitting that he was merely testing her character and will gladly pay for his rude behavior. A close-up of Edith's massive emerald green eye shows it sparkling with sheer, unadulterated triumph. She knew she had him hook, line, and sinker. Edith clenches her hands together with a brilliant pink-dotted background, chirping that since he's joining, she has one tiny request to ask of him. David sweats as a massive question mark pops up over his head, suddenly feeling a terrible premonition about her request. The scene suddenly shifts to David on a sparkling stage under bright spotlights, holding a microphone as the grand caption reads, "Commander of the Imperial Knights, choose your knight." Oh my God, she turned the legendary war hero into a literal idol. This is peak comedy. A giant magical screen in the town square broadcasts David smiling and asking the citizens for their votes. The crowd below whispers in absolute disbelief that the proud Duke Berthier is doing fan service. Behind the scenes, David blushes furiously as he reads the script, growl, while Chibi Edith happily writes down his S-rank stats on her visual board, completely ignoring his suffering. In the streets, citizens gossip enthusiastically, realizing that if even the Honorable Duke David is participating, this tournament must be the real deal and not some corrupt bloodbath. A public announcement explains that to prevent fraudulent voting, citizens must register their ID cards at local government offices to participate in the live polls. A handsome, dark-haired man wearing a classy monocle and vest scribbles, observing that the princess is cleverly using the Duke to force the citizens to register for national identification cards. The camera zooms in on his notebook, detailing Princess Edith's status as a genius alchemist with a demonic talent, questioning if her true goal is to restore the imperial family's absolute power. Wait, is this guy a spy or a rival PD trying to steal her show? Twirling his golden fountain pen with a sly smirk, chuckle, the mysterious man notes that Princess Edith is truly an incredibly interesting person. Wearing his sparkling white commander uniform, Duke David shines on stage, posing like a literal idol star while holding a magical microphone. Flurries of registration papers flutter down as the announcer declares that a whopping 1,000 applicants applied for the newly established cardamom, which was quickly trimmed down by half after weeding out the completely unqualified ones. Seriously, why are all the side characters in this manhwa so incredibly good-looking? The first competitor, a red-haired warrior named Killian Grush, passionately states that even for a commoner, wielding a sword in this tournament is a dream worth dying for. Up next is the charming blonde swordsman Maurice Arnaud, who softly smiles while expressing his deep desire to show his family that he, too, is allowed to pursue a grand dream. The intellectual-looking Pierre Simon pushes up his glasses, recalling his master's words that the moment a warrior picks up a sword, Carthamen is the only true destination. Hassel looks down in somber defeat, murmuring that a traitor like him entering the tournament will only bring absolute disgrace to the event. Wait, so Dimitri wasn't actually a bad guy? This plot twist is hitting me right in the feels. Edith looks at him with soft eyes, firmly stating that he is absolutely not a traitor since he opened the palace gates during the revolution. Dimitri looks away in guilt, sweating as he tries to downplay his actions, claiming he was merely a cowardly bat clinging to the winning side once the tide turned. As Dimitri flinches in surprise, Edith reveals the ultimate secret. She knows he was the undercover agent leaking critical intelligence about the tyrant Beauvoir to help the revolutionary army. Dimitri's eyes widen as he turns back to her, stuttering as he questions how she could possibly know about his secret double agent past. Oh, she has receipts. Our genius alchemist is literally a master detective on the side. Edith smiles gently, explaining that she argued against his execution because she always believed in his innocence, despite only having circumstantial evidence back then. Leaning closer, Edith asks him to use this massive public public tournament to finally clear his stained name and let the entire empire know the truth. Dmitri hangs his head in deep sorrow, sighing as he reminds her that even if he helped the revolution, countless fellow knights still died by his hands. Gently sliding her hands over his dark leather gloves, touching, Edith looks up at him with unwavering warmth and kindness. Against a backdrop of beautiful glowing flowers, Edith softly explains that reclaiming his honor is the ultimate way to pay tribute to his fallen comrades. Check out the artist's lighting in this panel. It's top tier, pure romance fantasy aesthetic. A decorative border frames Edith's final plea, welcoming Dmitri to enter the cardamom because he has every single right to challenge the legendary Equus. Looking up with newfound determination, Dmitri's red eyes gleam in silence as he quietly accepts her heartfelt proposal. The scene shifts to the massive Golden Imperial Stadium, where the final 100 elite participants have finally been selected to face the very first trial. Whack-a-mole? Is this an Imperial tournament or a local arcade festival? Dmitri reads the official instruction scroll, which states that they can use their personal weapons to show off their individual skills in a whack-a-mole event. A cute chibi illustration shows a warrior hitting cute mechanical mole dolls popping out of the ground, realizing this is just basic apprentice coordination training. A dark-haired, tanned warrior with a slave brand walks onto the arena, grumbling that this basic speed test heavily favors pampered nobles who received formal training. Looking quite serious, the former slave candidate sweats, realizing that failing this preliminary evaluation might literally get him executed on the spot. Camera pans out to show the Grand Coliseum seating area, where candidates are gathering before the trial begins. Look at the scale of this arena. The budget for this tournament must be astronomical. The candidates naturally divide themselves, sitting in cliquey groups based on their home regions and noble factions. Up on the higher seats, a blonde candidate wails in agony after losing his arm in a brutal wrestling match against an elite competitor, proving the stakes are already incredibly high. The tan slave candidate decides he doesn't need first place as long as he survives, walking over to find a quiet, isolated seat to lay low. Suddenly, a smug blonde noble blocks the empty bench with his boot, clanking, arrogantly declaring that the seat is already taken. Sarcastic. A wild, arrogant noble appeared. Classic fantasy cliche, but boy do I want to see him get wrecked. The arrogant noble waves his hand dismissively, lazily telling the slave that the neighboring seats are also completely occupied. The tan slave candidate turns his head, glaring with a dark, threatening aura as he calmly asks if the noble literally owns the entire row.
The blonde noble scoffs in disgust, mocking him for dropping honorifics and reminding him that even slaves have masters, so seats should have owners too. Noticing the slave brand on his neck, the noble loudly complains about lowborn trash joining the tournament, bragging that he would have sliced him in half if weapons weren't confiscated at the entrance. Unbothered, the tan candidate cracks his leather gloves, coolly stating that he doesn't mind fighting barehanded right now. Imagine getting intimidated by a guy with bare fists when you have a weapon. Peak comedic cowardice. The noble shrinks into a sweat-dropping chibi, tisking as he quickly backs down. As the slave candidate walks away, the blonde noble waves his fist and childishly yells at him to go find a seat with a much lower row number. Sitting down in a distant, empty section, the slave candidate sighs, worrying that being labeled a public enemy right off the bat will ruin his voting chances. Poor guy is suffering from success before he even fights. He's trying so hard to lay low. The blonde noble in the background storms off in a huff, while the slave candidate continues to stress about getting executed if he gets eliminated early. Suddenly, a massive wave of excited murmurs and whispers ripples through the Coliseum seats. The crowd of candidates stands up in absolute awe, muttering as they point toward the entrance gates. The legendary war hero, Duke David Berthier, walks into the arena looking absolutely divine in his gold-trimmed white armor. Enter the visual king. Duke David is literally carrying the entire PR department of this empire on his shoulders. A pack of eager young nobles instantly surrounds the Duke, sparkling as they shamelessly brown-nose him and ask if he remembers them. Watching the chaos from afar, the slave candidate leans on his hand, thinking that being that popular looks infinitely more exhausting than being a hated slave. David's golden eyes dart across the arena, completely ignoring his fan club as he searches the crowd for someone. His gaze locks onto the far corner of the stadium, where the slave candidate is sitting completely isolated in a dramatic spotlight of absolute solitude. Wait,
David is totally going to sit next to him, isn't he? The classic I only care about the quiet guy move.
David's brow twitches, narrowing as he spots his target and makes up his mind. Duke begins walking down the stairs, clanking with absolute purpose as the crowd watches in silent confusion. The desperate nobles chase after him, panicking and pleading with him not to walk toward the filthy slave section, offering to serve him on their side instead. David completely ignores their desperate cries, walking down the steps with long, majestic strides. David is literally walking past all the gold-digging nobles like they're NPCs. Love to see it. With a sudden heavy thud, David plops down directly into the dusty wooden seat right next to the dumbfounded slave candidate. Turning toward his new benchmate, the Duke flashes an incredibly bright, rose-blooming idle smile that practically blinds everyone in the vicinity. The slave candidate sweats as a massive question mark pops over his head, completely bewildered why the most famous man in the empire chose to sit next to a lowborn slave. The look on his face is priceless. He just wanted a quiet nap, and now he's the center of attention. Flashing with a dazzling array of pink hearts and floral effects, Duke David flashes a brilliant smile, confidently declaring that sitting next to a slave is still a far superior alternative to dealing with those insufferable brown-nosed nobles. Leaning back in sheer discomfort, the former slave candidate sweats as he looks at the golden boy, deeply disturbed by why this elite high noble is beaming so intensely and intimately at another man right out in the open. As David warmly introduces himself and asks for his name, the dark-haired warrior scratches his head in mild embarrassment, quietly muttering that his name is Cousteau. Look at David's little background sparkles. He's literally a walking shoujo manga filter. Suddenly, the playful atmosphere vanishes as David leans in incredibly close, his face mere inches away from Cousteau's, causing the tanned warrior to stiffen in utter shock. Gasping as the Duke invading his personal space catches him off guard, Cousteau's eyes widen, completely frozen by the sudden intense proximity of the legendary war hero. Whispering directly into Cousteau's ear, David subtly warns him that highly advanced recording magic orbs have been secretly deployed all across the Colosseum to capture every single detail. Oh, so that's why he leaned in. He's actually looking out for the quiet guy. Cousteau's eyes darted upward as he recalls that the official invitation did mention surveillance devices. Realizing the organizers did a stellar job of keeping them completely hidden from plain sight. A wave of cold sweat washes over Cousteau as he realizes that even the most minor provocative incidents, like his aggressive verbal confrontation with the arrogant blonde noble earlier, were likely recorded on camera in real time. Turning back to the handsome Duke, Cousteau cracks a subtle smirk, admitting that whoever David is, he has to hand it to him for being incredibly observant. Our slave protagonist is finally starting to warm up to the golden boy, and I am totally here for this bromance. David's confident demeanor instantly crumbles into sheer disbelief, stuttering as he asks Cousteau if he genuinely has no idea who he is. With a perfectly blank, unbothered expression, Cousteau simply blinks and dryly asks if David is supposed to be some sort of big deal celebrity in the empire. David's face turns bright red as he lets out a flustered chuckle giggle, completely defeated by the fact that his immense, continent-wide fame means absolutely nothing to this isolated slave. The scene transitions into a hilarious chibi visual, with Cousteau looking deeply annoyed and sweating, while David continues to happily radiate sparkly, adorable puppy dog energy next to him. Giggles. Seriously, the dynamic between a brooding introvert and a hyperactive golden retriever is peak comedy. Clanking, a dark leather boot suddenly steps onto the dusty arena sand, instantly shifting the entire stadium's atmosphere from lighthearted banter to pure dread. The surrounding candidates rise to their feet in sheer astonishment, gasping and whispering in absolute disbelief as they look toward the newly arrived competitor. Walking with slow, measured steps, a mysterious warrior draped in a heavy, dark hooded cloak enters the bright sunlight of the grand stadium, sending a ripple of shockwaves through the audience. Duke David's golden eyes narrow in sharp gravity, sweating as he instantly recognizes the hooded man's unmistakable silhouette stepping into the arena. Left completely in the dark, Chibi Cousteau scratches his head with a massive question mark floating above him, wondering on earth who this newcomer could possibly be to warrant such an intense, dramatic reaction from everyone. Watch this guy turn out to be the ultimate final boss that everyone is terrified of. Classic cliffhanger setup. The story suddenly flashes back to a few days prior, revealing a private, beautifully lit chamber adorned with glowing white lilies, where a firm voice announces his final decision to join the cardamom. Turning his head slightly, the striking white-haired knight, Dmitri Castle, looks back with a solemn and heavy gaze, his piercing red eyes reflecting a lifetime of guilt
and internal conflict. Dmitri passionately explains that he must enter the public tournament to properly honor the memories of those who fell by his own blade, prompting Edith to stand up in joy, praising his courageous resolve. Just clenching his gloved fist in absolute determination, Dmitri adds a strict condition. The public and the tournament participants must never find out that he secretly aided the revolutionary forces. Sighing with a deeply concerned expression, Edith listens as Dmitri points out that the public would never believe a self-proclaimed traitor, and any attempt by her to shield him would only tarnish the tournament's integrity. Dmitri is literally sacrificing his own path to redemption just to protect Edith's reputation. That is incredibly noble. Nodding in quiet agreement, Edith softly reminds him that while they can temporarily hide his heroic deeds to protect the event, the absolute truth cannot remain buried in the shadows forever. Dmitri looks forward with unwavering resolve, firmly stating that once the perfect moment finally arrives, he will gladly step forward and reveal the entire truth to the Empire himself. Returning to the present, the furious candidates instantly erupt into vicious jeers, screaming and cursing at the hooded Dmitri, calling him a spineless dog of the fallen tyrant. Watching the dramatic spectacle unfold, Cousteau leans back and casually observes that this newcomer seems to be attracting way more public hostility and hatred than a branded slave like himself. David's mind briefly flashes back to his recent conversation with Edith, recalling her urgent plea that Dmitri has deeply personal reasons for entering and must be given a fair chance to clear his name. Scoffing in pure disgust, the arrogant nobles continue to throw insults at Dmitri as he walks past them, questioning how a shameful traitor could ever hope to restore his fallen honor in a sacred trial. Cousteau examines Dmitri with a highly analytical gaze, thinking to himself that while this handsome knight is carrying a massive dark past, his raw physical presence and overwhelming power make him a terrifying force to cross. Cousteau has that protagonist instinct. He can instantly measure a warrior's power level just by looking at them. Folding his muscular arms, Cousteau smirks to himself, humorously wondering which of them will end up being the most universally hated competitor by the time this tournament ends. Sitting right next to him, David silently stares down at Cousteau with an incredibly intense, piercing gaze, as if trying to decipher the true strength hidden beneath the slave's calm exterior. Clanking on the stone steps, a pair of pristine, elegant white leather shoes step into the spotlight, instantly silencing the chaotic uproar across the stadium. Basking in a glorious rainbow-colored aura of dazzling stage lights, the beautiful Edith Lafayette descends the grand stairs, leaving the entire crowd of candidates in absolute awe. With a bright smile and holding a glowing blue magic microphone, Edith warmly welcomes the audience, while the candidates whisper in amazement at seeing the legendary genius alchemist in person. Gesticulating with absolute grace, Edith enthusiastically announces that she will first introduce the esteemed and elite judging panel who will oversee the grueling tournament. Whew, the artist really went all out with Edith's design. She looks like a literal idol hosting a grand concert. Emerging from the shadows of the upper balcony, 3 imposing, heavily armored warriors stand in dramatic silence, instantly triggering a massive wave of shocked whisters among the candidates. Confused by the sudden dramatic shift in the arena's mood, Chibi Cousteau crosses his arms with giant question marks swirling around his head, completely clueless about the identity of these new judges. Leaning closer to his oblivious benchmate, David's expression turns deadly serious as he prepares to explain the legendary history of the fearsome knights standing above them. A grand historical illustration displays the legendary Valkyria Knights, an elite imperial order composed entirely of formidable female warriors who were brutally stripped of their titles and exiled by the tyrant Beauvoir. The historical recap shows the exiled knights kneeling before Carlos Lafayette, secretly persuading him to take the throne, and standing at the absolute vanguard of the bloody revolution. Guys, this is some top-tier lore. A banished sisterhood of knights returning to overthrow a tyrant is incredibly badass. With Carlos's eventual victory, the legendary Valkyria Knights were brilliantly reinstated to their former glory, their fame and prestige soaring to unprecedented heights across the entire empire. The gorgeous red-haired Amant Bakate, captain of the Valkyria Knights, steps forward to introduce herself, flashing a confident smirk while coolly telling the participants that she expects them to show their absolute best. Standing beside her, the sharp and intellectual vice-captain Inez Pertot is introduced, her piercing blue eyes radiating an aura of cold, uncompromising discipline. Playful, blonde-haired knight Mila Pond waves at the crowd, cheerfully warning the candidates to work extra hard if they want to avoid getting scolded by their strict captains. The entire Coliseum erupts into a massive wave of thunderous applause and wild cheers. Clap, clap, clapping as the legendary female knights take their seats on the judging panel. Raising her magic microphone with a radiant smile, Edith enthusiastically declares that the highly anticipated first-round induction assessment will officially begin, starting with candidate number 1. Up on the elite seating benches, the intellectual-looking warrior Pierre Simon stands up, pushing his spectacles up his nose with complete, unshakable composure. Walking down the steps with absolute confidence, Pierre makes his way toward the center of the arena as the surrounding nobles watch in tense anticipation. Pierre stands firmly before an imperial servant holding a velvet tray, his eyes locking onto a thick, gold-threaded leather whip presented to him as the chosen weapon for the trial. A whip! This whack-a-mole event is about to get incredibly wild. I can't wait to see how he uses that to clear the test. Walking down the long, dark corridor towards the brightly lit arena stage, Pierre Simon steps into the dazzling spotlight. Pierre crosses his arms, thinking to himself that a simple, childish game of whack-a-mole is highly insulting to a candidate of his caliber. This guy really thinks he's too good for the basic training tools, doesn't he? Comparing the trial to a mere trivial arm wrestle, Chibi Pierre lets out a nervous chuckling while trying to maintain his aristocratic dignity before the audience. Smirking with a sly grin, Pierre plans to bypass the childish nature of the game and use it to put on a grand show of his elite martial arts. He truly believes first place is already his. Screaming at the top of his lungs, Pierre's arrogant expression instantly shatters into pure comedic terror as the actual trial begins. Talk about an instant reality check. Dodging for his dear life, Pierre barely evades a massive spiked log that swings across the corridor, realizing far too late that this is no ordinary apprentice playground. Yelling in absolute panic, Pierre runs as fast as his legs can carry him to stay ahead of a massive stone boulder chasing him down the track. The artist basically turned this into an Indiana Jones movie, and I am absolutely here for it. Gasping heavily as he leans against the stone wall, Pierre tries to catch his breath, thanking his lucky stars that he somehow survived the initial wave of death traps. But his relief is incredibly short-lived as a giant wooden mallet comes smashing directly into his backside, sending him flying forward in agonizing pain. Groaning, Pierre face-plants onto the dirt while a massive cartoonish mole pops up from the underground slot with a squeaky sound. That is peak comedy right there. Up in the high judging booths, the gorgeous Edith Lafayette sighs in deep embarrassment, wondering how the candidates managed to turn a mole-catching game into a game of catching themselves. Giggling behind her gloved hand, Captain Amant Baquet finds the entire spectacle hilarious, while Edith dryly notes that out of dozens of participants, barely a handful have performed properly. Edith explains that the whack-a-mole test was designed specifically to screen out empty vessels who only learned regional martial arts styles for show without possessing any actual battlefield adaptability. Sweating as she watches another candidate get brutally battered by the wooden moles, Edith laments that the Coliseum has turned into a massive gathering of useless empty vessels. She is brutally honest, and I love her for it. Recalling the few decent runs, a brief memory displays the pink-haired participant confidently slicing through the incoming obstacles with his massive greatsword. The judges also note the unique warrior from a fishing background who elegantly threw a heavy fishing net to successfully trap the chaotic moles with perfect precision. Pierre's initial whip display is shown, where he initially looked incredibly stylish, cracking his weapon to keep the moles completely at bay. Edith acknowledges that watching Pierre use his whip like his own fingers was highly entertaining and impressive at first. Too bad everything went completely downhill after that spectacular opening. Funny chibi illustration displays the great destruction that followed, with various noble candidates screaming as they get launched into the air by swinging logs and massive boulders. Stumbling back onto the main stage, a heavily bruised and disheveled Pierre tries to salvage what little remains of his shattered noble pride. Pierre desperately makes excuses, stuttering that he simply hadn't warmed up properly yet and made a minor, completely understandable mistake. Captain Amant looks down from her seat and dryly suggests that since he must be fully warmed up by now, he should gladly go back and run the trap-filled course all over again. She completely called his bluff. Staring with a terrifyingly cold, red-eyed gaze, Amant demands to know exactly when he will be ready, if not today, tomorrow, next month, or perhaps in a year. Pierre freezes completely in terror, gulping, as the crushing aura of the legendary Valkyria captain leaves him utterly speechless and trembling. Leaning on her hand, the vice captain Inez Partot coldly asks Pierre why on earth he even bothered to participate in this prestigious tournament in the first place. Pierre desperately clutches his chest and shouts that as a noble who understands true honor, it is only natural for him to dream of becoming a glorious imperial knight. Looking down at him from their elevated platform, Inez questions if he truly wants to be a knight, to which Pierre enthusiastically agrees, claiming he has never seen a cooler job. Inez narrows her eyes and dryly asks if he would instantly abandon his dream if the path of a knight turned out to be anything but cool. This kid is getting absolutely dismantled by the judges. Mila Pond leans forward with a serious expression, explaining that a knight's reality consists of getting brutally wounded every single day and constantly being drenched in sweat. Amant and Inez chime in, pointing out that Pierre clearly entered the arena without even understanding what a true knight is, and questioning if he has ever practiced proper training in his life. Blushing in deep humiliation, Pierre's face turns bright red as his entire identity is systematically torn apart in front of the entire Colosseum. Amant turns away with a sigh and suggests that they should quietly discuss the candidates' final grades among themselves without wasting any more of their valuable time. Whispering behind their hands, the judges reveal the embarrassing truth that Count Mengcho only entered the cardamom for the prize money to pay off his massive debts. Edith Lafayette examines the official evaluation papers, her expression remaining completely stoic as she prepares to announce the final decision. Pierre stands in agonizing silence, swallowing as he awaits the official verdict that will determine his standing in high society. Pierre's eyes widen in sheer horror as a massive digital C grade appears above him, sending shockwaves of utter disbelief through his entire body. Tier 5? That is the absolute lowest passing tier. His social life is officially over. Erupting in a furious tantrum, Pierre screams in pure outrage, demanding to know how they could give him a Tier 5 after all the massive fortunes he spent on his weapons and outfit. Grabbing his arms with absolute authority, the imposing arena guards instantly step forward to restrain the hysterical noble and drag him off the stage. Desperately thrashing in vain, Pierre is dragged away into the shadows, screaming his lungs out as the screen officially confirms his embarrassing Tier 5 status. The remaining candidates sitting on the stadium benches watch the tragic spectacle unfold in complete stunned silence, fully realizing the brutal standards of the judges. Edith pinches her forehead, sighs in deep exhaustion as she laments that the Empire's pool of skilled knights has dried up completely due to the tyrant's historic knight bloodbath. An informational screen explains that the early stages of this survival game are designed to introduce the candidates' unique personalities and archetypes to the viewing public. By showcasing various personalities like the charming noble or the tragic hero, the tournament aims to leave a lasting impression on the citizens of the Empire. Looking at the endless pile of Tier 4 and Tier 5 failure profiles, Edith sweat in pure panic, realizing that if this trend continues, the entire tournament will end up as a complete disaster. Walking forward with heavy, confident strides, a highly anticipated warrior finally approaches the arena gate, instantly shifting the atmosphere. Finally, the real heavy hitters are stepping up to save this show. Mila Pond smiles brightly and happily points out that they finally have a competitor stepping forward who might actually meet their incredibly high expectations. Draped in a magnificent white and gold uniform, Duke David steps into the bright sunlight, his stunning appearance sending a massive wave of excitement through the crowd. Amant observes that the young Duke looks incredibly relaxed, while Mila cheerfully laughs that there is absolutely no reason for the legendary Great Duke David to be nervous. Coldly resting her chin on her hand, Inez Partot dryly remarks that you never truly know what will happen in the arena, reminding them that even the most skilled monkeys can fall from trees. Cheerfully cheering up in her seat, Mila waves a promotional flag with David's face, while Edith smiles widely, planning to use his high-tier performance as the perfect teaser to make some absolutely stellar television. Standing in the middle of the massive stone labyrinth, Duke David remains completely unfazed as he begins scanning the path ahead, holding his legendary weapon with absolute grace. Stepping forward with calm and measured strides, David moves with the utmost confidence, showing absolutely no fear of the hidden hazards waiting around the corner. Slashing through the air with dazzling speed, David effortlessly cleaves a fast-rising wooden mole in half, sending beautiful blue mana butterflies fluttering all around the corridor. Now that is how you start a trial in style. Gasping in sudden shock, Captain Amant leans forward in the judging booth, her eyes widening as she immediately recognizes the elite technique behind his movements. Striking a magnificent combat stance as glowing white rose petals swirl around him, David executes the legendary high-class swordplay of Sir Hugo Berthier with flawless precision. Gleaming under the arena lights, the weapon's guard reveals a gorgeous blue lion crest, which the spectators instantly recognize as Sir Hugo's legendary family heirloom, the Sword of the Blue Lion. Focusing intently on his next move, David bears a striking resemblance to his late brother, perfectly recreating his legendary sibling's peerless swordsmanship for the entire Colosseum to witness. Talk about carrying on a heroic legacy. Watching the massive broadcast screen, Edith realizes that David didn't just showcase top-tier skills, but he also successfully crafted an incredibly touching narrative that will captivate the hearts of the public. Shredding on an imaginary guitar in absolute triumph, Edith is on cloud nine, reading her evaluation papers and proudly boasting about her flawless eye for scouting legendary talent. Let's be real, she's definitely taking all the credit for his hard work. Glancing over toward the host platform, the three elite judges maintain their professional composure, ready to deliver their official evaluation of the Duke's masterful performance. Staring with a completely silent and analytical gaze, the strict vice captain Inez Partot closely reviews her notes, keeping everyone in suspense as they wait for the final score. Speaking clearly into her glowing microphone, Edith prepares to announce the monumental score that everyone in the Colosseum has been eagerly waiting to hear. Bowing with absolute grace, David respectfully thanks the panel as a giant glowing announcement declares him the very first Tier 1 candidate of the tournament. A perfect score for a perfect performance. Clapping in unison, the amazed noble crowd erupts into a thunderous ovation, thoroughly impressed by the young Duke's display of combat mastery. Sitting high up on a luxurious golden throne reserved for the elite, Duke chuckling softly to himself as he rests his chin on his glove. Sweating as she looks down at the next entry on her list, Edith's triumphant Entering the stone corridor, a ruggedly handsome warrior named Cousteau steps onto the field, causing Edith to panic as she wonders why this unpredictable wild card had to show up now. Wait, don't tell me he's going to ruin her perfect television broadcast? Gasping in pure disbelief, Edith stares at the broadcast screen, completely baffled by the fact that Cousteau has entered a deadly trap-filled maze bare-chested and completely empty-handed. Trembling in deep anxiety, Edith sweats profusely, listening to the judges whisper about his complete lack of gear and dreading how brutally they are about to tear him apart. Gulping hard as her imagination runs wild, Edith can already picture this poor, defenseless guy getting absolutely decimated by the Colosseum's unforgiving death traps. Strolling through the stone maze as if he were taking a peaceful walk in a public park, Cousteau shows a level of tranquility that borders on absolute madness. Flinching in slight surprise, Cousteau barely reacts as a massive wooden mallet suddenly shoots out from the stone wall, aiming directly for his side. Talk about a wake-up call. Tracking the incoming threat with incredibly sharp reflexes, Cousteau looks up to see a heavy stone projectile flying straight toward his face at terrifying speed. Clutching her head in pure panic, Edith screams at the top of her lungs that he is completely doomed, since dodging a projectile at that close range is practically impossible. Grabbing the flying boulder directly out of the air, Cousteau defies all laws of physics by stopping the lethal projectile with his bare gloved hand. Now that is some serious main character energy right there. Squeezing the solid stone ball tightly, Cousteau reveals heavy battle scars on his wrists, hinting at a very dark and dangerous past. Throwing the captured stone with immense force, Cousteau perfectly throws the boulder to smash a lethal arrow midair, shattering both obstacles into tiny pieces. Staring with wide, unbelieving eyes, the three strict judges are left utterly speechless by the candidate's jaw-dropping display of raw strength and timing. Whispering frantically among themselves, the spectators wonder if this was all a calculated plan, while some snobbish nobles dismiss him as a mere brute using mindless force. Swinging a massive wooden mole like a makeshift shield, Cousteau expertly blocks another incoming threat, thoroughly thrilling the crowd with his wild improvised combat style. Grinning with absolute confidence, Kostu flexes his heavily scarred arms, proving that he doesn't need fancy weapons when his own body is a lethal instrument. Blushing bright red, Edith's heart skips a beat as she watches his ruggedly handsome display, suddenly finding herself completely captivated by his wild charm. Oh, looks like someone just got a massive new crush. Smiling directly at the cameras, Cousteau stands victorious with a broken wooden mold tucked under his arm, exuding the undeniable star quality of a true arena favorite. Standing before the towering judges' podium, Cousteau calmly clasps his hands behind his back, waiting to receive his official evaluation from the panel. Questioning with a highly curious expression, Mila leans forward and asks Cousteau what on earth gave him the crazy idea to enter a deadly labyrinth without a single weapon. Lecturing the candidate with a serious gaze, Amant explains that rules are rules, and entering the trial completely unprepared will inevitably result in a heavy penalty. Admitting the harsh truth with a completely straight face, Cousteau explains that he spent every single coin he had just to travel to the capital, leaving him completely broke. Well, that is a brutally relatable reason. Declaring with absolute authority, Amant points out that a proper knight must possess armor, a weapon, a horse, and chivalry, meaning Cousteau lacks every single one of those basic requirements. Shrugging, adjusting his sole shoulder guard, Cousteau honestly states that he wanted to acquire those things, but a poor guy like him simply couldn't afford them. Snickering behind his gloved hand up on his golden throne, Duke David looks down on Cousteau, thoroughly amused by the commoner's embarrassing lack of funds. Questioning further, Amant asks if he at least possesses any formal training in swordsmanship or spearsmanship, to which Cousteau calmly answers that he doesn't know any. Wow, he is just digging his own grave at this point. Whispering behind their hands, the three judges huddle together to debate the chaotic candidate's final standing, while Cousteau stands waiting in silence. Reaching for the official deliberation sheet, Edith prepares her vocal cords to deliver the judge's final, highly anticipated verdict. Gasping in pure astonishment, Edith's eyes widen as she reads the final tier assigned to the broke, weaponless commoner. Flashing on the overhead screens, a massive Tier 2 rank is officially awarded to Cousteau, sending a wave of absolute shock through the arena. Tier 2? Without any weapons or formal training? Bowing in deep gratitude, a thoroughly surprised Cousteau stutters out his thanks to the judges, thrilled to have cleared the trial with such an incredibly high rank. Pondering the reality of their society, Edith reflects on how the prestigious path of knighthood has always been an exclusive playground reserved only for the wealthy elite. Walking away with a triumphant smile, Cousteau embodies the perfect underdog champion, destined to rally the overwhelming support of the empire's lower classes. This is where the real revolution begins. Inez is shown leaning forward, her eyes glittering with analytical curiosity. She whispers to herself that this wild newcomer definitely has talent, admitting she would love nothing more than to train him properly under her own strict supervision. Up in the noble stands, a pompous blonde lord is practically shaking with pure envy. Grimacing in utter disgust, he can't wrap his head around how a broke commoner managed to secure a Tier 2 rank, which is actually higher than his own score. Cousteau plops down onto his assigned seat, a giant goofy grin plastered across his face. Laughing in pure delight, he notes that sitting in a luxurious Tier 2 chair feels completely different from anything he has ever experienced. Looking down at the lower seating sections, Cousteau realizes he has officially outperformed a bunch of wealthy, entitled aristocrats. Thinking deeply to himself, he concludes that this entire tournament is actually far fairer than he originally assumed. Cousteau suddenly shifts his gaze upward, locking onto the majestic golden throne reserved for the absolute top-ranked contestants. Whispering with a spark of raw ambition in his eyes, he wonders if he might actually be able to sit in that prestigious top chair one day. Look at our boy Cousteau already aiming for the stars. Honestly, you've got to love his absolute lack of fear. The visual tension in the air instantly spikes as Duke David's cold, piercing gaze locks onto Cousteau's defiant eyes. Staring in absolute silence, neither warrior blinks, setting up an unspoken rivalry that will surely shake the entire Colosseum. A fiery aura of pure determination erupts behind Cousteau as he pumps himself up for the battles ahead. Shouting with absolute passion, he vows to climb his way up to Tier 1 using nothing but his own bare hands. Overhead, the magical tournament records flutter through the air, revealing the diverse backgrounds of the top contestants. Valedictorian Olivier secures a solid Tier 2, while a kind-hearted orphanage director named Raphael has somehow claimed a perfect Tier 1 score. Sifting through the remaining participant profiles, the strict judges find themselves thoroughly unimpressed by the incoming lineup. Muttering with a disappointed sigh, Mila notes that the remaining candidates seem incredibly underwhelming compared to the early standouts. Edith tries her absolute best to lift the heavy mood by reminding the panel that they are finally down to the very last candidate of the day. Smiling with forced optimism, she completely ignores Inez, who thinks the gloomy atmosphere isn't right for such cheerfulness. Sweating in anticipation, Edith carefully lifts the final contestant's profile sheet, her hands trembling slightly as she prepares to introduce the most controversial figure of the entire tournament. Pressing the glowing microphone to her lips, Edith addresses the massive, eager crowd echoing through the arena. Speaking with professional poise, she requests the final candidate to step forward onto the field. Trust Edith to keep her television voice on point, even when she's internally screaming. That is the mark of a true professional broadcaster. The three elite judges lean forward, their expressions instantly hardening as they watch the entrance gates. Gasping in collective surprise, they recognize the dark, heavy aura of the mysterious warrior currently stepping into the light. A wave of pure, unadulterated hostility sweeps over the crowd as a heavily hooded figure emerges. Shouting at the top of their lungs, the furious spectators throw insults, calling him a traitorous bastard and the tyrant's loyal dog. Slowly lowering his dark hood, the warrior reveals a strikingly handsome face, framed by silver hair and piercing crimson eyes. The magical screen glows to display his notorious name to the entire Coliseum, Dimitri Cassel, the infamous 100th candidate. Standing alone in the cold stone corridor, Dimitri grips his elegant golden bow, trying to mentally prepare himself for the lethal trial ahead. Shivering with hidden anxiety, his tense posture doesn't escape the watchful eyes of the broadcast crew. Staring intently at her monitor, Edith bites her lower lip, her heart aching slightly for the heavily criticized young man. Praying silently, she desperately hopes that Dimitri won't make a single mistake under such extreme pressure. The trial begins, and a massive wooden trap swinging from the ceiling rushes directly toward Dimitri's position. Reacting with split-second timing, he calmly raises his bow to execute a perfect countermeasure. Locking onto his target, Dimitri's crimson eyes gleam with absolute focus as he pulls back the heavy bowstring. Gritting his teeth, he channels his inner strength, preparing to release a single decisive shot. With the swift release, the arrow shoots through the air, heading straight toward the mechanism of the swinging trap at a terrifying speed. Whoa, did you see that clean form? Dimitri might be a controversial figure, but his archery skills are absolutely top tier. Up in the broadcast booth, Edith gasps in sheer terror, instinctively covering her mouth as the massive wooden trap crashes down, seemingly about to crush the young archer. Dimitri leaps high into the air, using his bow to deflect the splintering debris of the shattered trap. Crashing around him, the heavy log smashes into the stone floor, completely failing to touch a single hair on his head. Dimitri fires multiple arrows in rapid succession while suspended gracefully in midair. Shooting with peerless accuracy, his projectiles streak across the stone corridor to neutralize every hidden threat. Two skull-shaped targets are instantly obliterated as Dimitri's golden arrows pierce them dead center. Snapping with immense force, the targets shatter into pieces, proving his marksmanship is second to none. Landing gracefully on his feet, Dimitri completes his rapid-fire run without sustaining a single scratch, his breath coming in steady, controlled patterns. Standing victoriously amidst a magical shower of glowing blue petals and white lilies, Dimitri slowly exhales. Panting softly, his ethereal beauty leaves the entire stadium momentarily spellbound. An absolute silence falls over the colossal stadium as the dust finally clears. Staring at the screen, the entire crowd is completely paralyzed by the sheer brilliance of his performance. Breaking the silence, a few arrogant, jealous, noble spectators quickly try to downplay his incredible feat. Snickering behind their hands, they dismiss his masterclass performance as a mere cheap trick that anyone could easily pull off. Oh, please. These fragile, noble egos are actually hilarious. If it's so easy, why don't you jump down there and try dodging a giant swinging log yourself? Back in the announcer's box, Edith lets out a massive, dramatic sigh of relief, placing her hand gently over her racing heart. Exhaling with a soft smile, she is just glad he made it through the dangerous labyrinth alive. Dimitri stands before the high podium of the elite judges, his expression completely unreadable as he awaits their official questioning. The three judges stare down at him with intense, unblinking eyes, their professional composure masking the heavy thoughts swirling in their minds. Leaning forward, the stern Judge Amant breaks the silence, asking him clearly what his true motivation was for entering this highly competitive tournament. Dmitri looks him dead in the eye and calmly states he joined solely to gain his own self-acknowledgement. Gasping in surprise, Edith looks on, deeply moved by his raw honesty. Naz inquires further, asking if his motivation means he simply cannot accept the person he currently is. Nodding solemnly, Dmitri confirms her suspicion without a single shred of hesitation. Mila's lips curl into a smug, highly provocative grin as she prepares to ask the most dangerous question of the day. Whispering with a playful glint in her eyes, she steps right onto the conversational landmine. Oh boy, Mila's about to stir up some major drama. You can practically see the mischief radiating off her screen. Mila asks point blank if he deeply regrets having served as a loyal knight to the former tyrant emperor, sending a shockwave of tension through Ines and the rest of the panel. Dmitri stands perfectly still under the blinding spotlight, the heavy silence stretching on as everyone in the Colosseum waits for his fateful answer. Edith's heart pounds in her chest as she silently begs Dmitri to swallow his pride and just say he regrets it to save his reputation. Trembling, in deep anxiety, she desperately hopes he won't be stubborn. Close up on Dmitri's lips, they part slightly as he prepares to deliver his highly anticipated answer. Whispering the first syllable, the entire Colosseum hangs on his every word. Mila's confident grin instantly falters, her eyes widening in sheer disbelief at the words beginning to echo from the stage. Edith's jaw practically drops to the floor, her eyes wide with complete shock as she realizes what Dmitri is about to say on live television. Dmitri honestly admits that he would be lying if he claimed to regret his past actions, stating that even if he were to go back in time, his ultimate decision would remain exactly the same. Surrounded by a bittersweet aura of white flowers, Dmitri declares with absolute conviction that his choice would never change, standing proud of his past loyalty. The Colosseum instantly erupts into a violent frenzy of anger as the spectators begin throwing crumpled paper trash at him. Shouting in absolute fury, they label him a disgusting, unrepentant traitor. Clutching her head in pure, unadulterated frustration, Edith groans loudly at his complete lack of self-preservation instincts. Dmitri, I respect the absolute loyalty, but buddy, you're on live TV, read the room. Despite the chaotic riot in the stands, Dmitri calmly turns around and walks away, leaving a legacy of flawless combat skill that easily ranks among the absolute best of this year's contestants. A dark, heavy transition panel appears, bearing the ominous, chilling words, "However, he possessed one fatal flaw." Inez addresses the crowd with her booming microphone, acknowledging that while Dmitri's martial performance was impeccably fine, there are other factors to consider. The glowing magical announcement screen displays the final verdict, reminding everyone that a true knight's virtues are never evaluated by raw martial prowess alone. Dmitri stands in quiet dignity as the envious spectators mock him from the stands, fully aware that no matter how perfectly he performs, he will always bear the inescapable heavy label of a traitor. And there it is, the classic societal bias crushing our talented silver-haired boy. Let's see if Dmitri can eventually prove all these haters wrong in the next round. Sitting side by side on their grand ceremonial chairs, the silver-haired Dmitri and the dark-haired warrior sit in a heavy, loaded silence. Resting his gloved hands on his lap, Dmitri keeps his eyes locked forward, completely ignoring the intense gaze of the man beside him. Staring intently at Dmitri's sharp profile, the dark-haired warrior finds himself completely unable to look away, his mind swirling with unexpected concern. He admits to himself that it's highly unusual for him to be worrying so deeply about a fellow competitor in this cutthroat tournament. Smiling with a subtle, self-deprecating smirk, the dark-haired man wonders if this strange, protective instinct is simply because he sees far too much of his own past self in Dmitri's isolated, defiant figure. Looks like we have a sympathetic rival who knows exactly what it's like to be the black sheep of the family. Turning his head with lightning speed, Dmitri suddenly locks his piercing crimson eyes onto his neighbor, catching him completely off guard. Flinching with visible sweat on his brow, the dark-haired warrior quickly freezes, embarrassed to have been caught staring so blatantly. Up on his high, illuminated throne, the blonde crown prince sits in absolute cold detachment, purposefully averting his gaze from the two competitors below. Looking up with a subtle question mark virtually hovering over his head, Dmitri can't help but notice the prince's deliberate, icy silence. Staring forward with unblinking, heavy eyes, the blonde prince maintains a flawless, emotionless mask, refusing to acknowledge any of the drama unfolding right in front of him. Oh, look at His Highness over there, pretending he doesn't see a single thing. You could literally cut the tension in this room with a... Gracing the arena floor with her ever-radiant smile, Edith holds up her glowing microphone to announce the grand conclusion of the grueling cardamom induction assessment. Beaming with endless professional charm, she raises the crowd's energy to a fever pitch. Extending her hand gracefully toward the massive arena stands, Edith prepares to unveil the highly anticipated rewards waiting for the successful candidates. She explains that the focus will now shift to revealing the exclusive perks assigned to each specific rank. Whispering among themselves, the noble spectators lean in with intense curiosity, repeating the word perks as they try to guess what kind of special treatment the high-ranking knights will receive. Trust these greedy nobles to immediately perk up the second there's talk of exclusive handouts. Stepping onto the presentation platform, a row of grand, glowing boots signals the arrival of the legendary armor sets prepared specifically for the contestants. The heavy metal clatters rhythmically, drawing every single eye in the Colosseum to the brilliant stage. Standing in a pristine, glittering line, a magnificent array of plate armor from gold to dark iron is presented to the astonished audience. Edith explains that while every single candidate will receive armor, the overall quality and protective grade will be strictly determined by their final assessment rank. Highlighting the radiant, shimmering golden chestplate of rank 1, Edith boasts that this top-tier defense is sturdier than the heaviest fortress shields. Shimmering under the bright stadium lights, she adds that despite its unparalleled density, it is incredibly lightweight to ensure maximum battlefield mobility. Shifting the magical display to show the silver, red, blue, and lastly, the flimsy bronze sets, Edith's tone turns significantly more serious. She explains that as the rank drops lower, the armor's defensive capabilities, durability, and craftsmanship will fall drastically. Talk about a brutal class system. They are literally giving the lower ranks cardboard to fight in. Grumbling with mounting outrage, the lower-ranked noble contestants immediately voice their deep frustration, calling the system blatant discrimination. They argue that sending rank 5 warriors into battle with practically scrap metal paper makes the outcome of the tournament entirely predetermined. Sensing the rising tide of discontent in the massive stadium, Edith quickly raises her microphone to deliver a soothing countermeasure. Smiling brightly, she reveals that to balance the playing field, the organizers have prepared highly specialized training programs for every single rank. Panoraming over the massive Colosseum floor, a giant, complex stone labyrinth pattern is revealed to the audience. Edith announces that during this specialized training, the contestants will be taught a revolutionary, highly secret sword style. Edith proudly announces that this peerless martial art was independently developed by the legendary Valkyrian knights themselves. Pointing toward the platform, she reveals that the students will be taught directly by the elite female judges standing before them. Gasping in absolute disbelief, the spectators in the stands erupt into a flurry of whispers, calling it a once-in-a-lifetime honor to learn directly from the Valkyria elite. Suddenly, all those whiny nobles forgot about their terrible armor and are ready to sign up immediately. Talk about an easy crowd to please. Drawing her elegant, slender blade with absolute grace, the fiery red-haired judge Inez steps forward to initiate the demonstration. Edith requests the crowd to focus every shred of their concentration on the flawless movements about to be displayed. Glowering with a piercing golden yellow light, Inez's eyes narrow as she locks onto her invisible target, her focus turning the entire stadium air completely freezing. Slicing through the empty space with mind-boggling velocity, Inez executes a series of dazzling consecutive sword arcs that leave blinding trails of white light in their wake. Her execution is so flawless that it looks more like an elegant dance than a lethal combat technique. Leaping gracefully through the air, Inez lands a final decisive strike, her long red ponytail whipping wildly as she masterfully sheathes her blade to conclude the breathtaking demonstration. Wow, her form is absolutely insane! No wonder she's one of the top elite judges in the whole whole empire. Sweating in sheer disbelief, the dark-haired competitor mutters that the complex technique is so absurdly difficult that they are essentially being told to just stick their necks out and die. Mumbling quiet, rapid calculations under his breath, Dmitri slowly raises his gloved hands, his fingers tracing the exact mathematical arc of Inez's sword path in the air. Watching him from right behind, his dark-haired rival looks on with a completely dumbfounded expression. Staring with laser-sharp focus, Dmitri's eyes trace the lingering path of the sword, his mind instantly memorizing the complex coordinates. The dark-haired warrior's jaw practically drops as he realizes Dmitri is literally copying the legendary Valkyria style just by watching it once. Gazing at Dmitri's absolute genius, the dark-haired rival is struck by a wave of cold sweat, internally concluding that Dmitri might actually be able to perfectly mimic the legendary style in his very first try. Ha! Talk about an absolute cheat code protagonist. While everyone else is complaining, Dmitri is out here casually downloading the file. Beaming with absolute enthusiasm, Edith asked the crowd if their hearts are already pounding at the mere thought of mastering such an esteemed legendary sword style. Blinking in complete paralyzed shock, several noble candidates stand frozen, their minds completely fried by the sheer complexity of the moves they just witnessed. Cutting through their despair, Edith cheerfully chimes in that there is still one more critical rule to announce. Winking charmingly at the camera, Edith reveals a massive twist, stating that based on their performance and attitude during this training, their ranks can be demoted or promoted at any moment. Flashing onto the massive display screen, the official seal of the Cardamom induction assessment marks the formal end of the opening ceremony. Edith warmly thanks all the candidates for their tremendous effort, officially closing the assessment phase. Finally, the boring talking part is over. Now let's get to the actual action. Clacking against the cold stone floor, the elite Valkyria judges turn on their heels and march out of the Grand Colosseum, leaving behind a lingering aura of absolute authority. Sighing in deep fatigue, a group of tired noble candidates slumps on the stone benches, whining about how brutal the first day has been and desperately wishing they could just go home to rest. Slamming a heavy metal greave onto a table, a candidate groans that he desperately needs to get some sleep immediately before his muscles completely fail him. Gasping in absolute horror, the complaining candidates freeze as a shadow falls over them, their faces turning completely pale as they realize something terrible is coming. Oh boy, these lazy nobles really thought they were getting a 5-star hotel break. Welcome to the real world, boys. Marching into the dark corridor, Inez stands at the head of her fully armored knights, her voice booming as she commands that special training will begin right this instant. Reacting to the sudden announcement, the blonde prince, the dark-haired warrior, and the silver-haired Dmitri all narrow their eyes, instantly shifting back into high-alert combat mode as the pressure intensifies. Carrying heavy stacks of steel chest plates, the palace attendants move swiftly through the crowd, instructing every single candidate to properly equip their designated armor and head directly to their training grounds. Struggling to lift his bright red armor plate, a contestant looks around with a completely panicked expression, horrified that they aren't even being allowed a single second of rest. Narrowing her glowing yellow eyes, Inez issues a chilling warning, stating that any slacker who arrives last at their designated training ground will face an immediate, permanent demotion in rank. Shouting at the top of her lungs, Inez barks the start order, sending a massive shockwave of panic through the arena as candidates frantically scramble to strap on their heavy gear. Nothing like a little threat of demotion to get a bunch of lazy nobles moving. Look at them running like their hair is on fire. Smirking with a highly predatory grin, Inez watches the chaotic scramble with immense amusement, clearly enjoying the absolute terror she has unleashed upon the coddled contestants. Standing completely alone in the center of a colossal, dimly lit training hall, Inez crosses her arms patiently, waiting to see who will be the very tapping her fingers against her armored arms. Inez maintains her stoic, imposing stance, her sharp eyes fixed on the distant entrance gate as the seconds tick away. Sprinting at breakneck speed, several high-ranking candidates in gleaming gold and silver boots dash down the stone corridor, desperately trying to avoid being the last one to arrive. Panting heavily as he finally stumbles into the training hall, the dark-haired warrior's eyes widen in complete shock as he realizes almost all the other competitors have already arrived and are fully dressed. Fumbling desperately with the straps of his heavy breastplate, the dark-haired warrior sweated profusely, muttering in pure frustration that he has absolutely no idea how to put this incredibly complex gear on by himself. Aw, look at him. A fearsome warrior defeated by a simple leather strap. We've all been there, buddy. Jumping in sudden fright, the dark-haired man quickly turns his head as a smooth, calm voice suddenly whispers right next to his ear, asking if he needs some expert assistance. Standing with a smug, exceptionally charming smile, the blonde crown prince looms over him in his magnificent, flawlessly polished golden rank 1 armor, looking like a literal god of war. Blushing with a flustered expression, the dark-haired warrior frantically waves his hands, claiming he can handle it on his own. Stepping closer with an amused grin, the blonde prince tells him it's completely obvious he's struggling. Reaching out his golden armored hand, the blonde prince gently grabs the strap of his chest plate to help him buckle it. Oh my goodness, the chemistry here is absolutely off the charts. Are we watching a deadly survival tournament or a hidden romance manhwa? I am totally here for it. Leaning over him with a highly suggestive proximity, the handsome blonde prince positions himself directly behind his rival. The dark-haired warrior freezes up completely, his nervous sweat sliding down his cheek as the prince's hands effortlessly guide the heavy armor plates into place. Clicking with a satisfying resonance, the prince's gold-gauntleted fingers skillfully latch the leather straps of the heavy steel chest plate. The craftsmanship of the prince's armor is so incredibly detailed that it contrasts sharply with the dark-haired competitor's plain, worn-out gray gear. Groaning under his breath, the dark-haired warrior turns his face away, unable to maintain eye contact as his cheeks turn a bright shade of crimson. Giggles. Honestly, the romantic tension in this training hall is so thick you could cut it with Inez's legendary sword. This is supposed to be a brutal survival assessment, but these two are out here shooting a whole romance drama. Smirking with absolute self-satisfaction, the blonde prince stands incredibly close, clearly enjoying how easily he managed to fluster the otherwise stoic and fearsome warrior. The contrast between the prince's absolute poise and the rival's pure panic is truly hilarious to witness. Whispering directly into the dark-haired warrior's ear, the prince playfully lets him know that the complex armor is finally all buckled up. The sheer closeness of their faces makes the poor warrior's heart beat like an absolute bass drum, his posture turning stiff as a board. Stepping back with an effortless, dazzling smile, the prince casually dismisses any need for gratitude, his hand gesturing with absolute noble grace. The dark-haired warrior can only stare back in stunned silence, his mind completely overwhelmed by how casually the Empire's crown prince just served as his personal squire. Striding toward the exit, the prince's golden armor catches the dim hall light, making him look like an untouchable god of war as he walks away. You have to hand it to the prince. He knows exactly how to make an unforgettable exit after completely breaking his rival's stoic composure. Staring at the retreating back of the blonde royal, the dark-haired warrior mutters in absolute confusion, trying to decipher what the prince's true intentions could possibly be. His brow furrows deeply as he tries to shake off the lingering warmth of the prince's close touch. Standing at the very front of the massive training hall, the fiery red-haired judge Inez projects her powerful voice across the stone pillars, demandingly asking if every single candidate has managed to arrive. Narrowing her glowing golden yellow eyes, Inez scans the assembled candidates with absolute coldness, warning that anyone who failed to meet the strict time limit will face immediate consequences. The atmosphere in the hall instantly drops to sub-zero as her piercing gaze locks onto the terrified crowd. Slamming down with a terrifying echoing boom, the massive metal bars trap the latecomers in the dark corridor, their faces pale with pure dread. Well, talk about a zero-tolerance policy. If you can't even put your pants on fast enough, you get immediately thrown down to the absolute bottom tier. No mercy in the Valkyria Academy. Whispering in absolute disbelief, several high-ranking candidates point toward a prestigious noble who got caught outside, shocked that even a Tier 1 candidate was demoted 2 entire ranks in an instant. The dark-haired warrior's eyes widen as he witnesses the sheer ruthlessness of Inez's judgment. Sighing in deep relief, the dark-haired warrior glances over at the Golden Prince, realizing with a wave of cold sweat that he would have been locked behind those very gates if it weren't for David's timely assistance. He resolves that he must find a proper opportunity to thank the prince later. Raising her hand high to command absolute order, Inez loudly announces that the practical sword training will commence immediately, directing everyone to utilize the next few minutes for individual practice before they are called up one by one. Muttering in complete despair, a pair of golden armored candidates complain that expecting them to perfectly recreate Inez's incredibly advanced sword dance after seeing it just once is an absolute impossibility. Oh, look at these poor little rich boys whining because their expensive tutors didn't prepare them for actual genius-level combat. Welcome to the real world, gentlemen. Leaning her flawless cheek against her gloved hand, a beautiful blonde noblewoman watches the unfolding chaos from the grand balcony above, a subtle, highly intrigued smile playing on her lips. Gazing down at the training grounds, the elegant young lady with captivating emerald green eyes looks incredibly serene, her presence radiating a quiet authority that contrasts sharply with the sweaty, panicked scramble of the candidates below. Standing before a grand, sunlit window, a handsome black-haired man in a formal vest and spectacles is questioned by an unseen figure about the absolute seriousness of his controversial actions. Tapping his hand firmly against a detailed manuscript on the wooden desk, the intellectual young man makes his stance absolutely clear, refusing to back down from the truth. Look at that gorgeous, detailed art style. The artist really went all out to make a simple manuscript reveal look like an epic dramatic turning point. Displaying the bold, controversial headline, the manuscript asks a chilling question. Is the legendary Cardamom assessment a true salvation, or is it merely another horrific, state-sanctioned bloodbath designed to sacrifice young warriors? Speaking with absolute conviction, the dark-haired intellectual Norman adjusts his thin glasses and states that he has merely penned the absolute, unvarnished truth of what he witnessed with his own two eyes. Slamming his fist onto the desk in absolute panic, the newspaper's chief of publication shouts in a trembling voice, asking Norman if he has already forgotten the horrific atrocities committed during the reign of the fallen tyrant. Visualizing a dark, blood-spattered memory of a rebel warrior chained to a dungeon ceiling, the chief frantically warns that publishing such a provocative piece will bring the ruthless imperial knights straight to their doors to drag them all to the torture chambers. Yeah, because nothing says freedom of the press quite like being chained to a cold wall and whipped to a pulp. You can't blame the boss for being absolutely terrified here. Grimacing as he recalls his own narrow escape from that very dungeon, Norman's expression turns incredibly dark, his lips tightening as he prepares to deliver a powerful response to his terrified boss. Glowering with absolute determination, Norman proudly declares that when he survived those horrific cells, his very first vow was to never let sheer fear become a tool that obscures the truth from the public. Pleading with a highly desperate expression, the chief reminds Norman that he is the absolute pillar of their entire newspaper and the most trusted writer in the empire, pleading him to consider the devastating repercussions of this publication. Turning his head with a solemn, piercing look, Norman rhetorically asks the chief why their publication is named Justice and Truth if they're going to turn a blind eye the absolute moment things get slightly dangerous. Sliding the controversial manuscript forward, Norman firmly states that if any problems arise from this piece, he will take absolute independent responsibility to ensure the newspaper itself suffers zero blowback. Bowing slightly with a highly intense, pleading gaze, Norman stands surrounded by beautiful, glowing orange roses as he implores the chief to officially approve his daring manuscript for printing. Clashing in a chaotic symphony of metal, the candidate knights practice their moves back in the grand training hall, their heavy breastplates clattering as they swing their swords. Narrowing his sharp golden brown eye, the dark-haired warrior carefully analyzes the chaotic training grounds, trying to find a viable way to master the complex technique in the limited time remaining. Check out the dramatic close-up on his eye. This is the classic calculating protagonist shot right before he pulls off some crazy unexpected maneuver. Observing the crowd's movement, the dark-haired warrior realizes that almost all the lower-ranking candidates have frantically gathered around the few elite nobles who actually managed to memorize Inez's moves. Splitting into exactly two massive groups, the desperate candidates crowd around the brilliant gold Prince David and a highly skilled blonde noble practitioner, hoping to catch a glimpse of their flawless form. Sighing as he stands completely alone, the dark-haired warrior decides against pushing his way through the massive, suffocating crowd around David, feeling too proud and exhausted to join the frantic scramble. Boasting with an incredibly smug grin, the blonde noble practitioner, Kilman, effortlessly spins his sword, claiming that Inez's technique is incredibly similar to his own faction style, as his loyal followers shower him with endless praise. Great. Another arrogant young master who thinks he's the gift to swordsmanship. I'm sure nothing bad will happen to his giant ego during this tournament. Watching the smug noble's flashy display from a distance, the dark-haired warrior maintains a stoic, unreadable expression, refusing to be intimidated by the noisy crowd. Analyzing the rapid blade movements, the dark-haired warrior notes that while Kilman's replication is incredibly fast and looks impressive to the untrained eye, it is actually riddled with several minor, critical flaws. Shouting with absolute malice, a loyal follower of Kilman suddenly points a finger at the dark-haired warrior, loudly demanding to know why a filthy former slave dares to spy on their master's elite swordsmanship. Sneering with a highly indifferent expression, the dark-haired warrior turns his back, coldly stating that Kilman's style is hardly groundbreaking enough to spy on, before telling them to have fun playing amongst themselves. Oh, burn! He casually walked up, analyzed their elite technique, called it basic, and walked away like an absolute boss. Talk about emotional damage. Striding away from the fuming nobles, the dark-haired warrior leaves the angry crowd behind, his calm demeanor infuriating them even further as Kilman watches him go with a highly tensed posture. Grimacing as he walks, the dark-haired warrior internally notes how ridiculously cliquish and hostile these noble factions are, realizing he desperately needs a training partner if he wants to avoid a demotion. Looking back at the massive swarm of candidates surrounding the prince, sighs. The warrior sighs, knowing he has absolutely zero chance of getting any quiet, focused practice over there. Resolving to take a completely different path, a clever smirk plays on the dark-haired warrior's lips as he spots a highly promising, solitary figure standing near the far wall. Spotting silver-haired genius Dimitri practicing alone with absolute precision, the warrior realizes there is exactly one highly skilled person left who isn't surrounded by a chaotic crowd. Approaching the quiet silver-haired youth, the dark-haired warrior casually asks Dimitri if he would be willing to help him practice the complex sword technique, causing Dimitri to gasp in sudden surprise. Stuttering with wide, bewildered chibi eyes, Dimitri points to himself in complete disbelief, asking if the fearsome warrior is actually talking to him, while the warrior calmly compliments his solid swordsmanship. Oh my goodness, the chibi art style shift here is absolutely adorable. Dimitri went from a calculating genius to a startled little kitten in a split second. Blushing as he returns to his normal, highly elegant form, the silver-haired genius looks incredibly flustered, his beautiful red eyes wide with absolute astonishment that anyone would voluntarily approach him. Wondering if Dimitri's silent hesitation is due to prejudice, the dark-haired warrior's expression turns slightly cold, silently questioning if this silver-haired prodigy also harbors a deep disdain for former slaves. Waving his hands in absolute panic, Dimitri quickly stammers that he is more than happy to teach him, while the dark-haired warrior tells him he has complete freedom to refuse if he doesn't want to. Smiling with absolute relief, the dark-haired warrior beams at the unexpected agreement, while Dimitri looks back with a highly serious, intense expression, asking if the warrior is absolutely confident he won't regret choosing him as a teacher. Oh boy, the contract has been sealed. Our legendary duo is finally teaming up, and I can't wait to see them absolutely dominate the next phase of this assessment. Standing in the quiet, sunlit training hall, the white-haired cadet Dimitri calmly questions why his companion would ever regret simply learning a new sword technique, warmly assuring him that he doesn't harbor a single shred of regret. Transitioning into an incredibly adorable chibi form, the white-haired youth beams with sparkling energy, eagerly shouting that he is ready to help him, while his sweat-dropping partner internally wonders why the guy coaching him seems 100 times more hyped than he is. Staring at his companion with wide, baffled eyes, the brown-haired cadet completely freezes, trying to process why Dimitri is suddenly overflowing with such intense, sparkling passion for basic training. Exhaling a warm, heavy breath, huff, as he prepares to demonstrate, Dimitri adjusts his position in his gleaming metal armor, softly instructing his friend to closely follow his lead so he can fix his improper posture. Clumsily stepping into the stance, the trainee awkwardly swings his practice sword wind, nervously looking back at Dimitri to ask if he is holding the pose correctly. Honestly, watching these two bond over sword training is so wholesome, it's practically illegal. Bringing their focus down to the absolute basics, Dimitri reaches forward to adjust the trainee's heavy metal gauntlets, clank, as they firmly grip the hilt of the training sword. Standing closely behind his friend to offer hands-on guidance, Dimitri calmly explains that the left pinky should barely hook on to the very edge of the hilt to maximize control and balance. Continuing his detailed explanation, Dimitri gently guides the trainee's hand, instructing him to relax his right thumb and index finger so they rest lightly against the weapon. And meanwhile, Duke David is standing nearby completely seething with jealousy because he firmly believes his own royal swordsmanship is vastly superior. Watching David's ego get bruised in real time is always a visual treat. Desperately trying to score some cheap brown-nosed points, another nearby cadet quickly strikes a pose and loudly calls out to Duke David, asking if his stance is perfect. Completely ignoring the side chatter, Dmitri keeps his hands firmly over the trainee's gauntlets, patiently aligning his body to ensure the perfect striking angle. But the precious coaching session is abruptly cut short, prompting Dmitri to sigh in disappointment, while the trainee laments that he felt like he could have mastered the technique perfectly with just a couple more tries. Come on, give him 10 more minutes. They were finally getting somewhere. Turning back with a gentle, reassuring smile, Dmitri warmly admits that it's a bit of a shame, but notes that they have to move on to the official evaluations. Standing at the center of the spacious training grounds with her arms crossed, the strict red-haired instructor raises her voice, commanding Duke David to step forward first. Stepping up with immense, arrogant confidence, Duke David launches forward, unleashing a rapid, blinding series of slashes, slash, through the air to show off his elite skills. Watching his performance with a keen, highly analytical gaze, the red-haired instructor nods in mild approval, mentally noting that David's style is almost a perfect replica of her own refined swordsmanship. Next up, the instructor calls out for Raphael Laurent to take the stage, prompting the nervous, yellow-armored cadet to march forward with tense, clanking strides, step. But disaster strikes in an instant as a training sword slips and violently clatters, clang, onto the cold stone floor. Talk about an absolute training hall nightmare. Shaking uncontrollably in pure panic, tremble, a heavily sweating Raphael stares down at his empty hand, completely humiliated, while the instructor glares at him with utter disappointment. Raising her voice in absolute fury, the strict instructor calls his performance an absolute mess, aggressively declaring that she deeply regrets ever awarding him a Tier 1 ranking before ordering him to get back in line immediately. Walking away with his head hung in deep, crushing shame, Raphael retreats, while the instructor loudly reminds the entire class that there is no such thing as an eternal Tier 1. Watching the brutal verbal beatdown from the sidelines, the brown-haired cadet shiver in pure dread, admitting that just watching the evaluation is enough to make him freeze. Sudden tension fills the training hall as the red-haired instructor's sharp golden eyes narrow in an intense, piercing glare, scanning the remaining cadets. Feeling the crushing weight of her gaze, the young brown-haired trainee flinches in pure terror. Gasp, as his turn is finally called. Stealing his resolve, the young cadet tightly clenches his gloved hand grip around the hilt of his training sword, determined to prove his worth. Stepping forward, he unleashes a powerful, calculated swing that slices beautifully through the air. Executing his footwork with near-perfect precision, his boots slide across the stone floor as he drives his momentum forward. In a spectacular display of coordination, he leaps and spins through the air, executing a flawless, sweeping arc with his blade that stuns the onlookers. Wow, look at the fluidity of that animation frame. Dmitri's secret tutoring session paid off big time. Completing his final stance, the young cadet stands breathless as the red-haired instructor calmly approaches, her stern expression slightly softening. Crossing her arms, she acknowledges his effort, noting that despite his lack of formal background, he actually managed to memorize all the intricate movements. However, she sternly reminds him that swordsmanship isn't just about memorization, and that he must fully ingrain it into his muscle memory to survive real combat. Bowing his head low in deep respect, the trainee politely thanks her, promising to apply himself even harder in his future training. Of course, the toxic peanut gallery of arrogant cadets can't help but snicker, mockingly whispering that a former slave shouldn't expect to magically learn master-level swordsmanship. These guys are seriously begging for a main character reality check. Walking up with a warm, comforting smile, Dmitri instantly brushes past the haters to gently tell his friend that he did an absolutely fantastic job. Softly patting his shoulder, pat, Dmitri kindly reassures him not to be disappointed, encouraging him that he will do even better next time. Blushing slightly from the unexpected support, the trainee playfully nudges Dmitri's hand away, telling him to worry about his own upcoming evaluation instead. Suddenly, Duke David pops up in an incredibly sparkly chibi form, confidently flashing a smug thumbs up as if he personally orchestrated the entire training success. Staring at the bizarrely proud Duke, the brown-haired cadet sweat drops in pure confusion, internally wondering what David's weird deal is today. Honestly, Duke David is quickly becoming the ultimate ultimate comic relief character of this entire Academy arc. The atmosphere shifts back to serious business as the instructor loudly calls for Dimitri to step forward for his official evaluation. Stepping onto the center stage with a quiet, unmatched grace, Dimitri fluidly draws his blade, striking a jaw-droppingly perfect stance that radiates absolute mastery. Smiling warmly, the strict instructor highly praises his incredible form, joyfully declaring that Dimitri's swordsmanship is easily elite enough to be ranked as Tier 1. Hearing the prestigious praise, Dimitri's face completely lights up, his red eyes sparkling with pure, unbridled joy as a brilliant smile spreads across his face. But the next segment of group training quickly devolves into absolute chaotic comedy as the other cadets flail around like wild monkeys, getting yelled at for dying instantly in mock combat. Sweat dropping in utter confusion, the red-haired instructor watches the chaotic display, deeply puzzled by why so many beginners have suddenly developed the exact same weird sword habit. When the whole class copies the wrong homework, things go downhill real fast. Next up, the instructor calls out for Kilman, prompting the green-haired cadet to confidently step forward while flashing a flashy theatrical sword swing. Striking an incredibly dramatic, over-the-top pose, Kilman swings his sword back and forth, completely convinced that he is the most elegant warrior in the room. The red-haired instructor's eyes instantly widen in sheer horrified disbelief as she witnesses his bizarre movements. Wiping a bead of sweat from his forehead with a smug grin, Kilman proudly finishes his stance, expecting a massive round of applause for his mastery. But his smugness instantly evaporates into pure, trembling shock as the instructor drops a cold, blunt comment that leaves him completely frozen in confusion. Pointing an accusatory finger, the instructor flatly reveals that she finally figured out why all the beginners had the same weird, terrible habits. They all copied them directly from him. Kilman can only scream in panic, desperately arguing that his swordsmanship is absolutely flawless. Shouting at the top of her lungs, the fierce red-haired instructor Inez completely shreds Kilman's fragile ego in front of the entire assembly, demanding to know who gave him the absolute audacity to arbitrarily alter her precise sword techniques by adding useless, flashy pacing. Trembling as the surrounding candidate knights begin to whisper mockingly behind his back, Kilman's face turns bright red as he desperately stammers that the elite pious faction insists this flashy method is how true high-class swordsmanship should always be executed. Glowering with flashing golden eyes that could freeze fire, Inez stands proudly before a grand imperial banner, loudly reminding the entire crowd that they are here to master the legendary swordsmanship of Valkyria, fiercely asking Kilman if this place looks like his pampered little faction. Narrowing her fierce golden eye in an intimidating close-up, Inez coldly states that Kilman's entire approach to the blade is fundamentally corrupted, declaring that any style relying entirely on flashy, showy tricks is ultimately a hollow shell that reveals absolutely nothing. Flinching as his eyes widen in pure shock, Cousteau stands in absolute silence as Inez bluntly suggests that if Kilman wants to pull such useless garbage, he might as well take a page out of Cousteau's book. Wait, did Inez just use Cousteau as a positive example to roast a high and mighty noble? Oh, this is pure gold. The ultimate former slave is better than new reality check. Shivering with absolute shock, as purple lightning practically crackles behind his utterly shattered expression, Kilman watches in horror as Inez praises Cousteau for diligently focusing on the core principles of Valkyria's swordsmanship without any arrogant deviations. Stepping away with a completely defeated posture, Kilman drags his sword along the stone floor as the surrounding candidates continue to gossip relentlessly about his massive public fall from grace. Trembling with absolute boiling fury, Kilman's face flushes a deep crimson as he grits his teeth, his pride utterly decimated by a common instructor in front of the very peers he sought to lead. Chatting amongst themselves, the exhausted candidates gradually begin to disperse from the grand training hall, calling out tired farewells as they prepare to head back to their quarters for the night. Twitching his ears as he listens closely, Cousteau overhears a pair of passing nobles happily mentioning that the administration is offering free overnight accommodations for all tournament participants right next to the special training grounds. Grumbling with a highly irritated pout, Cousteau internally curses his luck, realizing his dream of having a peaceful, empty room all to himself is completely ruined because these wealthy nobles refuse to sleep in their own lavish homes. Poor Cousteau just wanted some peaceful introverted time, but nope, the rich kids are invading the free dorms like they're on some budget-saving camping trip. Sobbing in a dimly lit corner of the hallway, a silver-haired noble candidate covers his face in absolute despair, prompting passing trainees to wonder why a skilled warrior who received high praise from Sir Aemon is weeping like a child. Pondering this strange sight, Cousteau instantly remembers that the weeping silver-haired boy is Pierre, the highly capable elite noble who secured the coveted first-place seat during the initial evaluations. Wailing in a highly theatrical display surrounded by sparkly roses, Pierre desperately weeps into his golden gauntlets, lamenting that his performance wasn't perfect and wishing his master were there to crack a whip at him as a sign of encouragement. Turning his head away in sheer psychological horror, Cousteau's face turns pale as he sweat drops, internally screaming about what an absolute masochistic psycho Pierre truly is. Whipped as encouragement? Yeah, that's not training, Pierre. That's an extreme case of Stockholm Syndrome. No wonder Cousteau is looking at him like he's a certified lunatic. Tiptoeing away as fast as his boots can carry him, Chibi Cousteau sweat drops in a state of quiet panic, wisely resolving to stay as far away from Pierre's bizarre, whip-loving personality as humanly possible. Writing with absolute focus, a stunning blonde princess with vibrant green eyes gazes down from a high balcony overlooking the vast Tier 5 training grounds, carefully documenting the candidate's progress. Shouting with relentless energy, a bright yellow-haired candidate named Maurice Arnaud happily cheers on a sweat-drenched trainee, encouraging him to keep up the fantastic work. With a brilliant wide smile, the charismatic Maurice waves up at the balcony, enthusiastically declaring his goal to climb all the way to Tier 1, while the blonde princess quietly continues taking notes. Scribbling in her detailed leather notebook, the princess records Maurice's name and notes his role as a brilliant mood maker, deeply questioning why the incredibly wealthy heir to the prestigious Arnaud Merchant Guild is participating in this brutal tournament. Oh, look at that! The princess is essentially running a full-blown fantasy scouting report. Maurice may act like a bubbly cheerleader, but being a rich merchant heir means he's probably got some massive hidden agenda. Giggling with her hands pressed against her rosy cheeks, a cheerful blonde trainer in full armor sarcastically encourages the candidates to keep up their current pace so they can all ride the express train to immediate elimination together. Gasping in absolute unison, the trainees freeze in place with terrified chibi expressions, their souls practically leaving their bodies as they realize their trainer is happily anticipating their utter failure. Clicking away in a dark blue-hued study, the brilliant blonde princess sits before a glowing holographic interface, working diligently long after the sun is set. Sighing with heavy bags under her eyes, the princess adjusts her glasses, staring at the screen in complete exhaustion as she notes that her endless administrative work is finally nearing its completion. Tapping her index finger with a highly anticipation-filled gaze, she prepares to execute her final command, hovering directly over the glowing blue enter key. Thudding face first onto the hard wooden desk, the princess collapses in absolute exhaustion, letting out a pathetic groan as she finally finishes her grueling workload. Even royalty isn't safe from the absolute horror of a 9-to-5 desk job. That heavy, I'm finally done with my spreadsheet collapse is something we can all deeply relate to. Running at an absolute sprint down the palace hallway, a panicked messenger rushes toward the princess's private office with extreme urgency. Slamming the heavy double doors open, the frantic advisor, Frederick, bursts into the room clutching a freshly printed newspaper, loudly screaming that they have a massive, unprecedented crisis on their hands. Waving her hand dismissively without even lifting her head from the desk, the sleep-deprived princess groans that whatever the problem is, her severe lack of sleep is a vastly superior issue that must be addressed first. Banging his hand firmly onto her desk, Frederick forcefully shoves the paper in front of her face, frantically explaining that a highly malicious, devastating column about the Cardamom assessment has just been published. Jumping upright with wide, bloodshot eyes and a highly comical trail of drool escaping her mouth, the princess screams in absolute shock, demanding to see the article that dared to leak before its scheduled release. Wait, is she actually drooling while screaming about imperial secrets? Talk about waking up on the wrong side of the bed and immediately choosing violence. Rustling the newspaper violently as she holds it up to her face, the princess trembles in complete stunned silence as she rapidly scans the highly controversial contents of the front page headline. Gulping as he watches her intensely dark reaction, Frederick sweats profusely, his voice trembling as he carefully asks his royal mistress if she is mentally stable. Cackling with sudden hysterical glee, the princess throws her head back and unleashes a wild, villainous laugh, leaving a completely horrified Frederick to wonder if the sudden shock has completely broken her mind. Chuckling with a highly sinister sparkling grin, the princess removes her glasses and proudly declares that this critical column is an absolute godsend, ecstatically realizing they just received massive empire-wide marketing without spending a single penny. She's not mad, she's absolutely ecstatic. This girl has the soul of a true marketing genius. Why pay for advertisements when a controversial journalist will generate millions of views and free drama for you? Speaking with a highly bewildered expression, Frederick reminds her that Norman is the most influential writer in the empire, whose pen can easily shift public opinion. While the princess deviously notes, she knows his reputation as the champion of the common people all too well. Whispering with a highly intense glowing gaze, the princess folds her hands beneath her chin, coldly ordering Frederick to personally ensure this controversial newspaper is distributed to every single newsstand across the entire empire. Gasping in absolute disbelief, Frederick leans in close, asking her if she has lost her mind by letting the imperial family actively distribute a column that directly criticizes their own regime. Smiling with absolute confidence, the beautiful princess beams, explaining that by allowing the critique, the public will finally believe the crown has abandoned its former path of tyrannical censorship, effortlessly boosting their own program's popularity in the process. Absolute chess master moves right here. She's turning a massive PR crisis into a masterclass on free speech and branding. Norman thought he was attacking the empire, but he just became their top influencer. Creaking open the door of his quiet dormitory, Cousteau steps outside under the warm, glowing evening light, deciding that staying in his cramped, noisy room would only result in a restless night. Stretching his arms high above his head to loosen his tight muscles, Cousteau holds his practice sword, resolving to utilize this quiet night to squeeze in one final focused training session when no one else is around. Chattering loudly in the distance, Cousteau's jaw drops in complete disbelief as he enters the grand training hall, only to find a massive crowd of highly dedicated candidates already swinging their swords like absolute training monsters. Calling out in sudden recognition, a familiar silver-haired figure in a loose white shirt turns around with a bright, sweat-drenched smile, immediately spotting Cousteau standing near the entrance. Chuckling as they approach one another in their matching white training shirts, Dmitri playfully points a finger at Cousteau, teasingly asking if he also suffered a highly tragic fate tonight. Crying river-like cartoon tears as a dark purple aura surrounds them, the two boys look completely devastated as they instantly realize they both suffered the ultimate tragedy of being ruthlessly kicked out of their own rooms. Look at these two beautiful, tragic introverts sharing a single brain cell. Getting kicked out by noisy roommates is the ultimate universal pain, no matter what fantasy realm you live in. Sighing in absolute defeat. The two young warriors sit side by side on a long wooden bench, looking incredibly tiny and pathetic within the massive empty training hall. Sparkling with massive glittering red chibi eyes, the adorable Dmitri leans in close, eagerly asking Cousteau to confirm if he was also brutally evicted by his roommates. Sweating profusely as his chibi face turns slightly pale, Cousteau awkwardly avoids eye contact, deeply embarrassed by how quickly Dmitri managed to read his tragic situation. Coughing loudly to clear his throat, Cousteau proudly crosses his arms and turns his head away, stubbornly claiming that he absolutely was not kicked out of his quarters. Silence echoing in his tragic flashback. Cousteau remembers the painful moment he tried to introduce himself to his roommates, only to be met with a soul-crushing silence that forced him to walk out on his own. Oh no, the silence was so loud it physically forced him out of the room. That is the absolute peak of social awkwardness. Can someone please give our poor boy a giant hug already? Muttering under his breath while bathed in a single comical spotlight, poor Cousteau sulks that he was the absolute only trainee to get kicked out of his room, while behind him, Dmitri watches with an annoyed sighing expression, thinking his new friend is being incredibly dramatic. Grabbing Cousteau's collar with a bright smile, Dmitri drags him along with high energy, cheerfully shouting that they should train together and begging Cousteau to teach him a confusing sword stance. Smiling with a bright, glittering face and rosy cheeks, Dmitri looks unbelievably soft under the golden training hall light, radiating a pure and innocent aura that makes him look completely harmless. Staring at the silver-haired boy with deep suspicion, Cousteau's brain short-circuits as he wonders how someone with such an infamous reputation as a dangerous traitor could possibly be this nice and gentle. Honestly, Dmitri's public relations team must be absolutely crying. The guy went from feared threat of the empire to overly enthusiastic golden retriever in a single afternoon. Demonstrating the correct form, Cousteau holds up his practice weapon, carefully explaining the exact movement that should follow a forward thrust, while Dmitri watches intently. Swinging his heavy sword downward with dynamic force, Cousteau executes the stance perfectly, showing off his clean and disciplined martial arts fundamentals. Freezing in complete shock, Cousteau's face drops as Dmitri blithely comments that despite all his practice, Cousteau's skills really aren't improving at all. Wow, talk about a brutal, emotional, critical hit. He didn't just step on Cousteau's pride, he did a whole tap dance on it with a cheerful smile. Pondering with a brilliantly flowery background, Dmitri tilts his head and wonders aloud if Cousteau's stagnation isn't actually due to a lack of practice, but rather a complete lack of basic talent. Pouting with a highly grumpy, chibi expression, Cousteau realizes with extreme irritation that Dmitri's terrifying infamy across the empire was probably earned entirely because of his brutally honest, savage mouth. Gasping as a loud, clumsy yell echoes across the training hall, the two boys instantly stop their banter and turn around to locate the source of the sudden noise. And stumbling forward with a loose and highly unstable posture, Maurice Arnaud swings his wooden sword with absolute zero coordination, sweating profusely under his heavy breath. Look at this man. Maurice Arnaud was supposed to be a wealthy merchant heir, but his swordplay looks like he's trying to swat a particularly aggressive fly with a broomstick. Clapping with a wide, friendly grin, Maurice happily tells his sweat-drenched roommate that they are both equally hopeless at swordsmanship, while the trainee lets out a very nervous and awkward chuckle. Raising his index finger with absolute confidence, Maurice points out that the trainee's very last defensive move was completely and utterly incorrect. Whipping this practice sword through the air with flawless precision, Maurice demonstrates a perfect, highly advanced technique, leaving his roommate cheering in absolute awe while Cousteau and Dmitri watch with sweat-dropping expressions. Wait, is Maurice actually a secret martial arts prodigy? He went from looking like a total clown to pulling off an anime-level sword stance in a split second. Laughing together in their adorable chibi forms, Maurice and the trainee exchange bright compliments, acting like two hyperactive puppies who have just become best friends. Staring at one another in complete and utter disbelief, Dmitri and Cousteau stand frozen, realizing they have just witnessed a highly baffling display of hidden talent. Nodding in perfect agreement, the two young warriors share a silent, knowing look, and decide it is time to step in and investigate this bizarre merchant heir. These two introverts communicating entirely through telepathic nods is the most wholesome thing ever. Who needs actual words when you share a single brain cell? Walking across the stone floor of the hall, the two of them slowly approach the chatty duo, ready to offer their own specialized advice. Lifting his sword to demonstrate, Dmitri kindly explains how the technique should actually be performed, while Cousteau places a gentle hand on Maurice's shoulder, advising him to relax his tense posture. Beaming with massive glittering red eyes, Maurice and his trainee friend loudly praise the duo, completely blown away by how incredibly skilled they are. Grabbing their hands with dramatic, teary-eyed expressions, Maurice begs Cousteau and Dmitri to officially step up and teach them proper imperial swordsmanship for real. Oh, look at Maurice turning on the puppy dog eyes. He's a master negotiator. Why pay for a high-class tutor when you can just manipulate the two strongest guys in the room into giving you free lessons? Thinking deeply as he stares at the cheerful boy, Cousteau notes that despite this being their very first conversation, Maurice is incredibly bright, extroverted, and completely lacks any social awkwardness. Recalling his past observations, Cousteau remembers how Maurice eagerly congratulated the opponent who had just brutally defeated him in an arm wrestling match, proving his bizarrely carefree nature. Smiling brightly, Maurice asks Dmitri if he truly doesn't know who he is, to which Dmitri instantly replies that of course he knows the famous Sir Dmitri Kusel. Gasping with wide, shocked eyes, Dmitri's face completely flushes with embarrassment under a glittering golden light, highly flustered by the sudden and casual recognition of his grand status. Oh, look at our dangerous traitor turning into a blushing mess. A single compliment from a cheerful merchant, and his entire cool guy facade completely crumbles. Shrugging with his hands spread wide, Maurice explains that as a true merchant at heart, he is always willing to do absolutely whatever it takes, as long as the outcome directly benefits him. Scratching the back of his neck with a sheepish smile, the trainee named Raphael chuckles that he also doesn't care about statuses, since his current low position doesn't allow him to be picky. Turning his head away with a bright red blush covering his entire face, Dmitri lets out an annoyed groan, still struggling to process the overwhelming friendliness of his new peers. Patting Dmitri on the back with a friendly smile, Raphael tells him that such embarrassing moments happen all the time, leaving Chibi Dmitri to question if it is truly safe to learn from these chaotic people. Dmitri looks like he wants the floor to open up and swallow him whole. This training session has officially devolved from serious sword practice to a group therapy session for awkward teenagers. Chuckling with a bright blushing smile as white flowers bloom around him, Dmitri holds his sword high, declaring that it is finally time to start their late-night training session. Watching from a dark corner of the hall, an arrogant green-haired candidate rests a wooden practice sword on his shoulder, glaring at the happy group with intense disdain. Sneering with a highly malicious expression, the green-haired boy mutters that a pathetic bunch of low-born idiots gathering together to try hard won't ever amount to anything. Peering through an iron mesh window from an upper balcony, a handsome, highly aristocratic blonde candidate silently watches Cousteau train down below in the courtyard. Wait, who is this handsome blonde guy watching from the shadows? The plot thickens. It seems Cousteau has caught the attention of some very powerful high-tier nobles. Murmuring in a calm, analytical tone, the prestigious blonde candidate notes that Cousteau and his friends are working incredibly hard without skipping a single day. Watching the lively training session below, the blonde noble notes with a soft smile that he was initially deeply worried Cousteau would be ostracized for his former slave status, but he is getting along with the others incredibly well. Clenching his hand tightly as his blue eyes turn incredibly dark, the blonde candidate admits to himself with a highly jealous frown that he is deeply envious of how easily Cousteau connects with others. Approaching with crossed arms, the green-haired boy smugly remarks to the blonde noble that Cousteau is way too arrogant for a slave, mocking his dream of joining the legendary Les Equis. Oh boy, this green-haired extra is walking straight into a massive trap. You can practically see the death flags flying over his head as he insults the main character's friend. Standing up with an abrupt, powerful motion that sends his royal blue cape fluttering, the blonde candidate turns his back on the green-haired noble with a freezing aura. Shoving past the arrogant noble with cold authority, the blonde prince bluntly reminds him that he has already lost to Cousteau in every way that matters, leaving the green-haired boy completely stunned. Speaking with a dark, terrifying purple aura radiating from his entire body, the blonde prince coldly states that the green-haired boy's mental capacity and mindset are already vastly inferior to Cousteau's. Grabbing the terrified noble's collar with a terrifyingly tight grip, the prince menacingly demands to know why he wastes time bad-mouthing others instead of practicing his own garbage swordsmanship. Absolutely destroyed. The prince didn't just defend Cousteau, he physically and verbally obliterated this bully. That garbage swordsmanship line is going to require some serious medical attention. Slamming the heavy wooden door shut behind him, the prince storms out, leaving the trembling noble to clutch his chest in absolute terror, wondering where that sudden killing intent came from. Shining brilliantly under a clear blue sky, the massive, magnificent white palace of Cardamon stands proud, marking the arrival of the highly anticipated day before the official tier evaluation. Sitting at the head of a long, elegant wooden conference table, the brilliant princess addresses her elite team of trainers, excitedly asking for their personal thoughts on the participants who stood out during training. Chewing on her afternoon tea snacks, the cute blonde trainer notes that the Tier 5 contestants are all incredibly diverse, making it highly difficult to pick just a single standout candidate. Even during a high-stakes imperial meeting, our favorite trainer is still focusing on her food. You've got to respect the absolute dedication to snacking. Chuckling at her cute antics, the princess and her red-haired advisor share an amused look, enjoying the relaxed and cozy atmosphere of the royal study. Snapping her fingers with sudden excitement, the blonde trainer declares that there is indeed one specific person who caught her eye, the energetic Maurice Arnaud. Beaming with massive interest, the princess notes his prestigious background as the sole heir to the wealthy Arnaud Merchant Guild, while the trainer praises his incredibly bright and bubbly personality. Pointing to the detailed records, the trainer notes that Maurice practices incredibly hard every single day, expressing absolute confidence that his rank will rise significantly during the upcoming reevaluation. Questioning with a thoughtful hum, the dark green-haired trainer wonders why a wealthy merchant heir would ever join such a brutal tournament, noting his subpar fighting skills don't align with his dream of becoming a knight. Oh, the mystery of Maurice Arnaud deepens. Is he really just a clumsy guy chasing a childhood dream, or is there a massive financial conspiracy waiting to unfold? We'll have to wait and see. Holding the secret files tightly in her delicate hand, Princess Edith analyzes the hidden backgrounds of the competitors, noting that Maurice's bubbly and over-the-top extrovert act is likely a defense mechanism born from extremely complicated family circumstances. Reading the confidential imperial reports, the princess learns that the succession war within the Arnaud Merchant Guild is incredibly cutthroat, primarily because the wealthy guildmaster has been married 5 separate times. Looking at the massive family tree of silhouettes, she notes that Maurice, being the child of a deceased former wife, is currently facing immense pressure and calculated attacks from his hostile stepmother, forcing him to participate in the tournament to desperately secure his position as the rightful heir. Wow, the artist really popped off with the dramatic purple lighting on Maurice's family tree. Talk about some serious wicked stepmother anime drama. Thinking deeply, Princess Edith realizes that Maurice's motives don't change his hard work before turning her attention to Ines to ask how the trainees in his assigned tier are currently performing. Shaking his head with a tired sigh, the trainer Ines admits that the overall skill levels of the contestants in tiers 3 and 4 are highly ambiguous, prompting the adorable blonde trainer to curiously ask how Dennis and Pavel are doing. Pointing up as he explains, Ines notes that while he isn't entirely sure about their raw fighting capabilities, the short pink-haired boy and his giant companion follow him around everywhere like loyal little puppies, indicating that they probably share the same hometown. Scribbling on her notepad, a delighted Princess Edith notes that keeping a close eye on those 2 hometown friends might lead to some highly entertaining scenarios before eagerly asking Amant for her official report on tiers 1 and 2. A pink-haired puppy boy and a giant meathead buddy? Yep, that is literally every classic anime comedy duo ever created. Frowning with a sharp gaze, the fiery red-haired trainer Amant bluntly reports that everything in her division is absolutely perfect, except for one highly problematic participant. Smiling with a knowing grin, Princess Edith instantly guesses that Amant is talking about Cousteau, leaving the intense red-haired trainer completely flustered and wondering how the princess could possibly read her mind so easily. Chuckling quietly, Edith recalls how Amant aggressively yells at Cousteau during every single training session, constantly screaming that his swordsmanship is garbage and questioning why a low-born slave with tier 5 skills is even participating in cardamom. Explaining her logic, Amant notes that despite Cousteau's former slave status, he lacks any of the bad muscle memory or sloppy habits that even elite knights usually possess, making his swordsmanship bizarrely clean and highly refined. Ah, the classic tsundere trainer trope. She talks mad trash, but she's secretly obsessed with his perfect form. I see right through you, Amant. Clenching her hand, intense flames of passion burst behind her. Amant declares she's going to push Cousteau to his absolute limits to uncover his hidden potential, prompting a sweating Edith to realize that Amant actually adores him. Shining with intense predatory energy, Amant's golden eyes burn with the terrifying passion of a college professor who has just spotted a defenseless undergraduate student they want to kidnap and force into grad school. Running through the crowded stone plaza, energetic young paper boys shout at the top of their lungs, selling a brand new newspaper column that boldly criticizes the imperial family. Snatching a newspaper out of the air as it flutters past, a handsome noble in glasses looks down in shock at the provocative headline by columnist Norman Fossa, questioning if the tournament is salvation or a bloodbath. Gasping as his eyes widen behind his spectacles, the handsome intellectual mutters to himself in utter disbelief, wondering how such a highly controversial column managed to completely bypass the strict imperial censorship. Wait, is this glasses guy the secret mastermind behind the column, or is he just a massive nerd who is obsessed with imperial censorship laws? I'm betting he's a secret rebel leader. Muttering excitedly, the citizens discuss how openly distributing a critique of the royal family proves that this current generation of imperial rulers is truly different. Reading the text with an intense gaze, the analytical intellectual wonders if the imperial family is genuinely trying to restore public trust by bringing back an era of free speech, free from the previous tyrant's oppression. Smiling with absolute admiration, the brilliant young noble looks up at the sky, whispering that Princess Edith has completely exceeded his highest expectations with this bold political move. Shining under the brilliant blue sky, the colossal Imperial Arena stands ready, its massive circular dirt stage surrounded by deep blue water and thousands of empty spectator seats. Sitting in his designated seat, Cousteau looks around the massive Colosseum, feeling deeply uneasy about why the organizers suddenly assigned everyone seats well in advance. Wow! The sheer scale of this arena is breathtaking. The artist really captured the grandeur of a high-stakes Imperial Colosseum. Looking upward, Cousteau stares at a glowing golden sun plaque attached to the headrest of his chair, displaying the number 11. Scanning the massive stone stance, Cousteau notes that Dimitri is sitting in seat number 3, Raphael is in seat 26, and a highly anxious Maurice is sitting all the way up in seat 52. Glancing sideways with an intense look, Cousteau turns his head to see who could possibly be sitting in the absolute highest-ranking seat of them all. Sitting with a perfectly straight posture, the elite blonde prince, David Berthier, rests his hands on his knees, looking incredibly powerful as he occupies seat number 1. Thinking as he rests his chin on his fist, Cousteau pieces together that these numbers must represent their current rankings from special training, even though the official reevaluation hasn't technically begun. Poor Cousteau is having an existential crisis. He thinks a ranking of 11 is way too high because he's been brainwashed by Amant's constant insults. Shaking as he recalls a comically terrifying memory of Amant kicking and screaming at him, Cousteau desperately tells himself that there is no logical way the scary trainer would ever rank him so high. Smirking with a highly malicious expression, the arrogant green-haired boy sitting in seat 5 remarks that surely everyone is prepared for the upcoming swordsmanship demonstration, unless they want to look pathetic. Laughing with a wide, mocking grin that echoes throughout the entire arena, the green-haired noble loudly bellows that he will never forgive anyone whose skills are still garbage, leaving the other candidates deeply annoyed. Staring with absolute disbelief, Cousteau wonders if this green-haired guy completely lacks a sense of shame, or if he has simply decided to make an enemy out of every single person in the Colosseum today. Walking gracefully down the stone steps of the arena, a pair of elegant white and gold slippers step forward, marking the grand entrance of the Royal Master of Ceremonies. Waving her hand with a gorgeous high-energy smile, Princess Edith holds up her glowing magical microphone, enthusiastically asking the crowd if they have been training hard, prompting a permanent roar of agreement from the participants. Smiling warmly as she brings the glowing microphone closer to her lips, the beautiful princess announces that it is finally time to officially kick off the highly anticipated rank reevaluation. Unrolling with a dramatic flourish, a massive golden banner drops down from the high rafters of the Colosseum, catching everyone's immediate attention. Standing in front of the grand imperial banner, Edith's elite trainers look incredibly serious as the princess officially reveals that the reevaluation event will be a brutal one-on-one swordsmanship duel. A one-on-one tournament? Oh, things are getting spicy now. This is where Cousteau gets to show off his hidden overpowered skills and shut all the doubters up. Gasping with wide, panicked eyes, the average trainees turn pale, frantically muttering that a real duel is on a completely different level of danger compared to standard training. Explaining with a bright, cheerful voice, Princess Edith reveals that the numbers written on their seats are indeed their current rankings, calculated based on their performance and attitude during the training camp. Sweating as his eyes widen in absolute shock, Cousteau stares at his plaque, still struggling to process the reality that he has actually been ranked 11th out of the entire trainee corps. Drawing from a mysterious black box and a cute chibi explanation panel, Edith explains that starting from the lowest ranked participants, everyone will come forward and pull a numbered ball to randomly select their opponent. Showing off his drawn ball with a big smile, a cute chibi character demonstrates that if a participant happens to draw their own number, they will be granted a single chance to draw again. Looking down with deadpan expressions, Dimitri, Cousteau, and David listen intently as Edith announces that they can only use the Valkyria swordsmanship they learned, and that only first and second place will have their ranks fixed permanently. Presenting the esteemed panel of judges, Princess Edith notes that the remaining participants will have their final ranks determined by the trainers based on their mastery, attitude, and combat spirit. Smirking with a highly dramatic and mysterious expression, Princess Edith leans into the microphone, preparing to announce the mind-blowing grand prize reserved exclusively for the tournament's final winner. Look at that mischievous smile. Princess Edith is a master of suspense. She knows exactly how to get a crowd hyped hyped up for a bloodbath. Shouting with a massive, dazzling smile, the princess declares that the final first-place winner will earn the legendary right to perform a swordsmanship demonstration on Foundation Day. Whispering with absolute awe, the silhouetted audience members exchange highly excited looks, noting that this is the absolute dream stage that every single aspiring knight in the entire empire yearns to stand on. Calling out the very first participant, the princess instructs the current ranked number 1, David Berthier, to step forward and draw his random opponent from the box. Rummaging inside the dark wooden raffle box, David Berthier slides his gloved hand deep inside, searching for the ball that will seal his opponent's fate. Pulling the ball high into the air under the gleaming morning sun, the majestic blonde prince reveals that he has drawn number 17, looking incredibly calm and confident. Holding up his ball with a highly smug and confident smirk, the green-haired candidate shows off number 66, completely confident in his upcoming victory. David pulled 17 and Kustut pulled 89? The anticipation is killing me. I can't wait to see who gets matched up with our main character. Looking at his own drawn ball, Kustut stares down at number 89 with a deadpan expression, silently preparing himself for whatever chaos lies ahead. Dmitri holds up a golden sphere displaying the number 21, his crimson eyes glowing with absolute composure under the bright arena sun. This guy is so calm, he looks like he's selecting a piece of fruit at the market rather than a victim for a brutal duel. Terrified out of his mind, the participant with shirt 17 runs away in a frantic run across the stone stage, desperately shouting as his match with the top-ranked prince begins. Suddenly, a massive crash echoes throughout the stadium, marking a spectacularly swift end to the hopelessly one-sided opening battle. The poor trainee lies flat on his face, completely defeated, as the dark, polished boot of his victorious opponent looms large in the foreground. Well, that was fast. I've seen glaciers move faster than this kid's reaction time. The massive roar of approval from the stands, the announcer officially declares Prince David the winner as he casually rests his wooden sword over his shoulder. At the esteemed judges table, the elite trainers analyze the match, noting that while 17 had decent skills, his sheer cowardice ruined any chance of a competitive fight. In the next intense bout, a sharp wooden blade is thrust directly against a trainee's throat, forcing him to freeze mid-breath. Talk about a close shave. One wrong move and his throat would have been wooden splinter soup. Dmitri stands with ultimate grace, staring down with cold indifference at his defeated opponent, who has collapsed onto his knees in total defeat. Turning his back on the loser, Dmitri walks away with a steady step while his opponent trembles on the floor with raw humiliation. Unable to accept his defeat, the humiliated noble reaches down with a desperate grab to retrieve his dropped training sword. Screaming at the top of his lungs about bringing forth imperial justice, the coward leaps forward to strike Dmitri from behind in a cowardly sneak attack. Seriously? Striking someone from behind after the match is over? This guy has zero honor and even less brain cells. With the swift dodge, Dmitri effortlessly tilts his head to let the incoming blade miss his face by a mere fraction of an inch. Screaming in frustration, the attacker continues to swing his blade wildly, while Dmitri effortlessly evades every single strike with absolute grace. Watching from the stands, Kustut grinds his teeth in disbelief, wondering how anyone could be so incredibly shameless to break the rules so openly. Gaze drifting toward Princess Edith and the silent trainers, Kustut desperately wonders why the tournament officials aren't doing a single thing to stop this illegal violence. Is the princess testing their real-world survival instincts, or did the judges just fall asleep after lunch? Dmitri executes a flawless counter, sending his cheap shot attacker crashing flat onto his face with a heavy thud. Suddenly, a brutal smack rings out alongside a spray of blood, turning the mood of the Colosseum incredibly dark. Standing over a bleeding victim, the green-haired killman offers a fake, malicious apology with a sickening grin plastered across his face, mocking tone, "Oh, look at his sweet little smile. Surely that deliberate head strike was a total accident, right?" Absolute psychopath. Outraged by the clear foul, Kustut leaps to his feet in a sudden stand and loudly points out that Kilmun deliberately aimed for his opponent's head. Seeing that Princess Edith and the knights remain completely passive, Kustut begins to realize that fouls might actually be permitted in this brutal gauntlet. He clutches his chin, his mind racing as he processes the terrifying possibility that winning by any means necessary is the true core lesson of this test. Princess Edith watches the unfolding unfolding chaos with a perfectly calm, unreadable expression, her bright green eyes holding a mysterious depth. The artist really nailed her gorgeous but chillingly calculated look in this close-up panel. She is a true master of the political chessboard. Down on the arena floor, Kilman aggressively grabs his opponent by the hair with a rough grab to deliver a final threat. After whispering that the weakling should have surrendered sooner, Kilman slaps him on the shoulder with a boisterous laugh as the announcer formally declares him the victor. Walking down the stone steps with a heavy step, Cousteau ponders the dark underlying reality of these matches. As the scoreboard flashes victories for Maurice and himself, Cousteau realizes that underhanded tricks are the actual standard of this ruthless tournament. Maurice looks like he's about to cry tears of joy, while Cousteau is out here analyzing the deeper philosophy of combat. What a duo! Cousteau stands victoriously alongside a sobbing, relieved Maurice, though his face remains deadpan as he prepares for the next round. Looking out over the vast empty arena, Cousteau acknowledges that while his match luck was great in the first 2 rounds, his next opponent will be far more dangerous. Suddenly, his eyes widen in a sudden gasp as he looks up and catches sight of his assigned opponent. Under the brilliant afternoon sun, Cousteau and Kilman stand on opposite ends of the Colosseum's circular dirt stage, completely isolated. Of course. The universe just couldn't let our boy have a smooth ride, could it? It's time for the ultimate clash of morals. Cousteau breaks out into a cold sweat, cursing his terrible luck for drawing the green-haired psychopath so early in the tournament. Kilman stares back with a terrifying red aura of pure malice, practically salivating at the thought of breaking the high-ranking number 11. Stealing his resolve, Cousteau draws his training sword with a firm draw, reminding himself to never let his guard down. Princess Edith raises her magic microphone high into the air, enthusiastically shouting for the 3rd round duel to officially begin. Let's go! I've been waiting to see Cousteau wipe that smug smirk right off Kilman's punchable face. With a fast run, the 2 combatants charge directly toward each other, their wooden blades raised high. Kilman unleashes a ferocious slash, aiming to end the match with a single devastating blow. Executing a perfect dodge, Cousteau slips right under the wild arc, shocking Kilman with his incredible reflexes. Seizing the opening, Cousteau firmly grips his hilt with a quick twist, aiming to strike back instantly. Oh, he is fast! Cousteau has been hiding some serious elite moves under that humble trainee persona of his. Pivoting his body gracefully midair, Cousteau locks his golden eyes on his target, ready to unleash a counterattack of his own. As their swords lock, Cousteau feels a deep sense of frustration, wondering why someone as genuinely skilled as Kilman resorts to such dirty tactics. Backing away to regain his footing, Custer realizes that he has been kept so busy dodging that he hasn't been able to land a single clean strike. Kilman's eye narrows into a cold, predatory slit, locking onto Cousteau's movements with absolute calculation. Uh-oh, that is the universal anime face for I am about to do something highly illegal and deeply painful. With a sudden step, Kilman lunges forward with terrifying explosive speed, closing the distance instantly. Instead of swinging his sword, Kilman delivers a brutal kick directly to Cousteau's stomach in a sudden strike. The impact is so severe that Cousteau spits out a violent cough, his body bending in half from the pure agony. Cousteau falls heavily to one knee, clutching his stomach in sheer pain as Kilman stands tall, looking down on him like an insect. Of course he used a dirty move. It wouldn't be a true villain fight without a swift boot to the liver. With a sickening smirk, Kilman mutters that Lord Pius will be incredibly pleased with this outcome, sending a shockwave of fear straight through Cousteau. Standing triumphantly over the kneeling trainee, Kilman smugly asks Cousteau if he was seriously ignorant to the grand scheme at play. Leaning in close, Kilman's lips curve into a terrifying shadowed smile as he prepares to whisper the dark truth behind his actions. As Cousteau stares in horror, Kilman whispers that sending him to this brutal academy was actually a direct command from Lord Pius himself, leaving Cousteau completely shattered. Wait, what? Pius is the mastermind behind this? This plot thickens faster than cold gravy. The crushing realization hits Cousteau like a physical blow, his mind racing as he tries to process that his entire torment was orchestrated by none other than the Lord of Pius. The betrayal is so intense that the dark swirling energy of anger practically radiates from his silhouette, casting a deep shadow over his shocked face. Kneeling in absolute despair, Cousteau clutches his aching torso, realizing that it was far too elaborate of a scheme just to punish a former slave. He exhales a ragged gasp as the harsh sunlight beats down on him, forcing him to accept the grim reality of his predetermined destiny in this academy. Standing tall with a smug grin, Kilman holds his wooden blade loosely while Cousteau remains completely broken on his knees. The arena announcer enthusiastically shouts through the magical loudspeaker, declaring that participant Cousteau is officially unable to continue this brutal duel. Look at Kilman acting like he just won a world championship by using underhanded tactics. Classic villain material right there. Believing the fight is entirely over, Kilman casually turns his back to walk away, declaring that they should wrap things up right here. But behind him, Cousteau begins to stir, grinding his teeth with a low growl as a fierce determination ignites within his chest. Refusing to let his story end in humiliating defeat, Cousteau forces his trembling body back up, declaring with absolute resolve that this match is not over yet. He executes a tight squeeze on his wooden training sword, preparing to unleash his hidden potential. With a sudden explosive burst of speed, Cousteau charges forward in a frantic run-run, his golden eyes locked dead on his targets as he refuses to back down. The sheer momentum of his sudden counteroffensive sends shockwaves of wind blowing across the dusty arena floor. Kilman barely has time to react, turning around in absolute shock as he lets out an outraged yell, calling Cousteau a mere slave bastard. But it's already too late as Cousteau unleashes a swift slash that cuts cleanly through the open air. In a spectacular display of martial dominance, Cousteau stops his training blade a mere millimeter from Kilman's throat, forcing the arrogant noble to freeze in complete terror. The absolute precision of this strike is unbelievable. Cousteau didn't even need to touch him to completely shatter his entire ego. Staring directly into Kilman's sweating, terrified face, Cousteau lets his lips curve into a brilliant, highly satisfying smirk. The dynamic shift in power is so delicious to watch, turning the arrogant green-haired bully into a trembling mess. At the esteemed judges' table, the fiery red-haired trainer leaps to her feet in the sudden gasp, completely stunned by the incredible reversal of the match. Even the silent, stone-faced elite trainers beside her can't help but stare in absolute disbelief at the trainee's raw talent. Slowly sinking back into her ornate seat with a soft thud, the red-haired commander tries to compose herself. Her flustered expression is absolutely priceless. She went from being a stern military official to looking like she just saw a ghost in broad daylight. Blushing furiously, she turns to her fellow judges in a sudden shout, demanding to know why they aren't even bothering to turn their heads to analyze the bizarre combat display. The artist decided to draw this in a hilarious chibi style, adding some much-needed lighthearted comedy to this tense exam. Up in her royal booth, Princess Edith watches the chaotic aftermath with a gentle chuckle, holding her glowing blue magic microphone close to her lips. Her calm, calculating demeanor remained entirely unshaken, proving that everything is still proceeding exactly as she anticipated. Walking off the arena floor with a cool, steady step, Cousteau doesn't even bother to look back at the defeated noble. Kilman stands frozen in place, his face twisted in absolute humiliation as his pride is dragged through the dirt. Close up on Kilman's face as his jaw clenches in a massive grind, his eyes burning with a venomous hatred that could kill. This guy is definitely going to hold a grudge for the rest of his life, but honestly, he had this absolute embarrassment coming. Back on the sandy stage, another pair of boots execute a sharp slide as the next round of intense duels begins. The tension in the Coliseum is reaching a boiling point as the remaining trainees prepare for their turns. In another adorable chibi panel, the narration illustrates how Cousteau effortlessly executed a massive jump to dodge a sweeping low kick from the raging Kilman. It's highly amusing how the comic can transition from high-stakes drama to cute cartoon style so seamlessly. Back in the trainee seating area, Cousteau sits down to catch his breath when a nearby participant casually praises his excellent swordsmanship posture, asking if he practiced a lot. Cousteau turns his head in a silent blink, completely caught off guard by the unexpected compliment. The other trainees gather around, discussing how Kilman has been an obnoxious bully from the very beginning of the semester. One of them points out that the other had to learn swordsmanship from Kilman anyway, prompting a flustered sweat as they admit they had no other choice. Listening to the positive chatter, Cousteau lets out a soft laugh, realizing that defeating a genuinely strong opponent has instantly earned him a massive wave of respect. Enjoy the fame while it lasts, Cousteau. You went from a nameless slave to the most talked-about trainee in the entire stadium. Crossing his arms with a serious expression, Cousteau warns himself not to get too excited, knowing these fickle nobles could easily turn on him the moment he makes a single mistake. Suddenly, the arena lights focus on the center stage as the announcer asks who will be stepping up to fight next. Walking onto the bright dirt stage with an effortless step, the golden-haired Maurice stands tall with his training sword. His crimson eyes glow with a mixture of gentle composure and quiet intensity as the afternoon sun glints off his hair. Watching from his seat, Cousteau leans forward, acknowledging that it is finally Maurice's turn to prove his worth in the tournament. He offers a supportive smirk, curious to see how his close friend will handle the massive pressure of the arena. Suddenly, Cousteau's eyes widen in a sudden gasp as the massive magic scoreboard flashes the identity of Maurice's upcoming opponent. The stakes of this battle have just risen to an incredibly dangerous level. Stepping onto the circular arena stage, participant number 26, Raphael, clutches his wooden sword with a shaking grip. His face is pale and dripping with nervous sweat, indicating he is absolutely terrified of the impending clash. Raphael stands frozen under the spotlight, his entire body undergoing a violent tremble as he faces the highly ranked Maurice. Poor kid looks like he's about to pass out before the match even officially begins. Someone get this trainee some water. Observing the pathetic display from the stands, Cousteau's face hardens into a tight grimace as he analyzes Raphael's complete lack of composure. He knows that in a real-world battle, showing this level of fear is a direct invitation for a swift death. As the duel officially begins, the two wooden blades clash in a highly lackluster exchange. Cousteau observes that despite Raphael actually possessing a decent rank, his overwhelming cowardice is completely preventing him from making any real moves. Maurice easily deflects the weak strikes, his red eyes narrowing with a deep, disappointed sigh as he stares at his trembling opponent. He can tell that Raphael is not fighting with his true strength, but rather trying to survive the timer. Suddenly, Maurice lets out a powerful shout that echoes throughout the entire stadium, calling out Raphael's name to snap him out of his panic. Raphael flinches violently, his eyes widening in pure shock at the sudden outburst. Maurice demands that his opponent get a hold of himself, loudly declaring that this pathetic, cowardly display is not his true skill. Now this is what I call a true sportsman. Instead of taking an easy victory, Maurice is literally coaching his opponent mid-fight to give him a proper challenge. With a stern look, Maurice tells Raphael that if he genuinely wants to lose without even putting up a proper fight, then he should just do whatever he pleases. His harsh but honest words slice directly through Raphael's thick wall of self-doubt. Raphael's face blushes a bright crimson as a sudden surge of pride and anger boils inside him, triggered by Maurice's blunt criticism. He lets out a low growl, his embarrassment turning into a burning desire to prove his worth. Executing a violent squeeze, Raphael firmly raises his training sword in a proper high guard position. His posture completely transforms, radiating a newly awakened warrior spirit that surprises the entire audience. With a sudden explosive run, Raphael lunges forward with incredible speed, swinging his wooden blade down with a fierce two-handed strike. The sheer force of his movement creates a massive gust of wind across the stage. Maurice's eyes light up with pure joy as he raises his own sword to meet the incoming blow, the two weapons colliding in a spectacular clash. The raw impact of the strike is so heavy that both combatants are pushed back. Now moving with absolute fluid grace, Raphael and Maurice trade high-speed blows across the dirt floor, their swords creating a rapid succession of tap-tap effects. The fight is transformed from a pathetic slaughter into a highly competitive, beautiful duel. Maurice breaks out into a brilliant wide grin, happily shouting that he knew Raphael could perform this well if he simply believed in his own abilities. Maurice might be the most wholesome character in this entire dark fantasy series. What an absolute legend. With an incredible leap, Raphael pivots mid-air to launch a swift counterattack, his movements completely matching Maurice's elite speed as the crowd roars with absolute approval. After an incredibly close and thrilling battle, the match finally comes to an end, with both trainees standing side by side before the esteemed judges table to receive their official evaluation. The green-haired trainer leans forward, her sharp eyes scanning Maurice as she curiously asks why he chose to help his opponent in the middle of a serious tournament duel. She wonders aloud if Maurice was simply so arrogant and confident that he knew he would win regardless. Maurice offers a warm, gentle smile, explaining that even if he ended up losing, he wanted to experience a duel where both sides poured out every single ounce of their strength. He passionately declares that only a battle of absolute limits can be considered a true match. The red-haired commander nods her head in deep respect, though she points out that as a direct result of his noble assistance, Maurice ultimately lost the match to participant Raphael. well. A dark, swirling artistic border highlights the bittersweet reality of his decision. Sinking deeper into his seat, the green-haired trainer asks with a serious tone if Maurice entered this brutal academy competition just to lose. Maurice gracefully executes a deep bow, apologizing and promising to do his absolute best to secure victory next time. Suddenly, the blonde trainer claps her hands together in a cheerful clap clap, enthusiastically declaring that it was the most entertaining and honorable match she has seen in ages. Her bright smile instantly dispels the heavy military tension in the room. The massive digital tournament bracket flashes onto the stadium screens, showcasing the rapid progression of the remaining trainees as the next round of intense matches is officially locked in. Suddenly, the main arena board reveals a shocking matchup that sends a wave of absolute silence through the entire Coliseum. Under the glaring sunlight, Cousteau stands on one end of the stage, staring across at his assigned opponent. Standing on the opposite side, the top-ranked prince, Dmitri, stares back with an elegant, incredibly calm expression. His handsome face holds a gentle, polite smile that completely masks his terrifying combat prowess. Cousteau's forehead drips with a sudden cold sweat as he locks eyes with the prince, his mind frantically running through every single survival strategy he knows. In a hilarious closing chibi panel, Cousteau fumes with silent outrage, screaming in his head about why the golden-haired prince keeps smiling so cutely at him. Oh, don't worry, Cousteau. I'm sure that adorable little smile means he's only going to break half of your bones instead of all of them. Good luck! You are definitely gonna need it. Close up on Cousteau as he takes a deep breath, sweat dripping down his face while he commands himself to focus. Focus! He knows that one wrong move against the top-ranked prince will end his run instantly. With an explosive charge, David lunges forward, his wooden sword raised high as the announcer officially signals for the duel to begin. He covers the ground with a rapid run, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. The wooden blades collide in a spectacular clash as David strikes with incredible force, immediately testing Cousteau's defensive guard. The sheer impact sends shockwaves across the sandy arena floor. Cousteau grits his teeth in a tense grit, barely holding back the massive pressure of David's blade. He is utterly shocked by the prince's raw strength, screaming internally about how a single strike could feel this unbelievably heavy. Seriously? It feels like every time our boy gets a power-up, the universe immediately spawns a literal god-tier opponent just to humble him. Staring down at his struggling opponent, David maintains a perfectly calm, polite smile that contrasts sharply with his terrifying physical strength. He pushes down harder with a slow squeeze, showing absolutely no signs of exertion. With the rapid shift in stance, David unleashes a flurry of swift swings, forcing Cousteau to execute a desperate deflect to keep the oncoming weapon away from his head. Ducking low with a sudden slide, Cousteau barely dodges a sweeping attack as David's wooden blade cuts through the empty air with a loud whooshoo. The sheer speed of the prince's sequence is staggering. David instantly pivots, striking down with a heavy blow that collides with Cousteau's crossguard in another massive clash. The force of the strike kicks up a small cloud of sand around their feet. Hold on! The artist's use of motion blur and impact lines in this panel is top tier. You can practically feel the splinters flying off those practice swords. The immense momentum of the exchange forces Cousteau's left foot to execute a sharp slide as he struggles to maintain his balance on the slippery arena floor. Out of breath, Cousteau lets out a tired pant as he analyzes his opponent. He realizes with absolute dread that David operates on a completely different level than any trainee he has faced so far. David stands completely composed, his uniform barely ruffled as he holds his practice sword aloft. Cousteau notes in silent disbelief that the prince doesn't even show a single sign of fatigue despite their high-speed exchange. Refusing to let despair take over, Cousteau executes a tight squeeze on his sword grip, his mouth forming a determined line. He vows to himself that he will not back down in vain and must somehow find a single opening to exploit. Now that is the face of a classic shonen protagonist who refuses to die. You just know he's cooking up a wild comeback strategy in his head right now. Cousteau's eyes burn with a fierce amber glow as he focuses entirely on the opponent in front of him. He acknowledges that while he might lack refined imperial technique, he will never fall behind when it comes to raw strength and sheer perseverance. With a sudden burst of speed, Cousteau lunges forward and drives his weapon into David's guard, their wooden swords meeting in a loud crack. crack that echoes throughout the entire stadium. However, David effortlessly redirects the momentum, leaving Cousteau's guard completely open as his face twists in a sudden gasp of pure shock. Up in the esteemed judges gallery, the green-haired trainer calmly observes the duel, calling the current state of the battle an expected result. Beside her, the blonde trainer nods, noting that defeating Sir David is an almost impossible task for any rookie. Staring intently at the ongoing fight, the red-haired commander folds her arms, raising her voice to declare that the final outcome isn't decided yet. Her sharp eyes refuse to look away from the intense struggle on the dirt stage below. Ooh, I love how the commander always has Cousteau's back. She sees the hidden potential in him that the other stuck-up nobles completely overlook. The commander points out that Cousteau, who had literally never formally held a sword before entering this academy, is trying his absolute hardest to hold his own against the academy's undisputed #1 candidate. The arena background fades into a dramatic flash as the judges watch in awe. The commander commands Cousteau in her thoughts to show everyone the glorious results of the intense, grueling sweat he has shed during his secret training sessions. Her golden eyes burn with intense anticipation. With a fierce battle cry, Cousteau executes a heavy run as he charges back into David's space, determined to bridge the gap with the kind of relentless practice that normal nobles could never hope to imitate. Suddenly, a wild transition screen appears in a bright flash. Even the most intense battles need a quick commercial break, so let's take a brief second to appreciate this beautiful visual before jumping right back into the action. Returning to the high-stakes match, the red-haired commander watches Cousteau's movement with complete focus, silently urging him to display the incredible results of all the sweat he has shed in the dirt. Cousteau dashes forward with an incredible sprint, his entire body leaning into a desperate final strike designed to overcome David's seemingly perfect defense through sheer unyielding willpower. Swinging his wooden blade with everything he has left, Cousteau unleashes a massive blow that cuts through the air in a fierce whoosh, aiming directly for David's guard. Suddenly, a loud clang echoes across the arena as a weapon is violently sent flying through the air, spinning rapidly before landing hard on the sandy ground. David stands frozen, his eyes wide in a sudden gasp, as sweat drips down his forehead. For the very first time in the entire tournament, the golden-haired prince looks genuinely shocked and physically strained. Wait, gasp? Did Cousteau actually manage to disarm him, or did his own sword get sent into the stratosphere? The suspense is literally killing me right now. Close up on Cousteau as he stands panting, his chest rising and falling rapidly as he stares at the final result of their breathtaking clash. Suddenly, Cousteau's face breaks into a wide, triumphant grin, completely satisfied with the incredible effort he put into the duel regardless of the official outcome. The dust clears to reveal David holding his wooden sword safely in a high guard, while Cousteau stands completely empty-handed. Though Cousteau technically lost by being disarmed, both combatants stand tall under the bright afternoon sun. Looking down at his empty hands, Cousteau lets out that happy sigh, admitting to himself that it was a truly heart-pounding, exhilarating match that pushed him to his absolute limits. David lowers his training sword, offering a respectful nod as he reflects on the fight, noting that simply getting to have a proper, honest match with a warrior like Cousteau is something he should be deeply grateful for. Can we talk about how wholesome David is? In a dark fantasy series filled with toxic, abusive nobles, this guy's a literal beacon of sportsmanship and class. Cousteau executes a tight squeeze of his calloused hand, realizing that for the first time in his entire life, he finally has a clear, burning goal he genuinely wants to achieve.
Looking up at the bright arena sky with a determined smile, Cousteau promises himself that one day he will continue to train until he can definitely surpass David's incredible swordsmanship.
Up at the judges' table, the blonde trainer claps her hands together in a happy clap, cheerfully admitting she was completely blown away by Cousteau's ability to hold out far beyond anyone's expectations. The green-haired trainer leans forward, telling both young men that she hopes they felt firsthand through this intense duel exactly why they must continue to hone their combat skills even more fiercely. The red-haired commander looks down at Cousteau, noting that she heard he used to work as a rough mercenary. She curiously asks how it's possible that he has absolutely no bad, sloppy combat habits ingrained in his posture. Cousteau blinks in surprise, clearing his throat with a soft cough as he prepares to reveal the secret behind his clean, disciplined fighting style. And with a gentle, reflective expression framed by beautiful white roses, Cousteau explains that he actually had terribly chaotic swordsmanship habits formed during his dark days as a slave gladiator. To break them, he had to completely relearn how to hold a sword from absolute scratch. Wow, talk about a massive reality check. Imagine having to unlearn your literal survival instincts just to master a proper martial art. Cousteau's dedication is insane. The green-haired trainer's eyes widen in absolute shock, pointing out that erasing deeply ingrained habits is many times harder than learning the basics anew, expressing disbelief that he accomplished this in such a short time. The blonde judge gasps in amazement, murmuring that this is the undeniable difference made by a relentless, borderline insane amount of practice that normal people could never hope to imitate. The red-haired commander leans forward, her golden eyes narrowing as she asks why he didn't just use his old, dirty, real combat techniques to secure an easy win, since tournament survival is everything in this brutal academy. Cousteau looks down at his scarred, heavily calloused hand, slowly closing it into a firm grip as he remembers the sheer weight of the weapon. Looking up with a calm, incredibly mature gaze, Cousteau explains that rather than digging up bad, undisciplined habits just to clumsily snatch a cheap victory, he believed it was far more important to solidify his fundamental basics through this match. Our boy is playing the long game. He's not just trying to pass a silly school exam. He's literally building the foundation to become an absolute powerhouse. The entire room falls into a respectful silence as Cousteau adds that, above all else, Valkyria swordsmanship is the very first formal martial art he has ever been taught in his entire life. Cousteau places his hand firmly over his chest in a tight squeeze, his eyes shining with profound gratitude for the opportunity to learn and grow within the academy walls. Close up on the red-haired commander's eye as it widens in a sudden flash, utterly taken aback by the young trainee's unexpected level of depth and humility. Breaking into a sudden, genuine laugh, the commander covers her mouth, completely charmed by Cousteau's unwavering honesty. Regaining her stern composure, the commander points her finger forward, telling Cousteau that he is still far from mastering the sword and warns him to brace himself for the brutal challenges ahead. Cousteau graciously executes a deep bow, loudly promising that he will continue to give his absolute best to honor her training and secure future victories. As Cousteau turns to walk away, the red-haired commander watches his departing figure with a soft, pleased smile, thinking to herself that this incredible trainee somehow manages to exceed her expectations every single time. And that wraps up an absolute banger of a tournament arc. Will Cousteau finally rise to the top, or will the Academy's trials break him? Subscribe and stick around to find out in the next recap.
The arena battles are finally over and the candidates gather to hear the official announcements. Candidate 11, our boy Cousteau, sits back with a cool, relaxed smirk, already anticipating what kind of wild challenges are going to be thrown at him next.
Down on the sandy floor, the stunning blonde master of ceremony steps onto the center stage, clutching her blue microphone tightly. Suddenly, the giant arena display flashes with the final results. To absolutely nobody's surprise, the magnificent David Berthier claims the absolute peak at first place, closely followed by candidate Joan Gilnura in a very respectable second. The entire stadium erupts with a massive cheer as the spectators shout at the top of their lungs, completely thrilled by the high-caliber displays of swordsmanship they just witnessed. The beautiful announcer projects her voice, explaining that everyone's individual reevaluations and exclusive invitations to the Grand Foundation Day will be sent out shortly, with the definitive final rankings being revealed during the highly anticipated second evaluation. Wait, a reality TV-style ranking show in a fantasy setting? Wait, this Empire's entertainment department is light years ahead of its time. She wraps up her speech with a bright wave, thanking the candidates for all their grueling hard work today as the massive crowd sends them off with one final deafening wave of applause. As the afternoon sun shines brightly, the massive magical screen overlooking the arena fades to a blank, pristine blue sky, signaling the end of the physical trials. But back in the candidate seating area, things are getting incredibly tense. One nervous trainee clutches his head with an anxious groan, desperately worrying about the absolute roasting he's going to receive from the public once the broadcast officially airs. Looking down, they inspect their fresh envelopes, which reveal a highly intriguing invitation calling all candidates to gather at the Coliseum for a special group viewing of Cardamom Episode 1. Our hero Cousteau gazes at the paper with a thoughtful expression. He never expected that they would actually be forced to sit down and watch their own struggles on the big screen together like a bunch of reality show contestants. He turns the page to inspect his own evaluation card, finding his name proudly printed right next to a shocking 9th place rank. For someone who had never formally trained in martial arts until now, breaking into the top 10 is an absolutely legendary achievement. Seriously? 9th place? Cousteau went from being a literal slave gladiator to outranking seasoned noble prodigies. Our boy's growth arc is simply majestic. Meanwhile, over at the Grand Imperial Plaza, an absolute sea of citizens has already swarmed the streets, gazing up in utter awe at the massive broadcasting towers hovering high above the historic cathedral. With a sudden magical surge of energy, the colossal screen bursts to life, displaying the majestic, glowing logo of the tournament as the crowd gasps in sheer excitement. However, not everyone is in a celebratory mood. In the back, a few skeptical viewers whisper among themselves, comparing this massive spectacle to the tyrant's brutal night blood matches, where innocent warriors were sacrificed for cheap entertainment. Another citizen chimes in, mockingly pointing out that they even allowed a former slave to participate this time, muttering that the Academy must be severely lacking quality candidates to go that far. The broadcast officially kicks off, and the first candidate to grace the screen is the cute pink-haired Pavel, looking incredibly flushed as an on-screen prompt asks him to introduce himself. On screen, Pavel stammers nervously with a shy giggle, clutching his chest as he admits that since this is his very first major competition, he is feeling extremely anxious. But in a swift transition, the screen cuts to Pavel absolutely losing his mind with a crackle of lightning on the battlefield, swinging a colossal, heavy greatsword with a manic, bloodthirsty grin that completely contradicts his cute look. The plaza crowd instantly bursts into hysterically laughter, absolutely loving the hilarious contrast between his timid interview and his terrifying, unhinged combat style. Oh my god, talk about a gap mo! Pavel looks like a soft cinnamon roll, but fights like a literal sleep-deprived demon. Next up is Count Mongcho, who boasts to the judges that he wants to become a knight simply because he's never seen a cooler job in his entire life. But Lady Inez instantly shuts him down with a razor-sharp follow-up question, asking if he wouldn't bother being a knight if it didn't look flashy, leaving the poor noble completely speechless and sweating bullets. The commoners watching from the town square laugh mockingly, praising Lady Inez's sharp tongue and wishing they could just bypass the candidates entirely and cast all their votes for her instead. Right after the broadcast, the crowd rushes over to the advanced public voting terminals, eager to cast their votes for their favorite candidates. A young woman steps up to the machine, scrolling through the mysterious dark silhouettes of the participating knights with a thoughtful hum. With a firm press of her finger, she taps on Kustu's handsome profile, officially locked in to support the Dark Horse mercenary. Across the empire, other citizens are glued to their personal magical mirror tablets, smiling and discussing the show with incredible passion. Wait, they have magical iPads for stream chats in this world too? The world building in this series is getting delightfully absurd, and I am 100% here for it. Scrolling through the live comment feed, some users express pity for the slave gladiator, while others strictly argue that the judges were right to be cold, since they are looking for elite knights, not sympathy cases. Another hilarious thread pops up, with fans telling everyone to buy stocks in the sensual fisherman, while others objectively agree that Prince David is currently the only S-tier candidate in a league of his own. However, a massive wave of positive comments quickly floods the feed, with viewers gushing over how attractive it was when Kustu beat up his opponents with his bare hands in the maze, praising his incredible narrative of overcoming adversity. Back in her luxurious private office, the gorgeous blonde princess smiles warmly, absolutely thrilled to see that public opinion is burning incredibly hot for Cousteau. However, she quickly wonders what the actual vibe is like down on the streets. Unable to contain her curiosity, she suddenly slams her hands onto the table and leaps to her feet, declaring that she simply must go down to the plaza and witness the reactions with her own eyes. As she hurries toward the door, her loyal attendant Frederick panics, running after her and begging her to stop as she enthusiastically explains her plan to sneak out. Frederick frantically argues that going out completely unprotected is far too dangerous, but the smart princess points out that if she travels with a massive army of royal guards, the commoners will never give their honest opinions. You've got to respect her dedication to gathering raw, unfiltered user feedback. She's basically doing extreme market research in disguise. When her worried assistant continues to sweat and fret over public safety, the princess shoots him a confident smirk, assuring him that she would never sneak out without a proper plan. Reaching into her small leather pouch, she reveals a collection of special self-defense tools meticulously crafted through advanced alchemy. And to top it all off, she proudly reveals a beautiful, shimmering lace veil designed
designed to completely disrupt magical face recognition systems. Seeing that there is absolutely no way to change her mind, Frederick lets out a long, deeply exhausted sigh, rubbing his temples in complete defeat. A short while later, the princess successfully slips into the bustling Imperial Plaza, keeping her ears open as she blends in with the passionate crowds debating whether Cousteau or David is the superior choice. Tucking her hands under her chin, she smiles happily beneath her veil, absolutely delighted to see that her hard-planned broadcast is keeping the entire empire so deeply invested. She looks around from the terrace, wondering if a certain brilliant journalist named Norman is also hiding somewhere in this massive crowd to draft up his next sensational column. Scanning the sea of faces, her eyes suddenly lock onto a handsome, dark-haired man wearing stylish glasses and a smart vest. She giggles, realizing her intuition was spot on. Sensing a sharp gaze on him, Norman turns around dynamically with a swift rustle of his coat, his analytical eyes scanning the crowd to identify who is watching him. Before he can even react, the princess smoothly glides right up behind him, offering a playful and cheerful greeting. As she stands before him, Norman's eyes drift down to the stunning, expensive pink bow on her chest, instantly recognizing her high noble status despite her casual outfit. Adjusting his glasses, Norman narrows his eyes and asks her in a calm, slightly suspicious tone who she is. Oh, the romantic tension is palpable. Will he see right through her magical face recognition veil, or is our princess about to play some hilarious mind games with her favorite reporter? Lifting her delicate veil with a smug, heart-melting smile, she cryptically declares that she is simply an ardent, devoted fan of his brilliant work. Meanwhile, the scene transitions back to the colossal circular coliseum, where the broadcast continues to play for the gathered candidates. High up in the viewing stands, the magical screen crackles with a loud burst of static as a green-haired trainee looks on with high anticipation. The screen showcases candidate number 47, a cocky red-haired guy who boasts that he will easily pass the exam with flying colors because he is on a completely different level from the rookies. In the very next instant, the screen cuts to him tripping on his own feet and face-planting hard onto the cold stone floor with a pathetic thud, completely failing his trial in the most embarrassing way possible. The red-haired trainee screams out in utter shock as his fellow candidates point and burst into hysterical laughter at his miserable failure on screen. He frantically clenches his fist and red-facedly yells that the editors used evil editing to specifically highlight his most humiliating moment. The broadcast screen swiftly transitions to a fresh interview segment where the production crew asks a sweet, light blue-haired candidate if there is a specific participant he really wanted to meet during this grand competition. The cute, light blue-haired trainee instantly blushes a bright crimson, clenching his fists in absolute excitement as he eagerly screams that he hopes his burning passion reaches none other than the legendary Duke David. Oh boy, the fanboy energy is real. This guy is ready to risk it all for his favorite idol knight. On the split screen, Duke David himself looks incredibly flustered, holding his hands up awkwardly and sweating bullets with a forced, embarrassed smile as he politely tries to play down the intense declaration of love. Seeing his awkward reaction, the mischievous production crew capitalizes on the moment, asking Duke David a highly loaded follow-up question about which particular candidate he's looking forward to seeing the most. Suddenly shifting back to his signature heart-stoppingly handsome persona, Duke David turns his head with a smooth, sparkly smile and confidently announces that the candidate he has his eyes on is Cousteau. The broadcast cut sends shockwaves through the Coliseum, where the top-ranked candidates sit in massive, ornate golden chairs, their faces glowing under the high-status spotlight. Hearing his own name echo from the colossal screens, Cousteau looks completely taken aback, his brow furrowing in deep confusion as he silently wonders on Earth why the high and mighty Duke David would bring him up. Sitting in his high-ranking chair, Cousteau watches the massive screen intently, observing how the broadcast skillfully transitions to the tense moments of their actual entry into the arena trials. On the broadcast, Duke David is shown walking dynamically through the grand stone hallways, his deep blue cape billowing elegantly behind him with a majestic rustle as he approaches the trial arena. Honestly, does this guy have a personal wind machine following him around? The royal aesthetic is almost too perfect. Looking directly into the magical broadcast camera, Duke David gives an effortlessly charming smile and smoothly declares that he absolutely loves this spot, instantly winning over the hearts of the commoners. Down in the Coliseum stands, the other trainees begin to whisper excitedly among themselves, noting that Cousteau practically stole all of the precious screen time for episode 1, making them regret not taking his side from the start. Hearing every single whisper from the surrounding crowd, Cousteau crosses his arms and stares ahead with a brooding, dark expression, silently calling them a bunch of opportunistic bastards.
Meanwhile, two trainees nearby discuss the shocking editing choice regarding Dmitri, wondering why the imperial princess's former top bodyguard was portrayed so coldly instead of receiving a sympathetic, hero-themed edit. Another trainee chimes in, pointing out that the broadcast was shown completely raw with absolutely zero filters, meaning Dmitri is going to get severely chewed out for imperial contempt the moment the show concludes. Talk about absolute savagery from the editing department. They really threw the princess's top guy right under the bus for maximum drama. Looking back at the whispering crowd, Cousteau listens quietly as another candidate bluntly mutters that Dmitri brought it upon himself by acting so arrogant and unreflective on live television. In the back row, a pair of trainees exchange a deeply depressed sigh, with one complaining that he would happily take a villain edit just to get a single frame on screen, while the other laments only getting a split second of him ugly crying. Cousteau looks down thoughtfully, realizing that the show's clever editing format is specifically designed to focus heavily on the most polarizing and standout candidates. Suddenly, Cousteau's own face flashes on the giant screen, and the broadcast plays his raw, emotional interview where he honestly admits that he had absolutely no money and spent his last dime just to reach the capital. The screen then cuts to the sharp-tongued Lady Inez, who coldly argues that armor, weapons, a steed, and chivalry are the bare minimums for a knight, pointing out that Cousteau lacks every single one of them. The broadcast then displays Cousteau's quiet, humble response about his poor circumstances, dramatically framing him as a tragic underdog. Cousteau sweats nervously in his seat, realizing with a shock that the entire episode is revolving around his personal narrative. Oh, the classic reality show edit. The editors knew exactly what they were doing to make him the main character of the season. As the screen fades, Cousteau cringes inwardly, panicking over the incredibly tear-jerking, emotional background music the producers overlaid on his interview, realizing he is being set up as the ultimate tragic protagonist. Meanwhile, far away from the chaotic Colosseum, the scene shifts to the breathtaking Imperial Gardens, where a grand white stone fountain splashes sparkling water into a crystal-clear, bubbling stream. From an overhead perspective, a beautiful blonde woman wearing a delicate lace veil and a handsome dark-haired reporter walk side by side along a cobblestone path lined with lush, vibrant green foliage. Adjusting his glasses, Norman looks straight ahead while walking, quietly reflecting on the fact that despite having thousands of dedicated readers supporting his journalism, almost nobody actually knows what his face looks like. Glancing through her shimmering lace veil, Princess Edith's brilliant green eye widens in absolute shock as she wonders on Earth how he recognized her identity at a single glance. Girl, you're wearing an incredibly expensive royal dress and a giant pink bow. Did you really think a simple veil would make you invisible to a top detective journalist? Panicking, Edith waves her hands frantically and laughs nervously with a flustered grin, sweating profusely as she tries to lie, claiming she merely saw his face by pure chance while visiting the newspaper office. Norman stops and peers at her suspiciously over his stylish glasses, asking what business she could possibly have at his office, prompting Edith to spit out an absurdly complicated excuse about her eighth cousin twice removed being the editor-in-chief. To her absolute astonishment, Norman simply nods in understanding and walks on, leaving the sweat-drenched princess completely speechless as she wonders how he actually bought such a ridiculous lie. Continuing his steady pace with a soft click of his leather boots, Norman calmly asks the disguised princess what it was that she was so incredibly eager to ask him. Twirling her fingers nervously, Edith looks up at him through her veil, admitting that she was deeply curious to know his professional thoughts on the premiere episode of Cardamom that dropped today. Norman stops in his tracks, tilting his head slightly with a curious, analytical gaze as he assesses her earnest request. Clenching her hands to her chest, Edith's eyes sparkle with excitement as she praises him for always speaking his mind boldly, eager to hear how a brilliant mind like his perceives her grand show. Look at her starry eyes. She is practically begging for a glowing review of her proudest project. Norman stands in silence, his analytical eyes narrowing as he prepares to deliver his unfiltered, professional critique to the highly expectant princess. Edith continues to gush, leaning forward with a bright, blushing smile as she adds that she was especially impressed by his latest written column. Suddenly, Norman halts completely, his heavy leather boots coming to a sharp, sudden stop on the cobblestone pavement as he prepares to deliver his verdict. Turning back with a grim, serious expression, Norman looks down at her and coldly declares that he found the entire broadcast to be deeply disappointing. The princess's face instantly drops, her eyes widening in sheer shock as the harsh word echoes in her ears, completely shattering her joyful expectations. Hurrying closer to him, Edith desperately begs him to explain, demanding to know specifically what was so disappointing about the show's format. Oh no, the critic just ripped her baby to shreds. You can practically hear her heart breaking into a million pieces. Norman turns toward the sparkling lake, arguing that while it isn't a lethal death match like the former tyrant's bloody gladiator battles, the core essence of ruthlessly using these knights has not changed at all. Edith is left completely stunned, her breath catching in her throat as she tries to process his heavy accusation of exploiting the trainees. Turning his head back dynamically, Norman narrows his eyes, stating that it was blatantly obvious how the producers manipulated the editing narrative just to hype up specific contestants. He continues to pace forward, pointing out that because the aspiring knights are generally young, throwing them to the public without any protection leaves them completely exposed to toxic live chats. Raising his hand passionately, Norman raises his voice, declaring that Princess Edith is taking advantage of desperate people, treating these noble-hearted knights as mere commercial merchandise. Biting her lip in absolute frustration, Edith stands in silence as Norman adds that it is a cruel, sensationalist format designed to feed a public drunk on drama. That is a devastatingly sharp critique. He's basically calling her a high society corporate overlord exploiting the working class for views. Norman's eyes flare with anger as he passionately states that gathering contestants just for imperial court buzz and discarding them afterward is no different from the tyrant's old cruelty. Unable to stay silent any longer, Edith steps forward defensively, arguing that focusing the edit on the most interesting and standout contestants is completely natural for any competition. Clenching her fist, Edith passionately asserts that if you don't highlight the individual characters, the general public will never become truly immersed in the story. She gestures emphatically, declaring that the ultimate joy of the program lies in the public following each contestant's personal narrative, crying, laughing, and cheering alongside them. Pointing to a past memory on screen, she argues that if she wanted to push a favorite, she would have never portrayed her own top aide Dmitri as a cold traitor, but would have instead played the sympathy card to milk the crowd's emotions. Walking along the garden pavement, Princess Edith defends her passion project by arguing that the program actually promotes diversity and ultimate freedom within the empire. She emphasizes how it breaks down ancient barriers, proving that even a former slave can proudly step forward to compete in a prestigious knight academy once strictly reserved for snobby nobles. Norman lets out a dry, sarcastic huff, adjusting his gold spectacles with a light click as he immediately shoots down her idealistic optimism. He asks her if she really believes this represents true knighthood when the general public is merely casting votes based on which handsome trainee has the prettiest face. Stunned by his raw cynicism, Edith's jewel-like eyes flare with passion as she clenches her hand to her chest. She strongly counters that, historically, the elite knights were always meant to be a majestic public symbol of the royal court, and delivering joy and beautiful imperial representation to the commoners makes their physical appearance a completely legitimate qualification. She steps even closer, her brilliant green eye gleaming under the sheer veil as she argues that giving the citizens a voice is a monumental leap forward compared to the blood-soaked tyranny of the previous ruler. Honestly, you have to admire her debate skills. She basically just branded her reality TV show as a glorious victory for modern democracy. Norman remains entirely unmoved, his sharp gaze casting a cool shadow over his face as he dismisses her grand speech as nothing more than a carefully crafted political illusion. He sternly maintains that beneath all the glitter and bright lights, the modern knights being selected by this shallow voting system completely lack the true honor of a warrior. Furrowing her brow in absolute defiance, the princess refuses to back down, asking him what if the empire's ultimate goal is simply to demonstrate real freedom by letting the populace choose their own defenders with their own hands. Norman leans forward aggressively, his voice cutting through the peaceful garden air as he demands to know why the royal family is desperately hiding behind the shiny armor of knights to polish their public reputation instead of enacting actual structural reforms. Blushing with sheer frustration, Edith clutches her gown, explaining that the empire's painful past has left the citizens completely fractured and emotionally shut out. Her entire purpose with this grand broadcast is to bring genuine warmth back to their hearts and mend the broken pieces of their society. Wow, she is pouring her entire soul into this. It's like she's trying to save the world one television episode at a time. A heavy silence settles over the path as Norman stops, his analytical eyes narrowing as he quietly remarks that she speaks with an incredibly deep, intimate knowledge of Princess Edith's personal thoughts. Panicking internally, Edith swiftly averts her gaze, coughing awkwardly as she frantically explains that she only argued so fiercely because his hypercritical review was just so incredibly biased against the show. Putting her hands up defensively, she proudly declares that she has officially heard more than enough of his savage episode review. Norman merely offers a light, self-assured smirk, responding that he is truly delighted to have shared his unvarnished thoughts with such an active listener. Haughtily raising her chin, Edith sarcastically praises him, muttering that it was absolutely fascinating to hear the dark-tinted perspective of such a famous, gloomy writer who clearly hates seeing people enjoy themselves. Look at that smug face under the veil. She is absolutely raging inside, but she's determined to get the final passive-aggressive word in. Norman matches her sarcastic energy with an effortless smile, replying that it was equally entertaining to converse with a passionate citizen who seems completely obsessed with, or rather enthusiastic about, the physical attractiveness of young knights. A literal spark of high-voltage lightning seems to clash between their eyes as they trade one last frosty smile, with Edith bidding him an icy farewell and Norman pleasantly telling her to stay safe on her journey back. With a synchronized, dramatic turn of their heads, they both walk away in opposite directions, puffing out their cheeks in mutual irritation. Walking down the path, Norman glances back over his shoulder, thinking to himself how bizarre it is that she claimed to be his #1 fan but ended up picking a massive political fight with him. Oh, Norman, you brilliant detective. You can analyze an entire empire's economy, but you can't recognize a flustered princess standing right in front of you. Yet, as he continues his stroll, a soft, genuinely charmed smile creeps onto his handsome face as sparkling flowers visually bloom in the background, showing that he actually enjoyed their lively debate. On the other side of the park, Edith stomps along the cobblestones, her face completely red with fury as she grinds her teeth in pure frustration beneath her elegant veil. Clenching both her fists tightly as a massive wall of dramatic flames erupts behind her, she fiercely vows that she will make her show an absolute record-breaking triumph just so she can rub that arrogant journalist's nose in the dirt. The scene transitions to the majestic spires of the royal palace bathed in the bright morning sun, where a serious meeting is currently underway regarding the premiere statistics. Inside the gilded imperial conference hall, a royal minister hesitantly slides a statistical report across the table, revealing to Princess Edith and the Emperor that the initial number of registered voting tags across the realm was vastly lower than their original predictions. The Emperor's face instantly pales, a cold sweat running down his temple as he nervously asks if the launch was really that disappointing. He casts a deeply worried, protective glance sideways toward his daughter, fearing that her highly anticipated project might have crashed and burned right out of the gate. Edith, sitting with impeccable grace in her heavy crimson gown, calmly interjects that there are actually some incredibly positive metrics hidden within the data, pointing out that over 90% of the people who registered actually cast their votes. Now that is what you call a top-tier marketing analyst. She knows exactly how to spin a low turnout into an insane audience engagement rate. The minister quickly nods, clarifying that this means the viewers who did tune in were completely hooked from start to finish, watching the entire broadcast with absolute focus. Hearing this, the Emperor's anxious expression instantly melts away into a proud, joyful grin as he leans forward to heartily congratulate his brilliant daughter on her grand achievement. Edith offers a soft, modest smile, gently reminding her father that this is merely the very first step of their massive campaign to revitalize the empire. She raises her hands with sparkling enthusiasm, declaring that they need to generate even more explosive social buzz to truly awaken the kingdom, leaving her father and the minister completely awestruck by her vision. Look at her go! She's basically the executive producer of the century, and her staff is eating up every single word. However, the minister's enthusiastic expression suddenly falters as a nervous drop of sweat drips down his cheek, and he hesitatingly mentions that there is one more critical matter to report. The Emperor tilts his head, his joyful mood instantly shifting into a serious, commanding royal presence as he sternly tells the man to speak. The minister explains that the live viewer evaluation chat room she introduced has indeed received an unbelievably massive response from the citizens, as the complete anonymity of the system gave everyone the absolute freedom to voice their minds. He gulps nervously, his face twitching as he prepares to deliver the bad news, warning them that there is a massive catch to this open freedom of speech. The emperor's eyes widen in absolute shock as the minister reveals that a massive portion of the incoming live feed consists of brutal, unfiltered criticism attacking the actual skills and competence of the trainees. Oh boy, welcome to the internet, Your Majesty. You wanted the public's honest thoughts, and now you're getting the ultimate toxic gamer rage. Keeping her composure, Edith leans in and calmly inquires about the exact percentage of negative public feedback they're currently dealing with. The minister slowly slides over another parchment, grimly stating that the harsh criticisms make up over half of the entire public opinion, and that the situation is actually much worse than it looks. He hesitantly points to the live scroll of toxic comments, accusing the princess of playing favorites with gusto and scoff, manipulating the editing to force a pathetic sob story down their throats for maximum drama. In a fit of absolute red-hot rage, the emperor slams his hands onto the heavy wooden table, roaring for his guards to immediately arrest every single peasant who dared to insult his precious daughter. In an adorable cheeky sequence, Edith frantically grabs her fuming father's arm, sweat dropping as she begs him to calm his explosive royal temper before he starts a literal civil war over online comments. As she sits back, Norman's stinging words about the cruel reality format and the manipulative editing start echoing loudly in her mind, and she realizes with a heavy heart that the public's complaints match his criticisms perfectly. She closes her eyes, biting her inner lip in quiet regret as she silently admits to herself that in her rush to create a compelling, dramatic narrative, she entirely overlooked the massive risks of leaving the trainees exposed to public hatred. It takes a big person to admit when their critic was 100% right. Norman's harsh words are finally sinking in, and she's realizing the real-world consequences of her decisions. Still fuming in the background, the emperor rants that these anonymous cowards are simply using this broadcast to vent their historical grievances against the monarchy, demanding strict state censorship to regulate the slander. Edith calmly raises her hand to silence him, arguing that the very fact that the citizens feel safe enough to openly complain about the royal family is the ultimate beautiful proof that the tyrant's dark era of fear is finally over. The emperor is left completely dumbfounded, his jaw dropping in a blank, comical daze as he struggles to comprehend his daughter's unbelievably forward-thinking logic. She gently explains that trying to hunt down anonymous commenters is an impossible task and assures him that as the tournament gets into full swing, the negative chatter will naturally die down on its own. Looking directly ahead with eyes shining like brilliant emeralds, she confidently declares that not only will this show make the public love the royal family again, but it will ultimately build an unbreakable bond of trust throughout the entire kingdom. Yet, as she remembers Norman's passionate warning about throwing young, defenseless knights to a crowd hungry for sensationalism, she knows she must act quickly to patch the structural flaws in her show. Resting her chin on her hand, she deepens her thoughts, searching for a brilliant solution that can welcome constructive public feedback while simultaneously safeguarding the trainees from toxic harassment. Suddenly, her face lights up with a brilliant idea, and she visualizes a cute chibi banhammer system, deciding to instantly publish a strict community guideline policy where anyone caught posting malicious slander will have their comments deleted, and repeat offenders will face an immediate ban. Yes, the princess is literally introducing the concept of chat moderators to the fantasy world. Get ready to feel the wrath of the royal banhammer trolls. Clenching her fists so tightly that her knuckles turn white, she fiercely resolves that she will make this show an undeniable masterpiece, forcing that arrogant Norman to finally look her in the eye and acknowledge her brilliance. With a confident, radiant smile, Edith suddenly stands up from the table, declaring that her analysis is officially complete and it is now time to unleash their counteroffensive. Let's pick up right where the fuming princess left off, clenching her fists with raw, unbridled passion as literal flames of determination erupt in the background. Edith comically bellows that their next ultimate goal is to double the viewer numbers and skyrocket the registered voter count. Look at her chibi form, basically turning into a fiery motivational coach, while her poor father and the royal minister sweat drop in complete horror. Few days fly by in a flash, and the fateful day of the second evaluation finally arrives. The camera pans over the colossal Colosseum-style grand arena bathed in the scorching desert sun, packed to the brim with excited citizens eagerly awaiting the show. Stepping onto the stage under the glittering sunlight, Princess Edith beautifully holds up a custom gemstone microphone, her face glowing as she enthusiastically enthusiastically asks the massive crowd of participants if they have all successfully received their newly updated rankings. A roaring chorus of yes instantly echoes back through the arena. Smiling softly, Edith glances down at her notes, her sparkling emerald eyes scanning the crowd as she curiously wonders to herself what tiers her favorite trainees ended up receiving after all that initial public voting. First up, we see the fiery red-armored trio. Both Raphael and Maurice managed to secure themselves comfortable spots right in Tier 3, laughing and playfully teasing each other as they proudly celebrate their stable mid-tier positions. Right next to them, she spots the inseparable duo who always seem to stick together like glue, and to her absolute delight, both of them managed to climb high enough to grab Tier 2 armbands. Oh, look at how proud and adorable they look together in their sleek silver armor. To absolutely nobody's surprise, the elite Golden Boy recruits, David and Dimitri, effortlessly secured their flawless spots in Tier 1. Both of them carried themselves with an elite, aristocratic confidence, looking completely unbothered by the pressure. On the complete opposite end of the spectrum, the dirty-playing Killman's tier has drastically plummeted down to the bottom. He stands there grinding his teeth in absolute bitter humiliation as Edith mentally notes that since he played so incredibly dirty during the last match, he should be crying tears of gratitude that he even got Tier 4. Serves you right, you absolute clown. Karma works fast, but the internet works faster. But without a single shadow of a doubt, the absolute shining star of this entire tier announcement is none other than Cousteau. He confidently walks forward in his heavy gold and crimson armor, having successfully beaten out a massive wave of formidable contestants to proudly claim his well-deserved spot in Tier 1. Clutching her microphone tightly, Edith beams with extreme satisfaction, confidently thinking to herself that this next evaluation format is absolutely perfect and will guarantee them some insane screen time and dramatic ratings. Striking a dramatic pose with one hand raised high in the air, she passionately announces to the roaring Coliseum that it is officially time to reveal the highly anticipated game-changing theme of the second evaluation. Pointing directly to the crowd, she proudly declares that the event for the second stage will be none other than a high-stakes, adrenaline-fueled team hunting game. Look at Costas' side profile instantly freezing in sweat-dripping shock. He knows this is about to get chaotic. The broadcast screen suddenly shifts to a hilariously adorable retro pixel art animation to explain the game rules. The trainees will be deployed into designated zones within the Tainted Forest to hunt down monsterized beasts, and the team that racks up the most points before the countdown timer hits 0 will seize a total victory. Next, a cute pixelated scoreboard flashes on the screen, showing the point breakdown for each prey. The majestic deer is worth a whopping 10 points, a wild boar grants 7 points, a sneaky fox gets 5, and a cute little toxic rabbit will net you a measly 2 points. Hearing the rules, a group of blue armored trainees instantly start whispering in pure panic, nervously noting that the tainted Laquia forest has been completely neglected and left without any subjugation missions for decades, meaning it's likely crawling with massive, terrifying monster hordes that could easily wipe them out. Seeing their terrified faces, Edith quickly chimes in with a reassuring, bright smile on her face, telling them all that there is absolutely no reason to freeze up in fear just because they are fighting monsters. A visual graphic of the dark, ancient Laquia forest appears on the screen as she explains that the outer areas of the woods have actually been thoroughly subjugated by the veteran early generation of Les Equis, leaving behind only exceptionally weak low-tier magical beasts for the game. But just as they start to let out a collective sigh of relief, Edith's face suddenly turns dead serious, sternly warning them that a monster is still a dangerous monster, and that letting their guard down for even a second will result in a painful disaster. Quickly transitioning back to her energetic show host persona, she dramatically points towards the arena, declaring that it is officially time to begin the team selection phase for the second evaluation team battle. Following her pointing finger, all the trainees turn around in unison, letting out confused gasps as they spot a massive wooden counter stacked with row after row of colorful armbands. Standing proudly beside the table is a stunning red-haired female royal officer in a sleek black and gold uniform who loudly commands participants ranked from 100 down to 81 to step forward first and choose their desired team color and position armband. Instantly, a stampede of lower-ranked trainees rush forward with panicked, desperate expressions, scrambling towards the table to secure the best possible color bands before the elite fighters get a turn. One green-haired recruit looks completely baffled as he picks up several small blue cards from the table, tilting his head in confusion as he tries to figure out what the strange words written on them mean. The camera zooms in on the wooden table, revealing 5 distinct blue cards labeled Master, Squire, Beater, and 2 cards marked Hound. Honestly, this sounds like a very intense fantasy roleplay group, or maybe a really weird corporate team-building exercise. The fiery red-haired officer steps up to clarify the confusion, explaining that each 5-member team must consist of exactly 1 master, 1 squire, 1 beater, and 2 hounds. Graphic silhouettes illuminate the roles, explaining that the master is the de facto supreme commander who will lead the hunt, the squire acts as the direct assistant to the leader, and the beater works in tandem with the hounds to corner the target. The graphic then displays vicious, shadowy dogs chasing a deer, explaining that the hound takes on the literal, sacrificial role of a hunting dog, throwing their bodies into the front line to take down the prey at all costs. Naturally, the low-ranked guys snatch up all the master armbands, laughing that nobody with an ounce of pride would ever willingly choose to be a dog, and bragging that they purposely threw the last match to get a low rank just to pick their roles first. Standing in the background with her arms crossed, Edith watches them with a chilly, sarcastic gaze, thinking to herself that simply wearing a fancy master armband doesn't magically turn a weak coward into a true leader. Oh, the foreshadowing is real! These low-rank masters are about to get absolutely humbled. With the first round finished, the red-haired officer raises her hand again, calling for ranks 80 down to 61 to step forward and make their selections. The second wave of blue-armored trainees sprint towards the table in a total panic, only to scream in despair as they realize all the highly coveted master and leader positions have already been completely swept up by the lower-ranked guys. But just as a heavy cloud of despair hangs over the arena, the red-haired officer flashes a highly mischievous, devilish grin, casually adding that if your desired position is already taken, higher-ranked participants are officially allowed to forcefully snatch armbands away from lower-ranked ones. Talk about an absolute plot twist! The mid-ranked trainees let out roaring cheers of joy, laughing that there's no way they'd let useless nobodies steal the spotlight, while the lower-ranked guys sweat drop in absolute horror, screaming that this is a totally thuggish, brutal rule. Welcome to the survival show, boys. Might makes right. Within seconds, the arena turns into a chaotic playground brawl. A higher-ranked trainee in heavy yellow armor walks up and effortlessly yanks the master armband right off a stuttering lower-ranked knight's arm, mocking him for daring to think a weakling like him could lead a team. Once the dust finally settles and the chaotic physical negotiations are over, the red-haired officer speaks into her mic, announcing that the team and position selections for all participants are officially complete. The camera suddenly zooms in on a golden-clad forearm wearing a plain blue armband as the surrounding knights begin to whisper and mutter in total bewilderment. A group of trainees stare forward with wide, sweating eyes, looking completely dumbfounded as they ask each other in utter disbelief if he seriously just chose that specific role. Standing nearby, the elite golden boy Dimitri glances over, his face filled with genuine confusion, as he whispers that the guy is literally ranked 9th overall. So why on earth would he willingly bypass the leader armband? The camera pans down to show a muscular waist wrapped in a bright red sash that has the word Hound printed across it in bold white letters. It's Cousteau! He stands tall and proud, looking absolutely majestic in his brilliant gold armor, completely unfazed by the fact that he just willingly chose the lowest, most physically grueling dog role of the entire hunt. Now that is what you call a humble king. The scene shifts to the entrance of Liquia, the tainted forest, where a massive, glowing magical barrier of swirling green and white energy safely seals the dangerous woodland off from the outside world. Right outside the massive barrier, the silhouettes of all the newly formed trainee teams stand gathered on the lush green grass, waiting for the official signal to begin their dangerous hunt. We pan to Team Dimitri, consisting of 5 very handsome, colorful knights standing in a circle on the grass to hold their very first tactical team meeting. Carrying himself with flawless, aristocratic poise, the silver-haired team leader, Dimitri, looks at his squad and calmly asks if any of them have actually ever been hunting before. Instantly, the blonde, red-armored Maurice cheerfully raises his hand with a bright smile, eagerly confirming that he has plenty of hunting experience. The overlay name card officially lists him as Dimitri Team Hound Maurice. Dimitri nods in approval, then turns his serious red eyes towards the remaining 3 members of the squad, curiously asking what their backgrounds are. An awkward, dead silence instantly falls over the group as Dennis, Pavel, and Cousteau all look away, sweating profusely with incredibly shifty, guilty expressions on their faces. Oh boy, this team is already looking like a total disaster. Pavel, the adorable pink-haired knight, nervously twiddles his fingers and squeaks out in a trembling voice that he isn't really into hunting or outdoor activities at all. His official name card reads, Dimitri Team, Tracker, Pavel. Ha! A tracker who hates the outdoors? Brilliant team composition, guys. Crossing his arms with a deeply annoyed huff, the long-haired silver knight, Denise, bluntly grumbles that he's a fisherman by trade. So why on earth would he ever know how to hunt land beasts? His name card reads, Dimitri team, attendant, Denise. Scratching his messy black hair with an incredibly awkward, blushing smile, Cousteau sheepishly laughs and says that while he doesn't hunt animals, he has done a fair share of pirate hunting back in his sailing days. His name card reads, Dimitri team, hound, Cousteau. The scene hilariously shifts to an adorable chibi sequence where poor Dimitri and Maurice look completely traumatized, their faces turning a comical shade of pale as dark vertical lines of pure despair loom over their heads. Cousteau can only offer a sweating, nervous grin as he comically asks if pirate hunting doesn't count. Honestly, you can't even make this up. Dimitri wanted an elite squad, but he ended up with a fisherman, a fragile indoor boy, and a literal pirate hunter. Good luck surviving the forest, boys. Pavel, the pink-haired tracker, leans in closer to his new teammate and whispers his deep curiosity, asking Cousteau why on earth someone of his high caliber would willingly choose to be a lowly, physically grueling hunting dog. Clenching his golden gauntlet tightly against his chest with a sharp clank, Cousteau flashes an incredibly confident smirk, completely unbothered by what others think of his decision. With a loud burst of laughter, a hilariously adorable chibi Cousteau declares that playing the underdog role of a hound actually makes him look 10 times more badass and impressive when he inevitably succeeds. Honestly, you have to respect this level of absolute unshakable self-confidence. Dimitri silently glances over his shoulder, watching the goofy pirate hunter chuckle to himself, feeling a heavy mixture of confusion and mild exhaustion at his team's strange dynamic. Sitting comfortably in her grand host chair, Edith observes Team Dimitri's surprisingly wholesome interaction with a warm gaze, thinking to herself that Cousteau's decision to bypass the leader role despite his elite ranking makes him an utterly unpredictable wildcard. She giggles softly behind her hand, dreading how the stern, glasses-wearing Norman is inevitably going to scold her for showing obvious favoritism towards certain participants once this broadcast officially airs. Hey, we can't blame her. Cousteau is easily a fan favorite. But as Edith's sharp green eye darts toward another section of the arena, her playful smile quickly fades, noticing that the other newly formed squads are having a much rougher start. We cut to Team Joan, where an incredibly arrogant green-haired knight named Kilman stands tall, boastfully claiming to his teammates that his personal combat skills are far too superior for him to remain a basic hound. Tapping his chest with supreme arrogance, Kilman proudly announces that he is the only rightful candidate who deserves to take the supreme team leader position. The official golden-armored team owner, Joan, slowly turns around, his voice dropping to a dangerous chill as he asks the green-haired upstart if he's seriously demanding that he surrender his leadership armband. Pure static electricity seems to crackle between them, as Kilman argues that a truly qualified fighter should lead, while Joan furiously retorts that if Kilman was so confident, he should have secured a higher rank instead of trying to steal someone else's spot. The sheer pettiness of these guys before the match even begins is absolute peak drama. Feeling the escalating tension, the brown-haired team attendant, Raphael, hastily steps between them with a worried expression, pleading for both sides to calm down before they waste all their energy fighting each other instead of the monsters. Raphael suggests settling the leadership dispute through a fair democratic vote to prevent any future complaints, but Joan instantly rejects the idea, shouting in anger that there is absolutely no reason to vote away a position he rightfully earned through the ranking system. Leaning in close, Raphael whispers some deep wisdom into Joan's ear, explaining that simply wearing a fancy armband doesn't magically earn a team's respect, and that winning a voluntary vote will actually give him far greater authority. He reassures Joan that this strategic move will prove his magnanimity, causing the proud knight to let out a defeated sigh and reluctantly agree to the terms. Facing his rival once more, Joan sternly declares that they will proceed with the vote, but warns Kilman that he must accept the final results without a single drop of complaint. Watching from afar, Edith is thoroughly impressed, recalling that Raphael actually used to run an orphanage, which perfectly explains his god-tier communication skills and ability to effortlessly pacify hot-headed warriors. Talk about a vital support character. Shifting her attention once again, Edith smiles as she spots Team David standing in a harmonious circle, looking completely ready to cooperate. The golden-clad team leader, David, stands proudly at the center, radiating absolute confidence as he rallies his members with a bright, charismatic grin. His team attendant, Pierre, and the red-haired tracker, Killian, both nod in cheerful agreement, creating an incredibly positive and unified atmosphere that bodes extremely well for their upcoming hunt. In a powerful show of solidarity, all 5 teammates raise their armored fists toward the sky, letting out a roaring battle cry as they hype themselves up for the challenge ahead. Excited! Now this is what a functional team actually looks like. Take notes, Joan! Standing up from her throne with a sudden, energetic leap, Edith raises her voice through the mic, asking the energized crowd of trainees if they are officially ready to proceed. 2 elegant royal officers step forward to unroll a massive, ancient map of the Laquia forest, as Edith explains that the woods are divided into 4 distinct hunting zones, with 5 teams assigned to each. A glittering golden sparkle sweeps across the arena, highlighting the massive scale of the upcoming tactical selection phase. The graphic screens display the massive stakes of the hunt, revealing that the first-place team in each zone will secure a colossal 10,000 bonus votes, while the bottom squad will walk away with absolutely nothing. Talk about a brutal winner-take-all scenario. Holding her glittering microphone, Edith emphasizes that these immense bonus points are more than enough to completely flip the entire trainee ranking system upside down, meaning nobody can afford to slack off. To decide who gets which zone, she dramatically announces that they will first compete in a high-stakes minigame that will award both prime starting locations and precious monster bait. Instantly, the massive crowd of trainees erupts into a sea of roaring cheers, their competitive spirits fully ignited by the sudden twist. With a theatrical point of her hand, Edith reveals that the selection minigame is none other than a classic, high-speed, first-to-the-finish foot race. Simple, elegant, and absolutely brutal for heavy-armored knights. The broadcast screen transitions into a cute, retro-themed pixel graphic, cheerfully declaring that the rules of this race are about as simple as they get. The adorable pixel knights line up at the starting gate, preparing to sprint with everything they've got to claim their favorite spots on the map. The explanation shows a victorious pixel runner grabbing a golden flag, while his exhausted rivals collapse in defeat, illustrating that only the absolute fastest trainee from each group can secure their desired zone. The artist went full retro 8-bit mode for this explanation, and honestly, it's absolutely adorable. Standing in their team huddle, the experienced hunter Maurice leans in to whisper a crucial piece of advice to Dimitri, pointing out that they must secure the zone featuring a river, as thirsty magical beasts are guaranteed to gather there in massive numbers. Dimitri turns his sharp eyes toward the grand map being displayed, carefully studying the terrain as he begins to formulate a winning strategy in his mind. Zooming in on the flowing blue river of Zone 2, Dimitri nods in firm agreement, realizing that this specific sector holds the absolute highest concentration of high-point prey. Pavel nervously twiddles his fingers, looking up at his towering comrades to ask the million-dollar question of who among them is actually going to represent Team Dimitri in this high-speed sprint. An incredibly awkward, heavy silence falls over the group as Dennis and Maurice both break into nervous sweats, silently avoiding eye contact since wearing heavy, clanking plate armor makes them about as fast as a turtle. Suddenly, Cousteau raises his massive golden gauntlet with a bright, swaggering grin, proudly volunteering for the job by hilariously admitting that spending his entire life running away from danger has made him an absolute master of sprinting. Now that is a truly elite backstory. Maurice, Dennis, and Pavel stare at him with wide, completely dumbfounded eyes, not knowing whether to be deeply impressed by his willingness or utterly concerned by his hilarious survival methods. Standing side by side, Dimitri glances at the grinning pirate hunter, a subtle, highly approving smirk forming on his face as he trusts Cousteau's hidden agility. The scene transitions to the grand starting line, where the 5 representative runners from each team crouch down into low, highly competitive starting blocks on the lush grass. Cousteau locks his eyes forward with intense focus, his relaxed demeanor completely vanishing as he prepares his muscular legs to launch his heavy gold armor forward like a rocket. Watching from the sidelines, Pavel nervously asks Dimitri if it's truly wise to let Cousteau run, noting that their competitors are some of the most famously agile and elite knights in the academy. Dimitri simply flashes a dazzling aristocratic smile amidst a flurry of dramatic, imaginary white roses, radiating absolute, unshakable confidence confidence in his chosen runner. The pure shoujo manga energy coming off this guy is off the charts. We pan back to Cousteau, who gets a sudden shock as Dimitri's calm voice echoes in his mind, reminding him that his nonchalant attitude makes it look like he isn't even trying to win. Turning his head with a startled gasp, Cousteau asks his leader what on earth he means by such a provocative statement. Dimitri delivers a smooth, highly charming proposal, telling Cousteau that if he truly wishes to taste absolute victory, he had better make sure to align himself with Dimitri's squad in the future. Back at the starting line, Edith raises a glittering golden pistol high into the sky, shouting a thrilling countdown before pulling the trigger with a deafening bang. Instantly, the ground violently trembles as the armored knights explode forward in a massive cloud of dust, sprinting with terrifying, monstrous speed. One of the rival runners lets out a panicked gasp as a golden streak of pure, blinding light rockets past him in the blink of an eye, leaving everyone in the absolute dust. Who could have guessed that a pirate hunter in heavy gold armor could run this ridiculously fast? Sweating furiously, one of the noble rival runners gasps in sheer disbelief as his eyes struggle to keep up with the golden blur ahead. He can't help but curse under his breath, wondering what kind of monster could possibly move this fast in heavy gold armor. Gritting his teeth in pure frustration, the rival runner recalls how Cousteau deliberately played mind games with him right before the starting pistol went off, calling him a cheap bastard for playing so dirty. Talk about letting your opponent live rent-free in your head before the race even starts. We get a dynamic, high-speed close-up of Cousteau's boots kicking up dirt with insane velocity, his mind racing as he reflects on his own hidden past. A terrifying, spectral Black Panther with glowing gold eyes materializes right behind Cousteau as he proudly recalls his grueling past as a slave, vowing that he will never let these pampered, soft-handed nobles crush his survival-hardened pride. This backstory is absolutely legendary. Exploding forward with monstrous power, Cousteau leaves the other elite knights coughing in his dust, shouting a fierce warning that he's about to show him what true survival running looks like. With a lightning-fast reach, Cousteau's heavy golden gauntlet slaps onto the wooden sign marked Zone 2, officially securing the highly coveted river territory for his squad. Raising the wooden sign high into the sky, Cousteau flashes a proud, incredibly handsome grin as he celebrates his massive victory. Look at that swagger. This man knows he just carried the entire team on his back. On the sidelines, his main rival hunches over, panting heavily while wiping sweat from his brow, completely humiliated that a pirate hunter in full plate armor outran him so easily. Instantly, Dimitri's squad rushes forward to surround their golden runner, cheering and laughing in absolute delight as they praise his god-tier speed. Cousteau just playfully rubs the back of his neck, laughing off their compliments like it was nothing. Standing gracefully at the center of the arena, Edith addresses the gathered trainees through her glittering mic, explaining that the wooden signs they brought back represent their official hunting zones. With a mischievous, twinkling smile, Edith instructs all the winning runners to peel off the white sticker on the back of their wooden signs to reveal their assigned prize. Curiously pulling at the edge of the paper, Cousteau carefully strips away the backing, eager to see what kind of high-tier monster bait they got for winning first place. Suddenly, Cousteau's relaxed expression completely freezes, his pupil dilating in horror as he stares blankly at the words printed on the sign. Feeling the heavy, awkward silence, his teammates crowd around him in deep concern, frantically asking what on earth is written on the back of the sign to make him look like he just saw a ghost. The camera pans to the back of the wooden board, revealing the words Rabbit Monster Bait Set printed in bold letters. The retro 8-bit broadcast screen reveals the absolute tragedy of their draw, showing a point table where a rabbit monster is worth a measly 2 points compared to a 10-point deer. They literally ran at Mach speed just to win the lowest tier bait in the entire game. Talk about absolute comedic timing. The entire team descends into comical despair, their faces turning completely pale as they collectively scream in pure horror that they are absolutely screwed. Pointing a playful finger at the camera, Edith cheerily announces that they have exactly 1 hour to complete the hunt, urging them to make every single second count. The massive digital display flashes a golden banner, officially declaring that the real monster hunt has finally begun. Before we dive deeper into the dense foliage, a brilliant purple-haired sorceress raises a glowing elemental sword, setting a highly dramatic and magical tone for the impending forest battle. Deep inside the lush Liquia forest, a cute white rabbit monster with sharp black antlers happily munches on grass, completely unaware of the threat until a wooden arrow pierces straight through its body with a sharp thud. Abel happily jumps into the air with a bright, childlike smile, proudly holding the defeated antlered rabbit high above his head as he celebrates their very first catch. Shushu slowly turns her head, deadpanning that since they used rabbit bait, catching a rabbit is literally the most obvious outcome, prompting Pavel to comically pout in embarrassment. Within minutes, a massive, neat pile of dead antlered rabbit monsters begins to stack up against the roots of a giant tree, looking highly impressive. Yet, studying the pile, Dmitri looks incredibly serious, pointing out that because rabbits have such a low point value, it will be nearly impossible to close the point gap with the top teams at this rate. Maurice steps in with a bright, sweaty smile, trying his absolute best to hype up the depressed squad by shouting that catching low-point prey is still 100 times better than walking away with nothing. Clenching his fist with comedic passion, Maurice suggests that they should simply hunt down every single rabbit in the entire zone to overwhelm their rivals with sheer numbers. A heavy silence falls over the group as the entire team slowly walks away, leaving poor Maurice sweat-dropping in comical defeat as he quietly mutters an apology. The absolute disrespect is real. Pointing his finger toward the pile, Cousteau chimes in with a brilliant strategic twist, proposing that they use the actual rabbit corpses as fresh, bloody bait to lure in much bigger prey. With a clever, highly confident smirk, Cousteau explains that to high-point carnivorous monsters, the scent of real, fresh blood is infinitely more tempting than artificial lure spray. Dmitri's eyes light up as he cups his chin, admitting that Cousteau's savage pirate tactics are actually brilliant and highly effective. Maurice eagerly adds that he saw a massive herd of high-point deer monsters migrating toward Team David's zone, meaning David's squad definitely secured the dew lure bait. Dmitri immediately formulates a devious plan, suggesting they set up their rabbit-baited trap right on the border of David's territory to intercept the migrating deer monsters as they run past. Now this is the kind of tactical thievery I love to see. Nodding in firm agreement, Shushu raises her hand, confidently volunteering to construct a high-strength net trap to ensnare the incoming beasts. Moving with expert stealth, Shushu carefully stretches a thick, durable rope net across a deep pit, concealing it perfectly beneath the dense forest brush. Handing over one of the antlered rabbit corpses, Pavel carefully places the bloody prey right at the center of the hidden trap to act as the perfect trigger. We get a close-up of the dead rabbit monster lying on a bed of fresh green leaves, its dark blood seeping down to create an irresistible trail for any nearby predator. Standing in a line, the 5 teammates look down at their finished masterpiece, crossing their arms in quiet satisfaction as they prepare to execute their trap. Sitting down heavily against a thick, mossy tree trunk, Maurice lets out a tired sigh, asking if their plan is really just to sit here and wait for something to fall into their trap. Pavel immediately objects with a worried, highly energetic shout, arguing that they cannot afford to slack off and must continue actively hunting rabbits to secure a baseline score. The 2 teammates begin to comically bicker back and forth, with Maurice arguing that intercepting David's monsters is enough, while Pavel furiously retorts that unexpected variables could ruin everything. Dmitri steps in to break up the argument, agreeing that they must keep hunting rabbit monsters to secure a stable score, instructing Maurice and Pavel to stay behind and guard the net. Gesturing to the remaining members, Dmitri declares that the rest of them will fan out into the surrounding woods to hunt down any low-tier beast they can find. Shushu, Cousteau, Maurice, and Pavel all nod in unison, shouting their agreement as they split up to maximize their efficiencies. Pulling back his bowstring with incredible steady strength, Dmitri narrows his eyes with absolute focus, looking like a legendary elven prince ready to strike. Suddenly, a massive antlered rabbit springs forward, only to be instantly caught and swept high into the air as Shushu activates the net trap with perfect timing. Holding his bow, Dmitri stands silently alongside Shushu, his sharp eyes scanning the dense trees as he senses a strange shift in the forest's atmosphere. Looking down at the rabbit in his hand, Dmitri suddenly realizes something is off, turning his head in confusion to ask where on earth Cousteau has disappeared to. We cut to Cousteau sneaking through the deep shadows of the forest with his bow drawn, looking around in search of a hidden prize he spotted earlier. Suddenly, a majestic, glowing, multi-tailed firefox monster emerges from the bushes, radiating intense heat and magic. Gasp! Cousteau's eyes widen as he realizes he's just stumbled upon a rare, high-point jackpot. Will he be able to take it down solo, or is he in way over his head? We'll have to wait and see. Right as Cousteau gets ready to release his arrow, a completely different projectile tears through the forest canopy. With a brutal strike, the beautiful multi-tailed firefox is pinned to the ground, crying out in absolute agony. Cousteau's eyes widen as he freezes mid-draw, completely stunned that someone stole his legendary target right out from under his nose. Slowly lowering his majestic white bow, Cousteau's breath hitches as his mind races to figure out who could have pulled off such a stealthy, high-precision shot. Gasp, gasp, his golden eyes scan the surrounding thicket as the realization hits him that he is definitely not alone in these deep, dark woods. Okay, wait, who is stepping out of the bushes with that incredibly dramatic entrance? Let me guess, a wild rival has appeared? Classic Manoir fashion to never let our boy get a clean win. A heavy, blue-plated boot steps out of the dense underbrush, crushing the twigs underneath with a distinct crunch, crunch. Emerging from the shadows is a green-haired knight clad in striking blue armor, sporting the Roman numeral 4 proudly on his chest plate as he wields a massive bow with a smug, self-satisfied grin. This is Kilman, and he looks like he's been waiting for this exact moment to corner his rival. Cousteau's jaw nearly drops in pure disbelief as he points toward the smirking archer, demanding to know on earth how Kilman managed to find him in such a remote area. The defeated multi-tailed fox lies lifeless on the grass between them, a silent testament to the stolen prize. Kilman scoffs, chuckling darkly, explaining with deep bitterness that a loyal hound simply knows how to follow the scent of its destined prey. His green eyes are practically burning with a toxic mix of jealousy and deep-seated resentment. Wow, the level of salt on this guy is absolutely off the charts. Imagine blaming someone else for your own low rank. Couldn't be me. Staring blankly at his rival's blue-armored torso, Cousteau deadpans, asking if Kilman is really referring to himself as a literal hound. Instantly, the scene shifts to a hilarious chibi argument. Kilman's face turns bright red as he shouts out, screaming that he didn't become a bottom-tier hound by choice, while Chibi Cousteau just tilts his head in genuine innocent confusion, asking why he even took the job then. Throwing his hand forward in a dramatic point of accusation, Kilman screams that it is entirely Cousteau's fault. If Cousteau hadn't ruined everything, there's no way a talented noble like him would have been demoted to the absolute rock bottom of Tier 4. Turning his back with a nonchalant sigh, Cousteau coolly retorts that if Kilman finds it so incredibly unfair, he should have just beaten him in a fair fight using actual combat skills. That slick comeback only makes Kilman sputter in fury, screeching that Cousteau was the one who cowardly ambushed him in the first place. I love how Cousteau is just completely unbothered by this entire villain monologue. He's basically saying, get good in medieval knight terms. Flashing a lazy, incredibly handsome grin, Cousteau chuckles softly, dryly noting that Kilman is the absolute last person on this planet who should be lecturing anyone about being cowardly. Completely losing his mind, a terrifying dark purple aura erupts around Kilman as he screams, howling that if it wasn't for Cousteau, he never would have been forced into this humiliating position. He is literally shaking with pure, unadulterated hatred. Taking slow, heavy steps forward, clink clinks, Kilman towers over a cautious Cousteau, growling that if it weren't for this miserable encounter, he would never have to endure being looked down upon by the rest of the Academy's elite scumbags. Suddenly, Kilman's eyes dart around the surrounding foliage, checking the nearby trees with a highly suspicious, paranoid expression. Cousteau watches him closely, instantly sensing a dangerous shift in the air. Oh no! Please don't tell me this guy is about to do something crazy because they're out of sight of the cameras? The villain flags are flying high. With his eyes locking back onto Cousteau, a sinister grin spreading across Kilman's face as he notes with sickening glee that his rival seems to have wandered deep into the woods completely alone. Cousteau's golden eyes narrow as a cold sweat drop rolls down his temple, his body tensing up as he realizes Kilman is definitely planning something far more malicious than a simple argument. Moving with slow, calculated malice, Kilman creeps forward, rustling as he positions his bow, looking like a predator that has finally cornered its prey in the deepest, darkest corner of the woods. In a moment of high tension, Cousteau silently questions why this absolute lunatic has suddenly started looking up at the sky in the middle of their confrontation, wondering if he's searching for some kind of signal. Wait, the art style in this panel is absolutely gorgeous, but so unsettling. The lighting contrast on Kilman's face makes him look like a literal demon. Looking up at the dense canopy, Kilman wickedly whispers that because they are so incredibly deep inside the forest, there aren't even any recording orbs around to monitor their actions. Cousteau's heart skips a beat as he mutters and shock, his hand slowly drifting down toward his quiver as the gravity of his dangerous situation finally sinks in. Stepping forward with slow, deliberate pacing, Kilman smugly points out that this dangerous forest is absolutely crawling with ravenous monsters that are ready to pounce the very second they catch even a single whiff of fresh blood. Pulling back his bowstring with a slow, agonizing creaks, Kilman's eyes widen with sadistic glee as he tells Cousteau that even if he murders him right here, it can easily be disguised as a tragic, accidental death caused by wild beasts. This escalated so fast, we went from a lighthearted hunting game to literal attempted murder in a matter of seconds. We get a tense, dramatic close-up of Cousteau's sharp golden eyes sweating profusely as his mind instantly calculates his survival odds against a completely unhinged noble with a loaded weapon. Trusting his battle-hardened survival instincts, Cousteau doesn't hesitate for a single microsecond, instantly leaping backward as he explodes into a dead sprint away from the danger. Shocked by Cousteau's lightning-fast reaction, Kilman's face contorts in absolute rage as he screams, bellowing, demanding to know where on earth his prey thinks he's running to. Pushing his legs to their absolute physical limits, Cousteau's heavy golden boots kick up clouds of dirt with a frantic patter-patter as he maneuvers through the dense, tangled undergrowth. Our boy is so practical. He's not even scared. He's just annoyed that this crazy guy is wasting his precious point hunting time. Weaving through the towering trees, Cousteau grinds his teeth, thinking that he absolutely cannot afford to get tangled up in a pointless duel with a complete lunatic when there's so little time left in the game. Gripping his bow tightly, he reflects that it would be 100 times more beneficial for his squad to spend these precious minutes hunting down actual monsters to secure their victory instead of playing survival games with a madman. Suddenly, a lethal wooden arrow tears through the air with a terrifying whiz-whiz right past Cousteau's ear, nearly taken off his head as he narrowly dodges the surprise projectile. Before he can even recover his footing, a strong, heavy hand suddenly reaches grabbing onto Cousteau's golden shoulder plate from behind, completely halting his forward momentum. Oh my God, did he get hit? Please tell me that was just a graze and not a fatal blow. Letting out a pained gasp, Cousteau's cheek is sliced open by a grazing arrow, a thin line of crimson blood spraying into the air as he is forcefully pulled back. Leaning heavily against a thick, mossy tree trunk, Cousteau pants heavily as he struggles to catch his breath, his eyes wide with adrenaline as he looks up to see who has intercepted him. Suddenly, a breathtakingly handsome, blonde-haired knight in polished golden armor appears right in front of him, staring down at him with an incredibly intense protective gaze that completely catches Cousteau off guard. Holding Cousteau closely against the tree trunk, the blonde knight, who is none other than the legendary Tier 1 leader David, glares into the distance, his hand resting firmly on Cousteau's shoulder, as if shielding him from the entire world. Wait, why does this feel like a scene straight out of a romance novel? The tension is unreal. The artist knew exactly what they were doing here. Flustered and completely bewildered by the sudden close contact, Cousteau pushes himself away, pointing a shaky golden gauntlet at the blonde noble as he stammeringly demands to know what he's doing. Instantly reacting to the noise, David lunges forward and slaps his heavy golden-gloved hand directly over Cousteau's mouth, completely silencing him before he can give away their hidden position. Looking down at him with a gentle, incredibly charming smile, David raises a single golden finger to his lips, softly whispering for Cousteau to stay absolutely quiet as the danger passes. Right on cue, a furious, frustrated scream echoes through the trees behind them as Kilman stomps around in a blind rage, pulling back his bowstring with no target in sight. Honestly, watching Kilman lose his mind in the background while these two are having a dramatic shoujo moment is peak comedy. In a hilarious wide shot, birds scatter from the treetops as Kilman's furious screeches echo across the entire forest canopy, calling Cousteau a miserable little rat for escaping. Looking around wildly, Kilman's face is completely red as he vows that once he gets his hands on Cousteau, he is going to smash him into absolute smithereens, completely unaware that his target is hiding just a few feet away. Peeking out from behind the massive tree trunk, Chibi Cousteau's sweat drops as he watches his fiery rival storm off, quietly sighing that Kilman is an absolute certified crazy bastard. Turning back to his savior, Cousteau proudly crosses his arms, muttering that he didn't actually need any help to deal with that loser, though he still quietly offers a grumpy thank you anyway. David just coughs, claiming he was more than happy to assist. Wait, the mood just shifted so fast. Look at David's face. He looks like a disappointed puppy who just got rejected. Suddenly, a comical dark shadow falls over David's face as he notes with extreme bitterness that he always ends up swooping in to save Cousteau like this, yet his efforts are never truly appreciated. Sparkling with dramatic shimmering bubbles, David leans in close, his voice filled with dramatic sorrow as he begs to know why Cousteau never ever chooses to join his squad during the team selections. Instantly turning into a defensive chibi, Cousteau waves his arms in embarrassment, shouting back that the reason is incredibly simple. It's because he just flat out doesn't want to. David's golden puppy dog aura instantly shatters as he stares back with wide, deeply hurt blue eyes, asking with genuine confusion what on earth that harsh rejection is supposed to mean. Cousteau's explanation is actually so relatable. Who wants to deal with a squad full of crazy fanboys 24/7? Crossing his arms, Chibi Cousteau explains that if he were to join David's top-tier team, he would be completely surrounded by David's obsessive high-class followers, and he simply doesn't want to waste all his energy dealing with their annoying jealousy. Hearing those words, David's face instantly lights up with a radiant, blindingly bright smile, looking as if he just won the ultimate lottery. Narrowing his sapphire eyes with an incredibly intense, almost possessive look, David whispers that Cousteau only chose Dimitri's squad because they have prior experience working together, meaning Cousteau simply feels more comfortable around him. The jealousy is real. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierces through the forest, instantly breaking the tense silence. Both Golden Knights snap their heads toward the source of the noise, their faces filled with alarm as they realize something has gone horribly wrong. David and Cousteau are running, run through the thick trees, their golden armor shining bright under the sun as they race toward the terrifying scream that just echoed in the distance. Stopping in their tracks, they discover a completely ridiculous sight. Some poor green-haired cadet hanging upside down inside a giant rope trap, crying out at the top of his lungs for David to save him, while Cousteau just sighs at how blind the guy is. Annoyed by the absolute stupidity of the situation, Cousteau turns away with an eye roll, grunting. David crosses his arms, looking sternly down at Cousteau, reminding him with a sharp tone that he shouldn't be laughing when he was just running away in fear from an unhinged noble himself a minute ago. Talk about a reality check. Suddenly, a terrifying, blood-curdling gasp, scream pierces through the forest again, with red blood droplets raining down as David points out that the noise is coming directly from his team's designated hunting territory. Knowing duty calls, David tells Cousteau they'll have to finish their little private chat after the exam is over, completely ignoring the green-haired kid who is desperately begging for them to get him down first. Oh, this is pure evil. Turning back with an incredibly sly, wicked grin, David gives the trapped boy a look that says he doesn't care at all about his suffering, leaving the poor guy sweating bullets. Leaving the scene without a single shred of remorse, David walk away while the trapped cadet comically thrashes around in his net, screaming at the top of his lungs about being abandoned in the woods. Seeing David leave, the trapped green-haired boy points a finger at Cousteau, screaming for him to hurry up and cut him down, but Cousteau simply points out that the idiot only has himself to blame for building a trap here in the first place. With a sudden change of heart, Cousteau walk closer with a bright, charming smile, sweetly telling the boy that of course he's going to help him out of this sticky situation. Oh no! Never trust that sweet face! Suddenly, a dark, demonic purple aura surrounds Cousteau's face as he grins, smirk, wickedly declaring that his help will only come after he receives some very generous compensation from the boys' team. The scene transitions with a sharp, vibrant purple flash, signaling that the focus is shifting back to the life-or-death battle happening elsewhere in the forest. Arriving at his team's coordinates, David breaks into a cold sweat, panting as he stares in absolute horror at the utter chaos unfolding before his eyes. The visual contrast here is amazing. We get a dramatic wide shot of David's team being completely overrun by a horde of pitch-black, demonic deer monsters with glowing crimson eyes fighting for their absolute survival. Drawing his massive gleaming sword with a sharp metallic clank, David rushes forward with blinding speed, determined to save his teammates from being torn to shreds. Leaping into the air, David slashes, slash right through a massive beast, spraying crimson blood across the green grass as he displays his overwhelming combat prowess. Blading gracefully, David demands to know how on earth things got this bad, while his gray-haired teammate Pierre stands back to back with him, trembling as he tries to explain the disaster. Pointing toward the center of the swarm, Pierre reveals that one of their own genius teammates tried to open the highly concentrated deer lure scent, but accidentally spilled the entire bottle all over himself. Seriously? How stupid can you get? David's face twists into a mixture of pure shock and disbelief, completely dumbfounded that someone could actually make such a colossal, brain-dead mistake during a high-stakes exam. Swinging his sword to clear the air, David notes that the lore scent is incredibly potent, meaning even a single drop can summon a horde, so spilling an entire bottle is basically a death sentence that drives the monsters into a rabid frenzy. In the middle of the horde, the idiot cadet covered in the scent desperately swings his bow, screaming, scream at the ravenous deer to get away from the prey he risked his life to catch. Stealing his resolve, David's eyes glow with an intense, heroic light as he prepares to lead a counteroffensive to wipe out the entire bee swarm. Pointing his sword forward, David commands his team to focus entirely on clearing the threat first before worrying about their exam scores, prompting his loyal red-armored soldiers to shout, shout, shout in unison. After a grueling battle, the threat is finally neutralized, and the guilty cadet bows low to the ground, crying tears of shame as he begs his teammates for forgiveness. Patting the crying boy on his shoulder with a gentle pat-pat, David kindly tells him to save his apologies and hurry to the nearby river to wash that hideous smell off before it attracts any more monsters. Leading his exhausted team toward the sparkling water, David suddenly stops, his eyes catching something unexpected hidden in the nearby bushes. Looking closely, he notices several dead deer monsters caught in heavy steel bear traps, realizing that even though the horde was massive, the traps had luckily intercepted and thinned out the beasts heading their way. David is such a strategist. Smirk to himself, he notes that while Dimitri's team obviously set these traps for their own score, it ironically saved David's team from being completely overwhelmed. Down at the river, the cadets wash the black gunk off their armor, with one greedy teammate suggesting they should steal all the beasts trapped in Dimitri's traps, since they technically caught them using their spilled scent. Pierre joins in on the scheme, complaining that all the monsters they hunted so far were ruined, meaning they won't even count toward their score unless they sweep up the trapped ones. Turning back with an incredibly stern, authoritative glare, David firmly shuts down the idea, declaring that those traps belong to Dimitri's team, and stealing their hard work is completely beneath their honor. Flashing a radiant, incredibly confident smile, David reassures his team that the game isn't over yet, and they can easily catch up using their own skills, instantly melting his team's hearts with his noble leadership. Suddenly, a loud digital beep beep echoes through the sky as the massive exam clock finally hits 00, signaling the official end of the hunting game. Floating high above the arena, the beautiful blonde announcer speaks into a magical crystal microphone, shouting shout shout for all teams to immediately halt their hunting and exit the barrier. We get a stunning high-angle wide shot of the Academy grounds as all the various colored squads line up with their wooden handcarts, ready to have their scores calculated by the strict judges. Sitting at the VIP table, the elite student council members discuss the match, with a red-haired girl noting that Dimitri's team stood no chance since they were stuck using cheap rabbit lure scent. Looking over the initial score sheets, the red-haired noble's eyes widen in absolute surprise as she notices that while the bottom ranks are indeed filled with rabbit hunting teams, one anomalous score stands out. We get a dramatic extreme close-up of the red-haired girl's yellow eye dilating in sheer shock as she stares at the unbelievable numbers on the paper. Back on the main stage, the gorgeous blonde announcer smiles brightly, dramatically raising her voice to announce that the final team rankings are officially ready. With a lovely welcoming gesture, she beams as she prepares to reveal the top squads who dominated this highly competitive exam. Over in David's camp, the team is practically crying tears of joy, praise David's godlike hunting skills for saving them from certain failure and turning their disaster into a divine hunt. The announcer shouts out the official results. By catching 12 deer, 2 boars, and 7 foxes, David's team has officially secured first place with a grand total of 169 points. The entire crowd erupts into loud, enthusiastic clapping, clap, as they cheer for the Golden Boys' expected victory. Extending her white-gloved hand toward the crowd, the announcer dramatically introduces the squad that secured the prestigious second-place spot, Dimitri's team. Hearing the announcement, the surrounding students go completely wild with confusion, whispering in disbelief about how a team stuck with rabbit scent could possibly rank so high. The announcer reads off the shocking breakdown. Dimitri's team caught 5 deer, 7 boars, 2 foxes, and a whopping 20 rabbit monsters, bringing their final score to an incredible 149 points. Smiling warmly at the crowd, the announcer declares that with only a tiny 20-point difference from first place, Dimitri's team has officially taken overall second place across all zones. Hearing their name, Dimitri's team members explode into a group hug, crying, cry as they celebrate their miraculous hard-earned victory together. Watching the joyful celebration from the high VIP seats, the red-haired noble girl narrows her eyes, stare at Cousteau with a deeply intrigued and highly suspicious look on her face. Back at the judges' table, the student council members shake their heads in utter disbelief, completely unable to comprehend how a team that pulled the worst possible scent managed to pull off such an impossible legendary achievement. Back at the student council's VIP table, the red-haired noble girl turns to the blonde princess, curiously asking if they can watch the live recording orb footage of Zone 2 right away. Looking closely at the projection screen, they watch Dimitri's squad pulling off their clever strategy, using actual animal blood as bait instead of the cheap lure scent to easily secure their prey. Honestly, using raw meat as bait instead of buying overpriced Academy scents is peak budget-friendly gaming. Meanwhile, the golden-armored Joan is carrying a bound green-haired cadet like a sack of potatoes, complaining that he lost valuable hunting time rescuing this idiot and fully intends to make the boys' team compensate him. Pointing at the glowing screen with a smug grin, the red-haired student council member notes how Dimitri's team skillfully exploited a major loophole in the team competition rules through a clever prisoner exchange. Back in the forest, Joan confidently marches forward carrying two massive wild boars over his shoulders, completely unbothered while his red-armored teammate Raphael drags the rope-tied captive behind them. Look at him carrying those boars like gym dumbbells. This guy is built completely different. Despite their incredible haul, Joan throws a massive temper tantrum over placing fifth, whining that they would have easily secured a podium spot if they hadn't traded away those 5 boars. He spins around and complains that they should have just abandoned the useless green-haired kid, but his honorable teammate Raphael quickly apologizes, stating that abandoning a teammate was simply out of the question. Speaking through her magical broadcasting crystal microphone, the red-haired noble girl firmly tells Joan that Raphael made the absolutely correct leadership decision. She strictly reminds them that since this is a team evaluation, failing to bring back every single squad member would have led to an immediate team disqualification, leaving Joan completely speechless. Oh, so you're telling me leaving your teammate tied to a tree for extra loot points is a bad thing? Who'd have thought? With a vibrant flash of pink stars, the magical screen displays a congratulatory message officially marking the successful end of the rigorous second assessment. Holding her microphone high, the beautiful blonde princess flashes a radiant, sparkling smile as she warmly congratulates all the exhausted cadets on their hard work. As the orange sunset paints the sky, the tired cadets stretch their limbs and complain about the uncomfortable dormitory beds, planning to head straight home to sleep. Overhearing their complaints, a hilarious chibi-sized Cousteau pops up, cheekily thinking that he will have the entire empty dormitory completely to himself tonight. That sneaky little face is the universal expression of an introvert realizing they get the whole house to themselves. Suddenly, the silver-haired Imperial Knight approaches Cousteau, gently asking if he is heading back to the empty dorms all alone again today, to which Cousteau simply sighs that he has no home to go back to. Noticing the deeply sympathetic, sad puppy dog eyes his handsome senior is giving him, Cousteau instantly gets defensive, demanding to know what is up with that incredibly obnoxious look. Flashing a charming, incredibly sweet smile, the handsome Imperial Knight warmly invites Cousteau to skip the lonely dorms and spend the night over at his family estate instead. Cousteau's eyes sparkle as he instantly imagines a massive, luxurious dining table filled with gourmet feasts and a long line of polite maids waiting on him hand and foot. Man went straight from "don't look at me like that" to planning his rich friend mansion lifestyle in under a second. Clearing his throat with a blush, Cousteau tries to play it cool, saying it would be incredibly rude to flatly refuse such a generous and warm offer of hospitality. Striking a deeply dramatic, confident pose, Cousteau declares he is doing him a massive personal favor by going with him, leaving the silver-haired knight running to catch up. The scene transitions with a lovely magical illustration of a small purple-haired fairy girl, signaling a brief journey as they travel toward the silver-haired knight's massive estate. Arriving at their destination, Cousteau's jaw completely drops, his face turning pale as he stares at the towering estate before his eyes. Turning back with a cheerful, sweet smile, the silver-haired knight proudly confirms that yes, this incredibly creepy place is indeed his home. Wait, is he secretly living in a classic gothic horror movie set? Someone check the basement for vampires! Crows screech as they fly over a massive, dark brick mansion surrounded by dead, gnarled trees, prompting Cousteau to nervously joke that the place has a lot of character. Stepping through the heavy double doors, Cousteau looks around in sheer amazement, realizing that despite the terrifying Gothic exterior, the inside is completely immaculate and glowing with grand chandeliers. Their boots clank loudly as they make their way up the sweeping wooden staircase, the silence of the massive house echoing around them. Opening a large polished wooden door, the silver-haired knight warmly gestures inside, telling Cousteau that this will be his private room for his stay. It's always the creepiest mansions that have the most high-end interior design. I respect the aesthetic. Stepping into the elegant bedroom, Cousteau thanks his friend but looks around curiously, mentioning that he has not seen a single maid or butler walking around the massive halls. Stopping right in his tracks, the silver-haired knight slowly looks down, his voice dropping into a quiet, painful whisper as he admits there are no servants. Completely oblivious to the heavy mood, Cousteau tilts his head, asking if he just does not have live-in help and wondering when the daytime staff usually clock in for work. With a bitter, heartbreaking smile, the silver-haired knight quietly reveals that he has no staff at all, simply because absolutely nobody wants to work under him. My heart is breaking for this poor guy. Imagine being a high-ranking imperial knight, but you can't even hire a single maid because of your bad reputation. Cousteau's face instantly freezes as a wave of sudden realization washes over him, remembering the dark reality of his friend's complicated status. He remembers the horrifying whispers of the crowd labeling his silver-haired friend a traitor and a tyrant's dog, realizing, how isolated and hated the poor knight truly is. Quickly trying to shatter the depressing mood, Cousteau throws his arms wide and aggressively cheers, loudly praising how absolutely massive and amazing the bedroom is. Diving onto the giant plush mattress with a soft bounce, Cousteau joyfully rolls around, shouting that this room is an absolute palace compared to their cramped academy dorms. Cousteau is such a precious friend. He saw his buddy getting sad and immediately activated full supportive bro mode. Feeling deeply touched by the gesture, the silver-haired knight smiles warmly and tells Cousteau he is welcome to stay here all the way until the upcoming Foundation Festival. Peeking over his shoulder with bright, excited eyes, Cousteau asks if he is seriously allowed to stay, and his friend warmly reassures him to unpack his things and get some well-deserved rest. Gently closing the bedroom door, the knight sweetly promises to head downstairs and whip up a quick, delicious bite for them to eat. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Cousteau's expression turns thoughtful, processing the fact that an elite, direct imperial knight is living in such total isolation without any luxury. Wait, so does he cook, clean, and dust this entire gigantic mansion all by himself? That is a lot of cardio. He stands up and walks toward the window, looking around the spotless room and wondering how on earth one single person manages to keep this gargantuan mansion so clean. Peering down at the backyard, Cousteau notices that while the inside is perfect, the massive outdoor garden is completely overgrown with thick weeds, clearly neglected due to lack of time. Sliding the heavy glass window open, Cousteau confidently smirks to himself, deciding that this is the perfect opportunity to earn his keep and help his lonely friend out. A gorgeous transition panel reveals the backyard pathway completely clean, weeded, and sparkling beautifully under the warm sunset. Wearing a ridiculously frilly pink heart apron over his knight uniform, the silver-haired friend runs out in complete shock, calling out Cousteau's name and demanding to know what he is doing. Oh my goodness, the contrast between his serious imperial knight uniform and that adorable pink heart apron is absolute gold. He stops dead in his tracks, his ruby red eyes widening in complete and utter bewilderment as he stares at the transformed garden path. Crying tears of pure blood from his eyes, the chibi knight screams that Cousteau has made an absolute mess, while Cousteau furiously points at a massive mountain of pulled weeds, yelling that he pulled them all out. Sweating nervously as he takes a closer, much calmer look, the apron knight reluctantly admits that, now that he mentions it, the garden path does look a whole lot cleaner than before. Let's be honest, Cousteau probably pulled out some highly valuable magical plants alongside the actual weeds, but his heart was in the right place. Patting Cousteau gently on his shoulder, the silver-haired knight smiles warmly, telling him he did a wonderful job and inviting him inside to finally eat a hot home-cooked dinner. Hearing the word dinner, Cousteau's face instantly blushes a deep rosy red, his eyes sparkling with pure unadulterated excitement. We get a mouth-watering visual of a massive, incredibly delicious feast laid out on the table, featuring thick, perfectly sliced roasts, gourmet sausages, and fresh salads. Leaning over the table with wide, shining eyes, Cousteau excitedly asks if his incredible friend seriously prepared this entire five-star restaurant quality feast all by himself. Pulling his chair out with a quick clink, the silver-haired knight proudly puffs out his chest, waving off Cousteau's praise like it's no big deal at all. With a warm, humble smile, David casually takes a seat in his ridiculously frilly maid-like apron and cheerfully invites his hungry junior to dig right in. Not needing to be told twice, Custodia's eyes sparkle like crazy as he eagerly grabs his fork and knife to slice into the thick, juicy-looking steak. He shoves a massive piece of the gourmet meat straight into his mouth, fully expecting a burst of five-star royal flavor to completely blow his mind. In a split second, the bright, joyful atmosphere instantly evaporates as Cousteau freezes dead in his tracks mid-chew. His eyes slowly lose their shine, and a completely blank, soulless expression takes over his face as he processes the unspeakable horror currently sitting on his tongue. Oh no, his soul literally left his body. You know the food is hazardous when a guy who survived on dirt is reconsidering his life choices. Dark, poisonous purple smoke virtually swirls around Cousteau as his brain screams in sheer unadulterated panic, wondering what kind of forbidden alchemy David performed to make premium meat taste like absolute biohazard waste. A hilarious yet deeply tragic flashback of Cousteau's miserable childhood as a slave pops up, reminding him of the days he literally had to chew on dirt to survive. He realizes with absolute dread that even after surviving the worst trash-tier street food in history, he physically cannot swallow whatever toxic sludge his friend just cooked up. Completely oblivious to the literal culinary assassination he just committed, David clasps his hands together with a sweet, sparkling smile. He leans forward eagerly, his eyes practically dripping with hopeful excitement, as he sweetly asks if the food is to his guest's liking. Fighting for his actual life, Cousteau forces himself to gulp down the biohazard meat, coughing and wheezing violently as his throat burns. He squeezes out a shaky, heavily strained compliment, lying through his teeth that the dish has a very unique and unforgettable flavor profile, completely chipper to pieces that his dearest friend actually appreciates his cooking. Swept up in the sheer joy of hosting a guest, the chibi-sized David excitedly declares that he will happily cook this exact same gourmet meal for Cousteau every single day of his stay. Horror-stricken by the sudden threat of daily food poisoning, Cousteau's hand snaps forward like a whip, firmly pressing his finger against David's lips to shut that terrifying idea down instantly. Striking a deeply serious, absolutely unyielding pose with his finger held high, Cousteau sternly announces a brand new house rule. With sweat dripping down his face, he firmly declares that for the entire duration of his stay at the mansion, he is officially taking over all kitchen and cooking duties. Leaning in close with a chillingly intense glare that could cut through solid steel, Cousteau leaves absolutely zero room for argument. He looks David straight in the eyes and repeats himself with slow, terrifying emphasis, making it crystal clear that David is banned from the kitchen forever. Honestly, Cousteau taking over the kitchen isn't just a favor, it's a literal survival instinct. Our boy just saved his own life. The scene transitions to a breathtaking view of the towering imperial palace, its massive blue spires and brilliant white walls gleaming gorgeously under a vibrant rainbow. Inside the majestic golden hall, the grand imperial banquet is finally underway as noble lords and elegant ladies sit along a massive feast table. Standing at the head of the table, the host warmly thanks all the esteemed guests for taking the time out of their incredibly packed schedules to attend this glorious gathering. Holding a crystal glass filled with rich red wine, the bearded, golden-crowned emperor proudly smiles as his deep voice echoes through the hall. He raises his glass in a toast, declaring that seeing all the powerful, highly esteemed nobles of the empire gathered together in one room fills him with absolute reassurance. Gesticulating toward a lovely, blushing young noblewoman sitting nearby, the speaker announces that the lovely Lady Edith has personally prepared a special, highly exclusive gift for everyone in attendance today. Wait, since when did a night tournament turn into a high society gossip club? I guess rich people will find any excuse to drink wine and talk trash. Atlantic City, at the other side of the long table, a classy, purple-haired noblewoman eagerly claps her hands, excitedly noting that the cardamom tournament is all the castle servants can gossip about lately. Flapping her elegant fan with a sophisticated chuckle, a brown-haired lady in a lavish red gown chimes in to praise Duke David's dashing looks. She playfully complains that her own maids have been constantly nagging her to ensure she casts her noble vote for the handsome silver-haired knight. Throwing her head back with a loud, haughty laugh, another wealthy noble lady waves her hand dismissively, declaring that those low-class servants have absolutely zero taste in real men. She passionately claims that the true, undisputed star of the tournament is none other than Cousteau, cooing over his desperate, incredibly entertaining underdog struggle to rise from the absolute bottom. Taking a slow, graceful sip from her wine glass, an elegant redhead shakes her head in polite disagreement. She smoothly argues that a true protagonist is someone who instantly commands the public's attention, pointing out that Maurice, the wealthy heir to a massive merchant guild, is a far more compelling participant to watch. You know a show is a massive hit when the literal upper-class elite are arguing over their favorite characters like toxic anime stans on a forum. Watching the lively debate unfold, the brilliant blonde princess smiles subtly behind her wine glass, thoroughly pleased to see that her survival show has successfully captured the minds of the nobility. Suddenly, a sharp, deeply irritated voice cuts right through the pleasant chatter as a smug nobleman with long brown hair scoffs in absolute disgust. Gripping his fur-lined cloak, Lord Theory sneers loudly, demanding to know what the point of all this petty gossip even is. Turning to address the princess with a mocking, overly dramatic bow, Thierry dramatically sighs that some of the tournament participants are so embarrassingly weak, they shouldn't even be called knights. He aggressively argues that since this tournament is meant to select the elite guard, sheer, unadulterated combat skill should be the only factor that matters. Smirking arrogantly as a glorious, sparkling golden visual of Joan appears behind him, Thierry proudly declares that to protect the sacred honor of the nobility, a truly splendid knight like Joan must secure absolute first place. Of course the snobby nobles are colluding to push their golden boy to the top. They just can't stand seeing a commoner get any spotlight. Hearing Thierry's biased speech, a nearby noblewoman instantly nods in eager agreement, while a wealthy lord proudly raises his glass, boasting that they have already decided to pool all their massive political support behind Sir Joan. The camera zooms in on the princess's striking, vibrant green eye as her gaze turns incredibly cold and calculating. She immediately realizes that the imperial opposition faction has fully colluded, rallying behind the Lord of Pious to funnel every single one of their votes straight to Joan. Scanning the room as the arrogant nobles happily clink their glasses together, the princess silently acknowledges that their petty, elitist behavior makes perfect sense. After all, these snobby traditionalists were the very same ones who fiercely opposed the radical idea of allowing commoners to choose the new knights. A dark, dramatic flashback of gnarled black vines enveloping a massive crumpled metal communication tower flashes on screen. The princess reminds herself that if she hadn't agreed to repair the vital imperial broadcast tower destroyed by the tyrant, these greedy nobles would have never authorized her tournament in the first place. Wow! She literally used state infrastructure as leverage to get her show approved. She is playing chess while these nobles are playing checkers. Taking a steady sip of her wine, the princess confidently smiles, knowing the nobles only agreed because a restored communication network makes transporting goods and managing their territory effortless for them. Across the table, Thierry grumpily swigs his red wine, silently cursing under his breath that the princess's clever broadcast tower deal left them with absolutely no choice but to play along with her annoying commoner game. Flashing a radiant, incredibly sweet public smile to break the tense atmosphere, the princess warmly agrees that Sir Joan's popularity is indeed spectacular. She gracefully thanks the crowd, expressing how incredibly proud she is as the planner to see everyone taking such a passionate interest in her show. With a lovely, charming smile, she promises the guests that many more thrilling, heart-pounding matchups are scheduled for the near future, totally ignoring the toxic glares coming from Thierry's side of the table. Uh-oh, Thierry has that classic "I'm about to ruin this woman's entire career" look on his face. What kind of dirty trap is he setting up? Thierry's eyes narrow into a wicked, predatory glare as he leans forward, loudly claiming he recently heard a highly bizarre and absurd rumor about Her Highness. An instant wave of surprised gasps and hushed mutters spreads across the banquet table as the surrounding nobles look around in complete confusion, wondering why the princess would ever buy trash-tier mana stones. Leaning back with a smug, highly provocative grin, Thierry loudly presses the issue, asking if it is true that she is sweeping up worthless, low-grade items that even basic alchemy workshops throw into the trash. The tension in the room instantly skyrockets to 100 as the surrounding nobles break into nervous cold sweats, staring back and forth between the smug lord and the quiet princess in sheer suspense. Wait, don't tell me he actually thought he cornered her? The princess looks way too calm to be bothered by this. Maintaining her flawless, incredibly elegant composure, the princess looks Thierry dead in the eyes and calmly confirms that the rumor is completely true. The dark-haired young noble instantly sputters in complete shock, loudly demanding to know why on earth she would waste her time and royal budget on useless lumps of rock that should be thrown away immediately. Gently resting her slender hand over the exquisite white and gold gift box sitting on the table, mischievously the princess smiles mysteriously. She softly tells the curious crowd that if they truly want to know, they should simply open the mysterious boxes placed right in front of them. Clutching her lace fan to her chest, a young noblewoman's eyes widen in sheer horror and disbelief as she stares down at her gift box. Panicked, she nervously stammers, praying that the princess didn't actually bring worthless trash as an official imperial banquet gift. Imagine inviting the entire high society to a luxury dinner and gifting them literal garbage rocks. The level of disrespect would be legendary. Sputtering on his drink, the king nervously gulps down his wine, sweating profusely at the terrifying thought of the princess handing out discarded junk to the most powerful people in the empire. The camera zooms in on the princess's face as she flashes an incredibly beautiful, highly confident smile, silently enjoying the sheer panic and confusion ripple through the crowd. Driven by pure, burning curiosity, Thierry's gloved hands reach forward to flip the heavy lid of his ornate white gift box open. The moment the lid swings open, Thierry's face completely freezes, his eyes widening in absolute paralyzing shock as a cold sweat breaks out across his forehead. Repeating the same frozen expression and extreme close-up, his jaw practically drops to the floor as his brain completely short-circuits, his eyes bulging as he mutters in sheer disbelief at the impossible object resting inside. Look at his face! Man looks like he just opened a box containing a literal alien artifact. Resting perfectly inside the luxurious velvet lining of the box is a sleek, incredibly futuristic flat glass screen framed in elegant gold trim. Gesturing elegantly, the princess proudly introduces her revolutionary new invention, a portable video transmitter ingeniously crafted entirely from those cheap, discarded mana stones. She sweetly instructs the stunned crowd to gently tap the blue play button right in the center of the screen to watch an exclusive preview of the next cartoon episode. Instantly forgetting all their noble manners, a red-haired lady and a young lord eagerly grab their devices, gasping in complete shock at the mind-boggling idea of a moving video playing from such a tiny screen. Squeezing his eyes shut in nervous anticipation, Thierry slowly reaches out his black-gloved finger and gently presses the glowing play icon on the dark glass screen. Instantly, the glass screen bursts to life with a bright golden glow, revealing a high-definition video feed of the tired cadets standing in the training hall, officially displaying the words, "Cartoman, next episode preview." Oh my god, she didn't just invent TV, she literally invented streaming tablets. This princess is an absolute genius. Suddenly, the screen transitions to show their fierce, red-haired senior knight commander crossing her arms with a terrifyingly stern glare, coldly snapping that they must be having a lot of fun having enough energy to chat, sending a shiver straight down everyone's spine. In the video preview, the cadets are losing their minds. One exhausted trainee sweatily complains about how utterly impossible it is to perfectly mimic a high-level sword technique after only seeing it a single time, while another wipes his eyes in absolute despair, sobbing wildly that he stayed up all night practicing just to get completely shut down. The preview clips show the trainees making massive back-to-back blunders under the immense pressure. Swords go flying onto the stone floor with a metallic clang, and exhausted bodies collapse in agonizing heaps as their stamina completely bottoms out. Crossing her arms, the fierce red-haired commander glares down at a struggling cadet, her voice dripping with ice as she brutally demotes him, telling him his pathetic skills belong in the absolute bottom tier rather than where he currently stands. Wow, talk about emotional damage. The commander didn't just critique him, she straight up destroyed his entire self-esteem on public television. Kustu stands there looking completely shattered, staring blankly as the reality of a humiliating tear demotion stares him right in the face under the bright, unforgiving spotlight. But just when all hope seems lost, a mysterious, blurred silhouette stands beside him, hinting that a savior's about to step in and pull Kustu right out of his miserable state. The dramatic text flashes on screen, hyping up the absolute chaos to come as the preview asks the burning question on everyone's minds: who will rise above the rest to claim the glorious, undisputed Tier 1 spot? Suddenly, the glowing screens go completely black as the preview abruptly cuts off, leaving a red-dressed noblewoman clutching her device and gasping in utter shock, desperate to see what happens next. Trying to hide her own intense addiction to the show, another refined noblewoman clears her throat awkwardly, pretending she only cares because her poor servants will be terribly devastated by the cliffhanger. Clutching the elegant gold-trimmed frame, a purple-haired lady gazes up at the princess in absolute awe, asking if this incredible high-tech magical transmitter was truly built using nothing but cheap, discarded trash stones. Nodding with an incredibly sweet, proud smile, the princess happily explains that as long as one can masterfully manipulate the mana wavelength, turning useless byproduct stones into portable video players is an absolute breeze, meaning the production cost was practically zero. Theory's face turns an ugly shade of purple as he grinds his teeth in pure rage, absolutely losing his mind over how this young princess could invent a world-changing magical device so ridiculously fast. Sweeping her gaze across the captivated room, the princess gracefully announces that while the wealthy nobles are getting the very first exclusive batch, she plans to distribute these handy devices to every single common citizen across the empire during the upcoming festival. She is literally building a massive loyal streaming audience in real time. Netflix who? The princess is about to monopolize the entire entertainment industry. Smiling radiantly, she folds her hands over her chest and sweetly bids her guests to look forward to the next thrilling episode of Cardamom. Fast forward to the glorious day of the Foundation Festival, where the entire capital is buzzing with excitement, and our scene shifts to a luxurious private estate standing quiet under the bright morning sun. Inside the quiet corridors, the dark-haired, rugged Dmitri walks with purposeful strides, highly confused as to who on earth could possibly be visiting their residence today. Grasping the polished metal handle, he slowly pushes the grand wooden door open, wondering what kind of unexpected guest has arrived on their doorstep. The moment the heavy door swings aside, Dimitri's amber eyes widen in pure, unadulterated shock as his breath catches in his throat with a sharp gasp. Standing right outside is a chaotic, incredibly attractive trio of his fellow tournament contestants, causing Dmitri to sputter in sheer bewilderment, demanding to know how they even managed to find his house. Look at these chibi designs. They literally just broke into his house with zero respect for personal boundaries, and they're proud of it. Instantly shrinking into adorable, chaotic chibis, the pink-haired lad cheerfully pushes his way inside, teasingly apologizing for interrupting their cozy little private time, as the others eagerly follow right behind. Sweating profusely with a completely deadpan expression, Dmitri mutters under his breath, highly questioning if that is a normal attitude for uninvited guests who just barged into someone's home. From the hallway, the elegant white-haired youth emerges holding a kitchen knife while wearing a bright pink apron with a heart on it, calling out in confusion before freezing in complete shock at the crowd. Instead of being alarmed, the white-haired beauty beams warmly, welcoming them in, which instantly triggers a wave of absolute panic in Dmitri as he frantically rushes over to block the view. Waving his hands in a frantic panic, Dmitri desperately yells that he explicitly ordered him to stay far away from the kitchen, hilariously asking if he is actively trying to commit mass murder with his notoriously toxic cooking skills. Wait, is the white-haired guy's cooking really that bad? Dmitri reacted like he was handling active military-grade bioweapons. Snatching the dangerous weapon away, Dmitri narrows his eyes suspiciously at his roommate, demanding to know what he meant by saying they arrived, questioning if he secretly invited them behind his back. Raising a finger innocently, the pretty white-haired boy softly admits that he didn't technically invite them. They simply asked for his home address during training, and he saw absolutely no harm in happily giving it to them. Dimitri's head practically spins in pure frustration as he yells at his overly trusting friend for being so ridiculously calm, leaving him to think there was an actual pre-planned gathering. Chuckling softly at the domestic dispute, the handsome golden-haired noble pulls out a sleek, rectangular object, smoothly arguing that calling their friendly visit barging in is a bit too dramatic. Leaning in with burning curiosity, both Dmitri and his white-haired companion stare intensely at the mysterious gold-trimmed device resting in the noble's hands. Gently tapping the smooth, dark glass surface, the blonde noble proudly explains that the imperial family is currently distributing these magical video transmitters along the empire, and he ran over so they could experience the magic firsthand. Holding the sleek device out, the cheerful noble kindly instructs the skeptical Dmitri to gently press the glowing triangular play icon located right in the center of the screen. Squeezing his eyes in mild hesitation, Dmitri reaches his gloved finger forward and firmly presses down on the smooth glass surface. Instantly, the glass screen erupts with a brilliant golden light, revealing a high-definition video feed of the tired cadets standing together in the training hall, proudly displaying the title card for the Cardamom preview. The video feed transitions smoothly to show the complaining cadet sweating profusely as he groans about how incredibly unfair and difficult the commander's high-level training is. Then, with a sudden dramatic flash, the video feed cuts to a sharp, high-definition close-up of Dimitri's own intensely focused face from the training session. He got the classic unfavorable edit by the production team. He went from a rugged badass to looking like a complete drama queen on Imperial television. Dimitri's face instantly burns with deep embarrassment as he stares at his own screen time, miserably grumbling that the show edited him to look like the most pathetic loser in the entire empire, while his blonde friend playfully pats his shoulder. Turning his attention to the adorable pink-haired young noble standing nearby, the white-haired youth asks if they truly made such a long journey just to deliver a sneak peek of the show. Pumping his fists in the air with a bright, energetic grin, the pink-haired lad cheerfully declares that they actually came to drag them both out to celebrate the massive, bustling Foundation Festival together. The elegant, white-haired boy completely freezes, his red eyes widening in pure surprise as he points to himself, quietly asking if they actually want a lowly servant-like figure like him to tag along. Beaming with pure, infectious warmth, the pink-haired boy instantly reassures him, happily reminding him of how incredibly close they all became during their chaotic team battle. Without giving him a single second to decline, the energetic noble grabs his arm and starts dragging him toward the door, emphasizing that their brutal training schedule starts tomorrow, making today their absolute last chance to have fun. Stepping forward with a calm, reassuring smile, the tall, silver-haired warrior gracefully holds out a dark, heavy green cloak, suggesting that wearing it will perfectly conceal his identity from any prying eyes in the audience. Staring down at the soft fabric draped over his hands, the white-haired youth feels a sudden, warm wave of gratitude wash over him as he realizes how incredibly thoughtful his new friends are. With matching mischievous smirks, the blonde noble and the pink-haired boy effortlessly flip their deep green hoods over their heads, ready to dive headfirst into the festive streets. Handing his pink kitchen apron back to a grumbling Dmitri, the white-haired boy softly whispers his heartfelt thanks, his face lit up with a gentle, genuine smile. Outside, the capital is bathed in warm golden sunlight, decorated with vibrant, colorful banners stretching across the quaint wooden rooftops as a massive, cheerful crowd fills the lively streets. Beautiful town maidens laugh and cheer, handing out gorgeous, woven flower crowns and vibrant necklaces to the passing children and tourists to celebrate the joyous occasion. Stepping inside a warm, lively local tavern, the air is thick with the savory aroma of roasted meats, loud laughter, and the merry clanking of heavy wooden beer mugs. A jolly, bald bartender with a thick mustache slams down overflowing foaming mugs of fresh golden ale onto the sturdy wooden table with a massive, welcoming grin. Look at these fierce, deadly warriors wearing adorable flower crowns while chugging beer. This is the peak wholesome content we all signed up for. Sitting together in their matching green cloaks and hilarious flower crowns, the boys raise their foaming mugs high, their faces flushed with joy as they warmly thank the friendly bartender. Clinking their heavy wooden mugs together with a glorious splash of golden foam, they all let out a joyous cheer, officially cementing their unbreakable bond amidst the festive magic of the empire. Taking a massive, refreshing gulp of his golden ale, the cheerful pink-haired lad lets out a satisfied sigh of pure happiness as the delicious drink instantly washes away all of his exhaustion from their brutal training sessions. Scratching his head with a mild grimace, the rugged Dmitri desperately tries to lift the ticklish floral crown off his brow. Gasp! Only for his pink-haired companion to forcefully slap his hands away while cheerfully declaring that absolutely no exceptions are allowed today. Honestly, the chibi transition in this series is an absolute goldmine. Look at how cute they are! Shrinking into an adorable little chibi, the energetic noble eagerly demands that they must all stay in the festive spirit, waving his finger bossily while adjusting the flower crown on Shushu's head. With a mischievous sparkle suddenly flashing in his wide, expressive eyes, the young noble locks his gaze onto his next target, silently plotting to make sure not a single person escapes his aggressive flower crowning campaign. True to his word, the bubbly lad lunges forward and forcefully crowns the long-haired Shoo-Shoo, reminding him with a beaming grin that absolutely everyone in their group is going to look adorable today, whether they like it or not. He looks so incredibly defeated. Dropping his shoulders in a hilarious fit of pure sulking, the chibi Shoo-Shoo sits quietly at the table while dark, comical swirls of despair drift all around him under his unwanted flower crown. Turning his attention to his quiet companions, the handsome, golden-haired noble leans over the wooden table to ask the white-haired youth if this is truly his very first time experiencing the grand empire-wide festival in person. A soft, gentle blush creeps onto the elegant white-haired boy's cheeks as he nods honestly, letting out a quiet chuckle while expressing how truly magical it feels to finally see the bustling Capitol Plaza with his own eyes. Seriously, the artist decided to give him a full-blown shoujo manga rose background just to remind us who the ultimate visual of this group is. Beaming with pride, the blonde noble eagerly asks if the bustling festival is way more exciting than he originally anticipated, prompting a heartwarming, radiant smile from the white-haired youth, who happily admits he is incredibly glad he decided to tag along. But the wholesome atmosphere instantly shatters as a loud, gossiping voice from a nearby table or the crowd suddenly echoes through the warm tavern, causing the white-haired youth to completely freeze as his eyes widen in sudden, anxious dread. Sitting just a few feet away, a group of rowdy commoners loudly discuss the magical video preview, with Juan aggressively sneering that he wanted to spit directly on Dimitri's face, while his more empathetic companion weakly murmurs that the harsh edit actually made him feel a little bit sympathetic. Slamming his hand down on the table, the loudmouth commoner aggressively scoffs at his friend's sympathy, shouting that a traitor like Dimitri deserves absolutely no pity after everything he has done. Right at their own table, a tense, furious shadow casts over Dimitri's rugged face as he tightly clenches his fist in silent agony. As the rowdy gossip grows increasingly toxic with accusations of Dimitri being a shameless, traitorous bastard, the gentle, white-haired youth quickly reaches over to grasp Dimitri's trembling arm, silently pleading with his rugged friend to stay calm and ignore the hateful insults. Even the pink-haired noble tries to softly whisper that the insults are getting way too harsh, but the obnoxious commoners only raise their voices even louder, confidently boasting to the entire tavern that absolutely no one in their right mind would ever waste a single vote on such a pathetic loser. Hearing the loudmouth patron mockingly dare any of Dimitri's supporters to step forward, a mysterious, striking red-haired young woman sitting nearby slowly lowers her hood, a sharp, dangerous glint reflecting in her eyes. Oh my God, is that who I think it is? The princess has entered the chat and things are about to get wild as the arrogant commoner loudly laughs and promises to buy free drinks for the entire tavern if any supporter dares to reveal themselves. The cloaked red-haired beauty smoothly stands up from her seat. Before the laughing commoner can even finish his sentence, a heavy wooden mug is violently slammed onto the counter with a massive echoing crash that instantly silences the entire tavern, accompanied by a calm, chillingly clear voice questioning his promise. Walking with deliberate, highly confident strides, the stunning red-haired woman calmly approaches the gossiping table to clarify if the loudmouth patron is truly prepared to cover the bill, leaving the commoner sweating profusely as he nervously stammers in pure confusion. Hearing the familiar, commanding voice echo through the tense room, the white-haired youth whips his head around in absolute wide-eyed disbelief, instantly recognizing the incredible presence of the young woman standing right behind them. With a brilliant, absolutely dazzling smile, the glorious princess proudly points a thumb at her own chest and cheerfully declares that she is the exact so-called bastard who proudly voted for Dimitri. Oh, this is the ultimate mic drop moment. She didn't just offend her favorite cadet, she basically just bankrupted that poor trash-talking commoner in front of the entire tavern.